It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
All right. Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. He is an inspiration to us all. The man does not know the meaning of writer's block. Unfortunately, I don't either, which is a problem. I'm going to try to keep it short today. We got Pete Dominic coming in at 5:30, so I'm going to keep things nice and short. Welcome to the Mop-Up for December 2nd, 2021. I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in New York City where the temperature is 56 degrees, and cloudy. As part of this show's efforts to keep our eye on the richest 1%, I want to talk about the president of Bennington College. Her name is Laura Walker. She has an MBA from Yale, and she was the president and CEO of New York Public Radio, WNYC Public Radio. WNYC, my mother listens to it. Every white person in the tri-state area listens to WNYC. Alec Baldwin has a show on WNYC. And I'm going to talk about WNYC because I was researching the salaries, and I was reading an article by Bob Henley, who used to work for WNYC. He is a labor reporter, and he wrote a piece for City and State New York 3 years ago exposing WNYC, the NPR affiliate here in New York City. And as I'm reading about WNYC, I finally understood how the KGB, how Putin became the wealthiest man in the world. I never understood, like I knew that when Boris Yeltsin became the leader of Russia and Wall Street went in there and they started privatizing all the Soviet era institutions, I never understood how that worked. I knew it was being done. I could tell you it was being done, but I never understood how former KGB agents with the Soviet Union were able to become billionaires. And what they did is they sold off pieces of the Soviet Union with the help of Wall Street. And I used to think, but they're KGB agents. How do they get to sell off state-owned industries and then become the owner of Gazprom? How do you end up? Well, the KGB had been stealing money all along, and they parked these billions of dollars overseas, laundered money through Donald Trump. But that's not what I'm talking about. I gained insight over the past week into how the Soviet Union turned into a kleptocracy by reading about WNYC in New York, the NPR, National Public Radio affiliate. Okay? So, just like the KGB agents taking something that's owned by the public and then selling it to the private sector, and then becoming rich by themselves, becoming oligarchs. This is how it works in America, and it's identical to the KGB. Laura R. Walker, born in 1957, she is a graduate of Yale. She's got an MBA, a master's in Yale, from Yale and in Yale. And she, in 1995, became the president and CEO of New York Public Radio. Now, New York Public Radio was a radio station that was owned by the city of New York, and it had about 100 employees. And it had been around, since the 30s as New York City's radio station. And Rudy Giuliani was mayor in 1997, and he came up with the brilliant, honest idea. Think oligarchs, think KGB, think the fall of the Soviet Union, something owned by the public. Everything was owned by the public when it was the Soviet Union, right? And then it's sold off and privatized, and all the old KGB agents become oligarchs. How does this happen? Well, in America, the identical thing is happening. Rudy Giuliani, no stranger to Russian, Ukrainian oligarchs, as mayor, sold WNYC, a publicly owned radio station. They sold it to a nonprofit foundation, right? And it was led by Laura Walker, the president and CEO who then became the president and CEO of New York Public Radio, right? And before she took it over, when it was just a local radio station, they had maybe 100 employees. Now, they have about 600 people working for New York Public Radio, right? Which is great, more people, but where does the money go? According to Bob Hennelly, who we're going to have back on the show, he has looked at their IRS filing, which anybody could do by going to Charity Navigator. According to Bob Hennelly, all told, 132 employees at WNYC earn in excess of $100,000 a year. They used to have only 100 employees. Now they have 600, 132 of whom are getting $100,000 a year for public radio, educational radio, where supposedly it's listener supported, right? But they run commercials, but it's listener supported, and they ask you for money. Miss Walker, the graduate, Laura Walker, the graduate of Yale, who has her MBA, see, she's like a Russian oligarch. She worked in the government before she became the leader of WNYC. She was friendly with Rudy Giuliani. She had connections. She's got her MBA from Yale. She's like the KGB agent who eyes a state-owned business like Gazprom or WNYC, and she says, no, let's privatize this through a foundation. And she was getting close to $1 million a year. Close to $1 million a year. 13 people at this bullshit radio station were earning collectively more than $4 million. And that's how they privatize public institutions and become oligarchs. It's pretty incredible. While she was competing with the Tribune media, they talk about competition. She was running WNYC. She was also getting a couple $100,000 sitting on the board of the Tribune Media Company. They, at one point, owned Chicago newspapers, Los Angeles newspapers, and radio stations and TV stations, while she's collecting about $768,000 from New York Public Radio. She's picking up an extra $200,000 a year as a board member of the competition. How is she possibly worth to WNYC $768,000? Well, she's not. She is like a KGB agent who's part of the system of privatization, and she's getting her big cut. And of course, this didn't get her fired. This did not get her fired. This theft of public property, this transfer of wealth from the city of New York into Laura Walker's pocket did not get her fired. What got her fired was the Me Too movement. She had sat back and allowed several of the hosts on WNYC to sexually harass employees, and she sat back and allowed that. Why wouldn't she? She's a thief. And she stepped down because of the Me Too movement. It's all part of one big problem. You cannot have theft, crimes being committed against the state without the people committing these crimes not caring about sexual harassment. Laura Walker is now the president of Bennington College. They all land on their paws, don't they? Laura Walker went from stealing our radio station here in New York, WNYC, pocketing $1 million a year while working for the competition Tribune Media. I think they own WPIX Tribune Media in New York City. I think at one time she was on the board of directors of the competition. Why does she sit on the board of directors? What is she, some genius? No. She agrees to the CEO's raises. The CEO gets to pick the board of directors, and the board of directors approve pay. So the CEOs surround themselves with equally contemptible people like Laura Walker, and she greenlit all the pay raises to the CEO and his underlings at the expense of the workers. While they're gutting newspapers and radio stations, she nods her head and approves all the money being transferred from the workers to the CEO. That's how it works. She's not smart. She's corrupt. And that is your course, my course, in how Russia, the Soviet Union, when they privatized all the Soviet era services, how the KGB agents who were able to, were in on it, were able to get their cut and become oligarchs. This is a kleptocracy. This, again, I keep saying this is not Adam Smith. This is not Karl Marx. This is not socialism. This is not capitalism. We are dealing with kleptocracy. You want to get rid of capitalism? Let's first try it first. Let's try capitalism as Adam Smith proposed. This is kleptocracy. There is these hyper-educated white people who think they're entitled to largesse from the state. They get rich off the state, and then they tell us to lift ourselves up by our bootstraps. Well, the reason I bring this up is because my mother and her friends listen to WNYC, and God bless them, Democratic Congressman Thomas Suozzi was on WNYC today, and he's running for governor of New York State. They're electing a new governor next year. And as I said, WNYC is the local Manhattan NPR, National Public Radio affiliate. And he was interviewed by the great Brian Lehrer, who's actually pretty good. He makes probably $500,000 a year that we know of, doing a bullshit job of interviewing people. How hard is it to ask questions? But somehow he's getting $500,000 a year, and he has a staff, and he has people writing for him, and he's asking you for your donations, and he's taking corporate subsidies, and they're running advertisements, lying to you and telling you this is listener supported and it's ad free when it's not ad free. And he's making $500,000 a year, and he's interviewing Democratic Congressman Thomas Suozzi, who is running for governor? And here are the questions that Brian Lara would never ask Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi, who is running for governor. Why have you traded and sold $6.5 million in stocks during the past year? That's the first question you ask Democratic Congressman Tom Suozzi, Brian Lara. Next question, why did you buy $100,000 of Microsoft last week? Congressman, why did you buy $250,000 worth of Morgan Stanley stock last week? Congressman, why did you buy $100,000 worth of Apple stock last week? Congressman Suozzi, why did you buy $100,000 worth of advanced micro devices? Explain those trades, Congressman Suozzi, Democrat running for governor of New York. And most importantly, Congressman, why did you just sell $100,000 worth of stock in the war profiteering Carlyle Group? Yes, I'm bringing up the Carlyle Group again. Why did you just sell $100,000 worth of stock last week in the war profiteering Carlyle Group, one of the largest, if not largest, investors in defense stocks, whose founder, war profiteer David Rubenstein, who has his own show, the David Rubenstein Show on the PBS, because he donated $15 million to Ken Burns for his documentaries, and he donates millions upon millions of dollars of his blood money from the Carlyle Group to the PBS. Why did you sell stock in his Carlyle Group? By the way, of course, David Rubenstein, and I will keep repeating this, chairman of the Council on Foreign Relations and the chairman of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Bette Midler is going to be getting a special award over at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. She should turn it down and demand that David Rubenstein be fired. He's a war profiteer who lent his $30 million Nantucket home to Joe Biden and his family of grifters for Thanksgiving. So that's the question that Congressman Tom Suozzi should have been asked on WNYC. If he wants to be governor, if he wants to get reelected as a congressman, He's running for governor as the common sense Democrat. I love that. Common sense. He's the common sense Democrat who gets things done because he's a lawyer and a certified public accountant. Like, I'm supposed to vote for him because he's a lawyer and a certified public accountant. He's going to give us common sense. What part of common sense was applied, Congressman, when you bought and sold all those stocks? You're a member, Congressman, of the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. That's the chief tax writing committee inside the House of Representatives. Congressman, you see the tax code before the rest of us do. So why did you sell off, but why did you buy Apple and Microsoft, who are notorious for not paying taxes? You sit on House Ways and Means. Last week, you bought Apple and Microsoft. What are you seeing coming out of that committee vis-a-vis the new tax laws that you're going to implement? What are you seeing in Build Back Better that suggests that Microsoft and Apple won't have to repatriate all those profits that they keep overseas and don't pay taxes on? What did you see? You're so busy buying hundreds of thousands of dollars in stock in Apple and Microsoft. What do you know from sitting on the House Ways and Means Committee? Why are you selling the Carlyle Group? The commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, just celebrated Thanksgiving, Congressman, in the home of one of the, if not the largest war profiteers in the world, David Rubenstein. So what do you know? Why are you getting out of the Carlyle Group? With the war in Afghanistan over? Are you getting the impression that America's pivot to China won't be as militarily expansive as David Rubenstein was hoping? Do you think we should be shorting the Carlyle Group, Congressman? Do you think this peace dividend that we're getting from pulling out of Afghanistan, do you think it's going to last and it'll lead to fewer dollars going into defense stocks, Congressman? Tell us, because you've been trading stock in Carlyle Group. Is that why you sold $100,000 worth of the Carlyle Group last week, Congressman? Why did David Rubenstein lend his estate to the Biden family for Thanksgiving. Is that a leading indicator? Did that tell you something that maybe Rubenstein, the largest war profiteer in the world, is panicking over the war being over in Afghanistan? Is that the tell? Is that what you're getting? Was that the signal to sell stock in Carlyle Group, that David Rubenstein is panicking and desperately trying to court our commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, trying to grease the wheels of war to make sure the profits come pouring in? Was this an act of desperation on David Rubenstein's part, letting Joe Biden, our commander-in-chief, spend Thanksgiving in his $30 million Nantucket mansion? Yeah. Nobody asked Congressman Tom Suozzi on WNYC that question, at least in public. Maybe privately, they're looking for tips, investment tips from Congressman Tom Suozzi, who wants to be the next governor of New York. Maybe we should have a debate on WNYC. Bring in Congressman Ro Khanna, because he has a different opinion on the Carlyle Group. Congressman Ro Khanna, Democrat, one of the good guys, just purchased $15,000 worth of Carlyle's Group stock, while Congressman Aouzzi is selling Carlyle. Congressman Ro Khanna just bought $15,000 worth of Carlyle Group stock. That would make for an interesting debate on WNYC, or maybe, in Congress. Wouldn't it be nice to see Ro Khanna and Tom Suozzi debating whether the Carlyle Group is a buy, sell, or hold? They're so busy trading stocks when they should be doing the people's business. Why don't they have a debate over what the better investment is? Ro Khanna, Yale Law School. The congressman from Silicon Valley, Yale Law School, the same school the thief Laura Walker, who ran WNYC, stole WNYC from New York City and paid herself $1 million a year. Now she's off to Bennington College because, she allowed all this sexual assault and harassment to take place at WNYC. So let's have her become the president of Bennington College. I'm sure there are no speech codes at Bennington College. I'm sure nobody talks about sexual assault and sexual harassment at Laura Walker's Bennington College. I'm sure nobody's interested. Nobody bothered to check why Laura Walker left WNYC, because nobody's interested in sexual assault at Bennington College. Ro Khanna, people ask me, why can't Bernie get elected president? Because we don't have a leftist infrastructure in Washington. Ro Khanna is the best we can do. He was national chairman of Bernie's run in 2024. Bernie has to depend on frauds like Ro Khanna. And so we have to wrap it up. I promise to keep it short. Do not give money to the PBS. Do not give money to NPR, and do not give money to Ro Khanna. Do not give money to Congressman Aouzzi. Do not give any money to, obviously, Republicans, any Democratic candidate, unless they're vetted by Howie Klein. Anybody who's getting money from the DCCC, do not give them money. Do not give them money. And I want to talk about the Great Resignation, and then I hopefully will bring in David Dayen. I would love to have David back on the show. Pete Dominick is going to join us, and I'll calm down. David Dayen, everybody should read The American Prospect and give money to The American Prospect. David Dayen is a national treasure. And I was reading a piece in his magazine, The American Prospect. Go to the website. There's also a magazine. He has this piece called The Great Resignation. Something's going on here in America. There's some stats that he provides. 1/4 of American jobs are low wage. 1/4, 25% of American jobs are low wage. And that's the highest percentage in the industrialized world. And in this piece, he talks about private equity, all these private equity firms that are buying up public firms and really private publicly held stocks and then taking them private. So you don't even know. Yeah, there's no opacity whatsoever. More than 12 million Americans work low-wage jobs that are owned by private equity firms like the McKinsey Group, that would be Pete Buttigieg's old firm, or Booz Allen, that would be the Carlyle Group, or Bain Capital, that would be Mitt Romney. And people are catching on. They're quitting their jobs. In September, 443 million Americans quit their job. That's a record. 3%, this is all according to David Dion, 3% of the American workforce is leaving their jobs. 2.9% of our workforce quit in August. And of course, the people who quit, the highest number of people who quit come from food services, hospitality. It's low-wage workers who are quitting. And here is my suggestion about the Great Resignation. They can't replace us with robots. They can't. They just can't. And they need us. They need the workers. They don't want us to get unemployment insurance. They have openly said, Manchin, there are Democrats who are saying, you give them too much unemployment insurance, they're not going to work. People are quitting anyway. Part of the Great Resignation must include Christmas, Hanukkah, that is devoid of shit. Stop buying shit. The Great Resignation has to include not feeling cheated anymore. Stop feeling that you're being cheated. Stop feeling that your children are being cheated, your loved ones, your girlfriend, your boyfriend. Stop thinking that you and the people you love are being cheated, and the only way to make good is to buy them worthless shit that is piling up outside Long Beach in some container ship. It's all shit. Don't buy it. Don't buy this shit. The Great Resignation means I quit this, take this job and the shit you're making it and shove it up your ass. Shove it up your ass. That includes the crap, the McDonald's that is killing us, the bad food, and these worthless toys and contraptions that just pile up and make us all look like a nightmare episode of Hoarders. Don't buy this shit. Go on strike. If you're working and you want to quit, but you can't quit because, like most of us, you need to pay for things, keep your job, but save your fucking money and don't buy that bullshit. Don't buy shit for your kids. Spend time with them. God damn it. Stop buying shit and stop giving to people like WNYC or candidates like Ro Khanna, whose wife is worth, I think, $100 million. Well, I kept it short, but not polite. Let us now go to somebody who is an exemplar of understanding and love and tolerance. His name is Pete Dominick, and he is the host of Stand Up with Pete Dominick. It's great to see you. Can't hear you. They love you.
I love them. I was so happy to see and get and receive your invitation to join you on your show today, and I'm so happy to be talking to you. I was just buying some stuff I don't need on Amazon. I bought these plastic circles.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do, but they were marketed at me, and they're like, "You'll love these plastic circles." I was like, "Oh, we need more." plastic circles. So I got those, and then I got a bunch of old ski boots.
Yeah.
So.
Well, do you mind? Can I talk about that with you? About buying things?
I don't know if I agree with you on the one point. Almost everything I agree with. I love the delivery. I really did. I was laughing. I enjoyed it. I think
I wasn't being funny. You were laughing at me?
Yeah, I laugh at your righteous anger makes me laugh sometimes. And because not in a belittling way. It's just wonderful. It's just I feel like a lot of people like listening to you, including me, because you are channeling our rage, and you do it in a way that can be unintentional. Well, funny. I'm complimenting you, but listen, don't let me get tangled up on that, because there's the thing that I do think robots are going to replace a lot of people, is the point I would quibble with. But anything you want to talk about that, I'm happy to. And I agree with almost entirely. The materialism, the consumerism, and the amount of crap. Be the change you want to see, and don't buy shit.
Right. Now, you have kids.
Yes, I have two daughters, two teenage daughters.
And here was always a bone of contention. Why do I have to buy stuff around this time of year for people when I can barely survive? Why do I have to spend money on people as an act of love? And that's not me being cheap. All right, it is. No, it's not that it's what the stuff never gets used. I'm going to buy you this board game, and you're not going to play the game. You're not going to play it. It's the game I played when I was a kid. Yeah, well, they're not playing it. They're playing video games. Do you buy crap for your girls?
They buy stuff for themselves at this point. They have access to accounts that I run.
Oh, hang on. Let's see here. Unknown caller. Hang on.
Right.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Sorry. I answer all spam calls on this show. Sorry. That was rude. I apologize.
I don't mind.
Yeah. I'm plugging in to make sure I get the next one. So they buy their own stuff. Did I lose you?
No, they were just. I looked at my phone because you took that call, and those two humans, daughters of mine, were texting me. They happened to be together on their way home, and they asked about dinner. And for example, like they'll just go get dinner for tonight. In terms of stuff, I mean, they're not too. They mostly are focused on their appearance, so a lot of their products are clothes and like makeup and hair products. That's where they spend their money. And the issue I have is that they'll order, my wife does this as well, one tube of cream or something, and it'll come in a box with a bag, the inflatable bag packaging. And that enrages me, because sustainability is a really important issue to me. It's an issue I talk and speak professionally about. I teach young people about sustainability, and yet my own children are ordering one item to be delivered here on a giant truck, burning fossil fuels in huge amount of packaging that's clearly unsustainable. And you know what it does? I'll tell you what it does. Spent 2 days texting my daughter while she was in school because her face was on fire because the new cream she's using is giving her an allergic reaction. So it's not even working. Yesterday, she calls me the day after a school shooting, okay?
Right.
So any parent that has a child in school takes these issues even more seriously because their kid's about to go into that building on that bus again that day. And so she calls me during school. She always texts me. They text her in school, but never calls. I get a call, David, and I hear a voice in the background, and she's whispering. She's whispering to me, Dad. I'm like, hey, Julia, what's wrong? Are you okay? I'm immediately thinking the shooter's in the room. And this is what she says with no context. I had no idea she was having an issue with no context at all. This is what I hear. Dad, my face is on fucking fire. What? My face. I think I'm having an allergic on fire. Go to the nurse. What did kids do before phones where you could call your dad? And I'm like, is there a shooter in the room? That's the wave I'm using.
It was like some kid got his hands on a flamethrower, and yeah, that is terrifying. It's one of the things I was always afraid of, with my kids in school, that they would end up becoming a shooter. I was always. I would fit the profile of the parent.
They would have an allergic reaction.
Yeah, I fit the profile of the parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing with that is more than anything else, and California just passed a law this week, which is, you have to hold the parents responsible, especially if they allow their kids to vote Republican. No, you have to hold the parents have to be held responsible if they have guns in the home. This kid, apparently, his dad bought a gun on Friday. On Black Friday, I guess he got a deal on a Sig Sauer, and the kid used it the next week. That dad is responsible, and California has passed a law, I think, that says just that, and that's the kind of law that seems to be a quote common sense gun law.
Right. I agree with you, but punishing the parents is what they do in public housing. Like, that's how we have homeless people. If anybody in your family is dealing drugs or commits a crime, we're throwing the whole family out of public housing. So instead of hiring enough teachers and social workers, they incentivize the parents to do the work that the government should be doing. Like Vice President Harris, when she was the DA in San Francisco, used to arrest the parents of truants. Like, we're going to lock, if your kid doesn't go to school, we're going to lock your parents up. Like, it's different. It is different, and it's not. It's kind of nibbling around the edges of the problem. The problem isn't the parents. The problem is guns.
I fully agree that the issue is access to, but it's still access to weapons. And while we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I agree with you, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness, and didn't really realize that, or hadn't thought that much about those public policy issues when it comes to housing and incentives that way. And obviously the drug war is complete nonsense. We have to get rid of that for that issue. But in this case, this is not hard. This is a law you could pass and hold the parent responsible for allowing the gun to be unlocked. I mean, there's so many things that we have to do as homeowners, as property owners, as citizens in terms of safety at work. This is not a heavy lift. And I think, also having insurance, having to have insurance if you have a gun in these cases. And so obviously we have to talk about accessibility to guns and interest in guns and, go ahead.
You have a real life. I don't. I live a life of abstraction, the hypothetical. I'm being serious. I used to have, a real, I'm just in the ether floating, and you're dealing with home ownership and schools. I just sit off in the corner, read, and then point fingers. I figure out who to blame. I'm at that point in my life. I'm like, I'd make a great grandfather right now. Like, I could tell you how to raise your kids. If I should be your father.
You should apply for grandfathership and create an app, an app that's like Granddad, Grandappy, Grand App,
Grandappy.
Yeah, you're Grandappy, and you're available for office hours as Grandappy. And you do what you just said, because, I am trying to be the change I want to see, which means I am involved in my local community to try to create change right here. I mean, I'm the guy at the Board of Education meetings. I'm thinking about running for the board. I'm thinking about running for town council, because I'm trying to make those changes right here incrementally, because it drives me and it makes me happy. It makes me feel good and happy to work with these folks and organize and fight racism. In this case is what we're doing here. Fight ignorance and enlighten and try to also bring people together at the same time. I'm doing it in a mostly non-hostile way.
So you're running for office?
Yes, I may. They recruited me this past round, and I agreed to do it. The local Democrats, I agreed to run for town council, but it was too late to get my name on the ballot, and I was not interested in running a write-in campaign. But in 2 years, if we are still, in fact, living in this community, otherwise I'll be making another community better.
And you would still do the show?
Yes.
I like that. But now, I wouldn't want to be... See, I want to be able to just yell at people. And you can't do that. Even Bernie can't yell at people. Like, Bernie knows what's right.
On Grand Appy, you can.
See, that's the thing. I want to be America's grandpa. That should be my show. The subtitle for this show should be the David Feldman Show, America's Grandpa.
Yes.
Because a grandfather, people need a cranky, belligerent grandfather who then their parent who attacks his own kids and his grandkids, and then the parents say to the kids, "Well, he was right about you. Your elbows on the table. You shouldn't have your elbows on the table when we're eating."
Yeah, I love it. I love that idea.
Yeah,
I love it. I think there's a lot of, and then it's worth the money we pay you as well, I think.
Yeah, America's official grandfather.
Yeah, could you tell us, getting back to your...
Give me a problem that you're having with your kids.
What's that?
Give me something you're worried about.
They're having far too much intimacy, sexual intimacy at what I think is a little bit too... I think they're going a little too fast without sharing details, which I desperately want to tell you and your audience all about.
I don't know what the answer to that. I just talk to your mother. That's something. But I would say, as your father, I would say, are they your sons?
It's not. I don't think it's a great idea because my wife is a real slut. I kid my wife. She is.
I would leave that up. That's something I would leave to. I know that's probably
my daughters. Yesterday were in a conversation about slut shaming. They were saying a girl at their school had been slut shamed, and we had a long talk about that. It was interesting. I actually talk with the girls about sex on a regular basis, and I have always talked about it. We talk about it very, very openly, and the four of us do. And my wife is not in fact a slut. She's in fact an amazing role model, and she's certainly playing, I think, that role well. But I'm playing it as well too, because they are interested in boys, and so I tell them, about how to get it over with if you need to quickly and things like that.
Right. I wasn't allowed to discuss the birds and the bees. Just never. It was like,
all of it.
Huh?
We talk about everything. Sexual assault. I've taught them all about like preparing. One of the things that I hate as a father of daughters is men or people thinking they're being well-intentioned by looking at your kids and saying, you better get a shotgun, you better whatever. I'm like, why? Am I a vigilante? If this idea, this unbelievably egotistical, narcissistic idea that you're going to be there at the moment your kid or anybody you care about is assaulted, we're going to like run through the wall like the Kool-Aid man or jump over the back seat. You're not going to be there. You're not going to be there. And then you find out about it, that your daughter has been assaulted. And then you go show up at his home and fight him. And my joke is, God, it'd be horrible to have my daughter be sexually assaulted by a 16-year-old boy, and then that same 16-year-old boy kicks the shit out of me. Hey, did you boom? You teach your kids, your daughters, to take care of themselves as much as possible. So that's how it works. That's, God forbid something's going to happen. Likely it is. That's the percentage. So you talk to them about it. You say, here's what you do in this situation. Here's what we've done it all. I've talked about all of that with them, and they both know if they get into a tough situation, one thumb in the eyeball, and then just any action towards the scrotum you can. A hard strike, maybe dangle upon it, whatever.
Yeah, that also happens to be how I get off, but most kids that age don't. But that's
So sorry.
I'm
Did you
different.
just ejaculate?
Yeah, I just that. Well, you know, I'm being serious here, and people are going to think I'm. By the way, I love you, man. I'm so glad to see you.
Likewise.
And I'm glad we put that. There was a big. I didn't tell the audience about the big fight that you were on my shit list, and I was on your shit list, and it went back and forth, and there was angry notes, and no, there wasn't.
Well, I found out you were Jewish.
Right. Well, yeah, and I apologize.
This time of year.
I apologize for not telling you. People think I'm joking when I say this. Forget sex education. They need to teach. I know this sounds. I hate saying this. They need to teach love in our public schools. I hate being the guy who has to say that, but they teach the mechanics of sex. They'll tell you how your body works, but not your heart. They need to teach people how to love one another, and that sex sometimes is separate from love, but the best kind of sex is where you don't pay more than $200. No, that's not.
I'm happy to agree with that sentiment, but I don't. I think realistically, and the issue that I'm having right now with my daughters, without saying too much, going too fast, too young, is that they're so desensitized to sex, because not to sound like some kind of religious Puritan, but it is so everywhere in their faces from such a young age. You can't possibly prevent them from seeing it, which I never would want to. I just want to know that if my daughters have seen a show, like I caught my daughter at like 12 or 11 watching the show Shameless, which is an excellent show. But if you're watching it and you're learning about all kinds of sex at a young age, I just would want to then also talk to you about it. You don't get to teach them. They're being taught by social media, by YouTube, by whatever they're watching. And that's fine. It's fine. But in addition to all of that, which they're going to be hit with, teaching them love somehow. I don't know how this would be done. I'd be interested.
Well, do you believe? Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Would your parents ever brag, or would you brag that your child is in love? Would you brag? Would you, when you go out with friends and they go, "How's your kid doing?"
Yeah, I would.
You would say, "Oh, I'm so proud of my child.
Yeah.
They're in love." And
Yes.
and they're so, I see them together. He's so understanding. She's understanding. They listen to one another. You would brag about that.
I don't know that I would brag. I know that I would.
What's the animal behind you? I didn't know you had a dog. Who's behind you?
I would want to share that. I would want, as my dog. That's my dog Indy. She's a 9-year-old Havanese. She always hangs out in the shed with me, and she's seen a lot. But I would want to talk about. I would want to share that information with somebody. Brag, sure, yes.
What would you be more proud of? That your daughter got into some law school, or medical school, accounting school, got going for her MBA, her CPA, or she's in love? What would you lead with at dinner? If I said, "What's the good news? I haven't seen you. What's the good news?" And your daughter just got accepted into graduate school, or she's in love, what would you be more proud to say?
What school is it?
What would you lead with? Or better yet, Grandpa, you're going to call your father. And you have two pieces of good news, Pete Dominick, host of Stand Up with Pete Dominick. You're calling your father to talk about the grandchild, and you have two pieces of good news. Your daughter's in love, and she just got into whatever.
That's a great,
engineering school.
I would probably talk more about the school in this case, because of it's a transition in life, and a relationship can be more transitory, I suppose. It could be much shorter. And the debt she's accruing
lasts forever. But you're saying, but love doesn't.
No, that's not what.
Is that what you're saying?
Love can. And college can be free. My daughter just got, my friend's daughter just got a full scholarship because she's good at sports. My daughter probably won't get at that because she's not good at anything. No, she's a great artist, but I don't. So I would talk.
By the way, I have a good insult for your daughter. This is what I'm calling. I came up with a new way to insult your kids this time of year. You're 7 candles short of a menorah.
I like that. I like that.
I came up with that yesterday, and I thought
it won't work on everybody.
It only will work on people of a certain tribe.
Right. I'm honorary, as you know.
You could pass. Italians and Jews could. Yeah,
I spent quite a bit of time with the Jews and all types of them: Israelis, Upper West Siders, and Orthodox.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't spent a lot of time with the Orthodox, but my wife does. She works with them, and so I hear and they're she loves her clients that she works with.
The Orthodox?
Yeah, she has Orthodox, mostly women, but some men, and she really likes them on an individual.
What's wrong with her?
Quite a bit. I mean, it's. I think the issues with the Orthodox is how they, established communities and certain rules and patriarchy and all kinds of things that plenty to criticize, but on a one-to-one basis.
Right. They're going to get the rest. They're going to get the rest of us killed. The Orthodox, the ones who.
I can see how you would see it that way.
Yeah, they're going to get the rest of us killed. They are, either because they're anti-vaxxers or other things. They're just
one thing I haven't seen, because I know so much about the Jews. But one thing I haven't seen is a conversation between or within like a more secular or even Reformed Jewish community, and what that dispute or what that problem, conflict is with Orthodox. Like, there's got to be a documentary, or I want to watch that conversation. What both communities kind of say to each other and how they argue, because there's a huge conflict, obviously.
There is a huge conflict. I would say Jews are pretty good at keeping it in the community, the Jew on Jew violence in the community. It's like they don't. If you want to be spared the wrath of some of my family members, just tell them you're not Jewish. Then they will be so. It's like anytime I play a temple, they always book non-Jews for temple gigs. And I always, when I'm driving with the non-Jew, I go, "You're going to kill." And they always go, "But I'm not Jewish." That's why they just tell them you're not Jewish. Make sure you tell them you're not Jewish, and you're going to be Robin Williams to them.
I've done a few of those, and I will never forget the response. You always remember the response that certain comedians get from certain audiences. And when Modi went up, it was like the Rolling Stones had showed up.
He's a rabbi, right?
Is he a rabbi now?
I think so.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him in years, but we used to be pretty close.
Judy Gold and I.
Yeah. Judy.
Well, I used to open for her at Caroline's this time of year, and Modi would do the show after. And we were always jealous at how well he was able to sell tickets.
Yeah. He always kills.
For example, let me give you an example. Again, I don't mean to traffic in stereotypes. Pete Dominic, I'm being polite to you, right? I'm not really getting into it with you, right?
Right.
Okay. Do you know John Ross? Great comedian, great comedy writer.
I don't think John and I have ever met, but I like his face. I like his hat. I like the way he looks, and I want to look like a little more. I think I'm headed in his direction.
Well, John is what.
We'll meet in the middle.
John is what we call a Jew. He's a Jew.
There's two of you.
And I am what you call a Jew.
Right.
The conversation that he and I are about to have will be, the boundaries will not be respected. Let me put it this way. But he wouldn't do this if you were, he wouldn't do it to you. He wouldn't do it to Jake Johansson. Because John and I will take liberties with each other. It's family. It's like he's like a brother to me. So
Do you think that's true of other ethnicities?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Go ahead. What?
It's not because you're Jewish. It's because we have a personal history. I would do it. Jake and I have a personal history, and we take liberties with
You
each
would
other.
never take liberties with. First of all, Jake's a better comedian. He's more talented. You would never
Wow.
disrespect
That's
Jake Johansson.
another low bar to hurdle. there.
Liberty taking has begun, it seems.
Jake Johansson is one of the greatest stand-ups who's ever done it. He invented and I had the misfortune of him being the guy I was competing with starting out. I should have picked like John. I should have competed with John
You'd have become
instead.
much better.
And but Jake Johansson and I started like at the same exact time. And so I would I measured myself against Jake Johansson. Not a good idea for one's self-esteem. On every box that you want to check off, don't compete with Jake Johansson. And he happens to be John's best friend. Who were you competing with when you were starting out, Pete Dominic? There's always a comic who you measure yourself against. Who is it?
Oh, yeah. I think, did I measure myself by him? I started around the same time that Zach Galifianakis did. Mm-hmm. At the same club. That was kind of with us, it was like your home club certainly mattered a lot in terms of who would be there. And I was at Stand Up New York more than anywhere else. But there was no like competition there. Everybody knew that he was something special, and we were trying to be somewhat like him, which is almost impossible because he was a chameleon and you never know who was going to show up.
Right.
You never knew with that guy. So that's one person. Tonight, I'm actually on a somewhat similar note. I haven't seen this guy in years, but he's in town headlining the club near my house, which is Levity Live. And he asked me would I want to jump on the shows with him, open with him, because I do that a lot because this club's nearby and I know so many of the other headliners.
Is that Nyack?
Yeah, Craig Shoemaker tonight.
The Love Master.
Love Master. Yes, I haven't seen him in years, but I enjoy him.
We should wrap it up and then because get to John.
Yeah.
I don't really know Shoemaker. I remember doing something with MTV years ago. Believe it or not, I was on MTV with him. And was it Nancy Allen? I walked in and he was dating Nancy Allen, the De Palma's ex-wife. And I went, okay. I give Shoemaker a lot of credit because he developed a following without television. It was just right.
That's a very nice compliment for a comedian. There's a lot of guys. Brian Regan. He did a lot of TV, I suppose, Letterman's and stuff. But I mean, like, I think that's a very great compliment for a comedian because they work hard. They're consistent. They're organized. And he's also, by the way, I'll leave you alone, but he's a large and like attractive, like sexy, like masculine guy. Like there's very few comedians that are kind of like him physically.
Well, I don't know. I mean, John and I would beg to look like Craig Shoemaker. No, we would beg to beg to differ. That's the name. By the way, that's the name of my autobiography. I beg to differ.
Well, I will let you guys get out.
I love you, Pete Dominic. It's been too long.
I don't want to say I'm old, but when I started out, I was competing with Alan King.
I don't want to say I'm old, but when I started out, I was competing with a young Geronimo.
I don't want to say I'm old, but I think I have arterial sclerosis. Wait, hang on. That's not funny. Bye. I love you, Pete Dominic. Listen to Stand Up with Pete Dominic, the great Pete Dominic.
Bye-bye.
Hello, John.
Hello. I heard a little bit of your earlier conversation with Pete.
Sure.
And I just wanted to give you a suggestion for a new name for your show.
Yeah.
Mopping Up After Grandpa.
Well, I'm going your route. I'm going to try not to be And I'm going to try to be limber. I'm doing more stretching. I'm doing push-ups. And I realized that the only reason health clubs exist is so nobody has to do a push-up. Like, I haven't gone back to my health club.
Oh,
And I realized if you just try to do some push-ups and sit-ups, you won't need a health club.
push-ups are tremendous. If you want to get a chin-up bar, you can put that in the doorway of your house. Push-ups, chin-ups, any sort of, leg lifts. You get a jump rope.
You don't need
anything else.
You don't need anything else. Everything is just avoiding those 3 exercises. They've built an entire multi-billion-dollar industry avoiding what our parents knew to do. Was your father an exercise nut?
He was like a handball champ back when handball was the thing that the Jews all did. And he played a lot of handball.
Keep saying handball.
What?
It's like you're waving red meat in front of a rabid dog. You say handball, and I'm not going to try to make a bad joke. But you kept saying handball because you knew that I wanted to say something.
You wanted to debase yourself.
About him handling your balls, and I wasn't going to do that.
Thank you.
Funny.
I so appreciate you not wasting the last 30 seconds of my life. And then he got deep into playing golf. So after a certain age, he didn't do any physical exercise other than golf. And he claimed, well, I always carry my own bags. Yeah, it's not because you're too cheap to get a cart. It's like, no, I'm getting exercise. I carry my own bags. Nah, you don't want to pay for a cart. But
so how are you? It's good. I haven't seen you in a while. How are you? Tell me some good news.
I'm going to assert executive privilege.
Okay.
And not answer that. No, I'm fine. I got a great new job. I'm a professional manager.
Wow.
Yeah. So
a professional
listen,
manager.
I'm a professional manager now.
Okay.
Look, I've been listening to the show.
Yeah.
And you've been going hard after the richest 1%.
Right.
And I am all for it.
Right.
Like, fuck those assholes. Hate them. But then you started kind of going after the top 5%. I'm going to kind of need you to back off of them a little bit.
Yeah.
Call off your dogs.
You know,
Hear what I'm saying?
first they came for the richest 1%, and I said nothing, for I was not a billionaire. Then they came for I'm going after the richest. I think the top 10% are the problem. Because
Hold on, I'm getting another call.
they are.
I'm going to be on another podcast in a minute.
Yeah, so the top 10% are the problem because they enable. They're as Professor Catherine Liu says, she's the author of Virtue Hoarders. The top 10% are the courtiers of the richest 1%.
Well, you're in there, and I'm in there, and so are a lot of your guests. Just saying. You're in there.
Maybe.
No, you are.
Have you
You
got
have more money than me.
I have more money than you?
Yeah. Even after your divorce, you do.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I'm a Jew.
You don't know what my books look like?
I don't, but I know I can look at your IMDb page. I know what jobs you've had over the years. I can figure stuff out, man.
You can figure stuff out. You don't know my vices. You don't know how good I am holding on to money. Maybe
I know you like to buy a lot of shit. You like to buy a lot of shit around the holidays. I know that. I've factored that in.
Nobody's supposed to know that I buy a lot of shit around the holidays. Did you get my gift? Are you coming? By the way, I chartered the plane.
I got your gift. It was on fire out in front of my house, and I stamped it out. And
no, I chartered the plane to St. Bart's. Are you for the vacation there? Are you coming?
Is the Lolita Express?
The Lolita Express, yeah. What is my IMDb? What does it say? Does it say I'm successful?
No, I mean,
I'm a
know how much
journeyman.
you worked.
What?
I know how much you've worked. And, you know, look, if I'm making you uncomfortable.
No, I'm a comedy. I mean, I was a journeyman comedy writer.
Right. And so was I.
Right.
And, you know, I know how much Writers Guild pays. And if you stay on a show, they bump you a little bit every year. And I also know when you bought property in San Francisco.
That I lost.
And in South San Francisco. Yes, the divorce hobbled you terribly.
Yes.
But even there, like, even if you don't have more than me, you have as much as me.
How do you know?
Okay, I'm guessing. Because you'd be an idiot not to.
Well,
and I don't think you're an idiot.
You don't think I'm an idiot?
Not with money.
Really? Okay.
What? Look, I'm looking around at that room. What would you be spending any money on?
That's true. Now,
the earplugs are all done. What's this?
The lamp I found in the landing. Somebody was throwing the landing out. So I did a transplant. I did a lampshade transplant. I took an old lampshade, threw out the old lamp and put it on.
Who says you're not handy? Well, and look, and to be truthful, here's the sad thing is you don't need to have that much money to be in the top 10%. It speaks to how poor this country is.
Right.
The bottom 50% are destitute. And from 50 to 80 is not great. You know, you don't need to have that much money to be in the top 10%.
Right. I kind of like the idea. It's interesting. I'm thinking, like, how does it feel having people think I'm rich and successful? I'm trying to figure. There's something nice about. Well, hang on for 1 second. It kind of feels nice what you just said.
Well,
like, oh, maybe people think I'm really rich and like a successful Hollywood type. Like I'm like Rob Reiner.
But see, that's the problem. And I have this problem too, and I have to be reminded of it all the time, is we compare ourselves
to Jake Johansson.
To people. Look, the people who we came up with, who we didn't think were anything that special, you know, went on to be like, look, Ray Romano was just another guy doing sets at the Comedy Cellar in New York. And then suddenly he's got a TV show that runs forever and he's a multi-gazillionaire.
And suddenly he's a genius. And suddenly Ray Romano's a genius.
Right. And who's the, I mean, you know, and some of them were, I mean, Dana Carvey, when I was opening for him, was unbelievably genius. And then he went on. But, right. You know, Rob Schneider didn't seem like. And so all these people, that's who we compare ourselves to.
I disagree with you about Rob.
What?
You were much closer to Rob than I was, so maybe you didn't see his brilliance as a performer. He didn't kill. Okay, he didn't kill as a. When we were starting out, Rob did not kill, but they loved him.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah,
but then also there's people like my other very good friend, Jonathan Groff, not that Jonathan Groff, the other Jonathan Groff, who was, you know, barely a middle act, but then left to start being a writer, was a great comedy writer and rose to be the head writer of Conan. And now, you know, he's show running Blackish and he's got all. So we compare ourselves to these people who are amazingly successful, but we don't look down at all the people who below us who couldn't make a living. We made just to make a living in show.
Oh, I get what you're saying. I look down on everybody, by the way.
What's that?
I look down on everybody.
Yes. But, you know, the fact that we've gotten where we've gotten, where we were able to support ourselves and actually like buy a house, like through doing show business, that's wildly successful compared to the vast hordes of people who would like to do what we're doing. But also it's harder and harder. I mean, I remember when we first started, everybody was talking about how all the big deals were over. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the big money, the guys who worked on Friends, they all got $1 million deals and development. That
Right.
doesn't exist anymore. And then 10 years after that, you look back where we were and people are going, oh, they don't have big staffs of 20 writers anymore. Now now there's like, oh, they don't even do 20 shows. They do 10 shows a year. And it's like, it just keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I wouldn't want to be coming up now.
It's getting smaller and smaller, and everybody, it's more and more people, and it's getting smaller and smaller. They staff up a show, and you're lucky if you, like, a 13-week contract. Are you kidding me? Like, it used to be, oh, I only have a 13-week contract. They don't give out 13-week contracts anymore. It's more and more. So the precarity, it's because it's mostly because the system, they figured out how to cheat everybody out of what they're worth, and everybody wants to do it. It's like stand up. It's like stand up in New York City, where you're performing. You're performing for other comedians.
Yeah,
it's just more people want that. It's supply and demand. Are you doing stand up?
No, I have not done any stand-up.
All right, let me ask you, we're talking to John Ross, who you should follow on Twitter. I have a tweet, because your tweets are brilliant, and people should follow you on Twitter at Fun with Friction. And I've been following you on Twitter, and I enjoy your tweets. And one of the things is that you are a fool. I am a fool by being on Twitter, because you're looking, it's high school, and you're looking to be accepted by the cool kids, right?
Right.
Okay. This is a tweet that got 10,000 retweets. I'm going to read you a tweet. Okay?
Please do.
It got 10,000 retweets. Have you ever gotten a tweet that got 10,000 retweets?
No.
Okay. Have you ever gotten a tweet that got 42,000 likes?
No.
Okay. This is from the great Rob Reiner.
Ooh, yeah.
Brilliant Rob Reiner, who I just wish he would opine more on politics and represent the Democratic Party. Because every time Rob Reiner speaks, the Rust Belt, the people in Middle America, just love the Democrats even more, because people like Rob Reiner and David Geffen, they're the heart and soul of the Democratic Party.
Get to the tweet.
We have Michael Flynn. This is his tweet. 10,000 retweets. We have Michael Flynn calling for one American religion. We have Paul Gosar calling for the death of the President of the United States. We have Donald Trump actively responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Americans. What the actual fuck? 10,000 retweets. Like, you're sitting,
to retweet that.
you're sitting there sharpening your bon mot, looking for le mot juste. And Meathead, this pompous hack, what the actual fuck? And people, 10,000 retweets because I love This Is Spinal Tap. I mean, just shut, Rob Reiner funded the committee to look into Russiagate, and the minute the Mueller report came out, he pulled the plug on it. I mean, it's this week's fashion, Rob Reiner.
I'm not really looking for anything from.
But Rob Reiner just called. Hang on for 1 second. Oh, he liked my script.
To me, it is like, it's like being able to walk out and there's a well in my yard, and I scream down my bone down into the well, and something is released, then I feel better.
Twitter,
and I hear a bit of an echo of a laugh, and that's all I get out of it.
Twitter it's high school, and it's fixed. Like, nobody's ever looked into the free, like, they lure celebrities to join Twitter. They go, you know what? You sign up, you're going to get 500,000 followers. They're not real, but we're going to give you 500,000 followers.
Right. But you're looking at it purely in a dick measuring kind of way.
Yes.
Whereas most of what I'm doing, I'm not looking for entertainment on Twitter. When there is a school shooting or whatever, it does seem to be the fastest way to kind of keep up with the news and stuff.
That is true.
So I mostly just follow news people. I'm not following like funny people. You end up seeing, because some of the people I follow will retweet something funny from someone who I don't follow. So I end up seeing a lot of the funny stuff. It's a way also to kind of go, oh, did you see that thing? Yeah, I saw it.
I agree with you.
You got to see it. That's the place where you go to see it, but it's where I look at news. But I'm not looking to get famous on Twitter or to have that. But I think it's something funny, and it's like having a notebook. It's like, let me write that down. And so I just say it. I don't know.
I agree with you. Everything you just said is like a notebook. And I spend more time on Twitter than I do. I don't spend any time on Facebook.
I deleted my Facebook account a long time ago, and I won't go there. It's too evil.
It's just, what do? You look up like what people from high school look like, right?
I deleted Twitter. Facebook. I don't have Facebook. I deleted it.
But here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking, I actually use Facebook to promote the podcast. But if
if it's evil, isn't that maybe bad?
What?
If Facebook is an evil thing that is not good for our society, and you go, well, I just use it for this.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I just use it for my podcast and try to encourage body dysmorphia among teenage girls, and that's it. It's the only good use of. If I had to do it over again, I would look for, who is it? Anthony Sabato. Who's the guy who spoke at the underwear model? I would find an underwear model, and I would just use Photoshop, and Photoshop. I would make myself look really young and good looking, and just so everybody who knew me, 30 years ago would go, wow, Feldman really, he looks good.
Speaking of which, a thing I saw on Twitter that somebody had reposted or whatever was this very brief animation that they made. And it's a kind of a close-up. Maybe you saw it. I don't know. It's a close-up of looks like a mixed race woman. And I believe she had like one of those little, what do they call them? The ring in the nose, septum ring, I think they call it, whatever. And it's just a close-up, and she just bats her eyes once and then looks over this way, and it's a super close. You can see all the pores on her skin, and she just looks back and forth, and you go, okay, so I don't understand. What is this? And you realize it's computer generated. It's not a person. It was created. And it looks like it's completely you couldn't tell it from a human being. Right. And it was just like, oh, that's the beginning. That's it. Like, you're not going to ever be able to believe anything you see ever again. It was a completely human looking thing in human movement, and they'll just be able to put anybody's voice. They'll be able to, you will not be able to trust anything you see ever.
Right. Then again, we can see a sequel to Casablanca. Wouldn't that be great? You could literally get the speech patterns of Bogart and Ingrid Bergman, and you could just. I can do. When I was learning animation 10 years ago, back then they had a thing, text to speech, where you could type something in and a voice would. I mean, you can do it now. You can now. Like, you have Final Draft, right? You can have your script performed, and you get all these different voices. It's robotic, but but in a couple of years, if not now, they could literally take you could feed everything Humphrey Bogart ever said into a computer and create a program that with a little tweaking will make you think Humphrey Bogart is speaking to you. So why wouldn't you be able to do Casablanca too? And how would you have it end? Like what happens after?
How would this?
If I commissioned you, if we got hired to write Casablanca 2, what would you?
I don't even know where to begin. I'd have to sit down and rewatch the original, and which I haven't done in a long, long time. So I don't know. You have a pitch for CB2?
Yeah, Rick contracts emphysema and spends the rest of World War II hooked up to an oxygen tank and dies a slow, painful death.
Okay.
Sidney Greenstreet chokes on his own acid reflux a year later.
I'm going to say, how about this? What if, what's his name?
Sidney Greenstreet.
What's the character's name?
Rick.
Huh?
Rick.
Yeah. Rick starts stealing high-end cars and racing them through the streets against Vin Diesel. We got something.
We got something. Sam says, play it yourself.
It's the Fast and the Furious.
Yes.
I always wanted the sequel to be called Faster and Furious.
What would it have been like if Bill Cosby had gotten part of the television version of Casablanca, if he was Rick?
I can't remember.
Of all the ginger, like, okay. Hey, let me ask you a question.
The famous speech.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Play it, Sam. If you could play it for her, you could play it for me. Bill Cosby in the television version. We all know that NBC did a television version of Casablanca in the 80s where
I don't feel like I have my Bill Cosby.
Okay, I know. I'm putting you on the spot. All I can say
I just don't have it in my, it's like I have him in my brain now as this jailbird.
Smigel could do Bill Cosby. Like, I've gone on drives with him where I've just talk like Bill Cosby. If I could talk like Bill Cosby, I know that I'm so sick I would get locked into that voice. Like I'd have to be taken to a shrink. They'd say, why is he only talking like Bill Cosby? Because
I only have a few more minutes. I want to tell you that I'm reading Michael Pollan's book, How to Change Your Mind.
With LSD.
Or psilocybin, what they call psychedelics. They have other different names for them. But I really think it's an important book and it's an important subject. And I think the mushrooms are going to save the world, that the mushrooms are conscious and they are sending us the message. And we need a transformation of our thinking, because and you talking on your podcast is not going to do it.
No. Did you ever do mushrooms with the Warren Spotswood?
I did LSD with Warren Spotswood. I don't think I did mushrooms.
What was it like doing LSD with Warren? That must have been, Warren Spotswood, not Warren Thomas.
Like LSD. He was like human LSD.
He was like he was. So what was that like?
Well, LSD is a hard thing to describe, but setting is important with how you do it. I'm trying to remember if I even did it with him. I may have gotten it from him. You're in your own journey, really. It's not like you're not interacting with other people. You're going kind of inward. So I can't say that doing it with Warren was being with Warren in everyday life was kind of crazy. You experienced that,
right? We have newspapers and have editorial policies, and there's an editorial policy on this show, and that is we do not condone the use of hallucinogens. The official position is we do not support the use of hallucinogens, LSD, or mushrooms unless it's medically supervised. That is the official. It is very dangerous for kids to experiment with that stuff.
I agree that it could be dangerous for kids. It's not really for kids. It's more for middle-aged people. You should read the book. To just be, completely anti it is like a little bit like being an anti-vaxxer and saying, I'm doing my own research. I mean,
right.
You really should do your own research as far as educating yourself to the history of all the research that was done into it and where all that comes from and what they found and what they're doing with it now.
Right.
Before you opine too much.
No. I love Michael Pollan, and not just because he's Michael J. Fox's,
writer.
And he's Michael J. Fox's brother-in-law. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. He's married to Michael J. Fox's sister?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Pollan. Was it Tracy Pollan? Something?
I think her name is Julie. He mentions her in this book.
Yeah. Anyway,
I can't remember the name.
He's married to Michael J. Fox's sister, and he's a great writer. In fact, he turned me on to sourdough bread, as a matter of fact. He and his Netflix series on food is amazing. It's just amazing. I'm just saying that when you read that soldiers with PTSD are being treated with mushrooms or microdoses of LSD, that they're discovering that microdoses of LSD can treat depression and all these. Wow. That's great news.
Right.
That doesn't mean you should be that you on your own should be figuring out your own dosages of hallucinogens.
But for the most part, I think most people don't need to be on any kind of dosage or regular. It's one of the most interesting drugs. If an animal does it, or people, they don't go back for more. It's completely not addictive. And I did it a long time ago, and I felt like it was a really important experience in my life, but I don't feel like, I need to do it again.
Well, but some people, like Lennon, supposedly, John Lennon was, 500, 1,000 trips. And
right. And that's him. And I would say that for the number of people that it would, I think if the whole world were given a psychedelic trip, there would be some people that would be harmed by it, but much, much more, the world would be helped by it.
Now, very quickly, when you say mushrooms, not just as hallucinogens, what is it about mushrooms that are special, and why are they the future? As a source of protein, because they grow so quickly, they can take carbon dioxide out of the air. What is it about mushrooms that are so important?
They used mushrooms, I believe, a certain kind after the Exxon Valdez spill, that they were able to surround.
I love my mushrooms with oil. Who doesn't? I get a little mushroom, some oil. You got little pasta fazool.
Impressionist.
Huh?
You don't do characters.
I don't do characters.
Who said that?
I don't even know what that voice was.
But yes, that they'll be able to sequester carbon. But I also think that they'll be able to tell us, they will be able to change people's minds, literally, how to change your mind. And a lot of things that you talk about, rejecting consumerism and accepting other people, and, that love, protecting each other, and realizing that we are all connected. You can say that to people all you want, and they don't get it. And that's the idea of these psychedelic trips, is that you experience it and you bring that experience back and you go, oh, now I see it. It's not just the understanding of it. It's the actual having experienced it.
Right. You've rejected consumerism.
To some extent.
I think to more than anybody I know. You're on a farm. You don't really, you make your own food, you pick your own crops, you grow your own weed.
Yeah.
You do. I mean, you're not looking through Macy's catalogs for the latest air purifier.
No. And I do, and I bake my own bread, and I the way you talk about it, the way it's like, you can't mess it up. You can't mess it up. All you do is you put flour and water and salt, and you can't mess it up. And it's like, gee, I don't know what kind of bread you're eating. That's horrible. It's easy. You got to get good at it, or else like you stop doing it and you just buy stuff at the store. It takes some time. It takes some practice and it takes some work to actually get good at it. And once you do, my daughter says that there is no bread on earth like mine, but it takes some practice.
I came up with a new character.
Ooh.
The guy who tells younger parents, don't worry so much. You worry too much. Your kids, it's like children, it's like a river. Just, make sure that there are no branches blocking the flow. There's a natural flow, and clear the rocks. Make sure there's no beavers built any dams, and then get out of the way. Calm down. And then you meet my kids, and they're disasters. My kids are horror shows.
Hold on. Ask who I'm calling.
Who are you calling?
Lorne Michaels.
Ah.
Because that character is so good. I can't even tell him about it. You have to have him audition.
Lorne Michaels. John Ross, follow him on Twitter. I love you, buddy. Fun with Friction.
You're doing a great job on your show.
Thank you. I wish you meant it.
I'm sorry I bring it down for half an hour, but
no, you're the best. You're the best. Thank you. John Ross, everybody.
Goodbye.
Wow, somebody, I think John's had a stroke. Remember you said your father, what was the joke you did about your dad? Where the punchline was the stroke. Hang on.
I said,
let me do what our relatives do to you. John, tell everybody that joke from your act where the punchline is the stroke. A stroke. Do that thing. It's great. You're gonna let. He says a stroke, and it's so funny. Go ahead, do the bit.
Let me see if I said my dad and I didn't get along when I was growing up because he was a very angry type A personality, very high strung. But we get along much better now because he's mellowed out. And you know what mellows you out? I think. Strokes. Almost always brings you down a peg.
Right.
Hard to be an asshole when you're drooling. These are the tags.
Yes, this is a great joke. Hey, you know what I want to do? I want to create a Christmas tradition.
Okay.
Where you tell the story of your father after D-Day.
Sure.
That I would love. In fact, that should be a Christmas tradition. The story of John's father liberating France. It is the greatest story. Every time I hear, I have told that story and I get chills with the tag, with the phone call that comes. How many years later did the phone call come?
Got to be probably 30 years, I would think.
I think more than 30 years.
Well, 44.
I actually told, I swear it on my life, told that story. I've told that story to a lot of people, and I actually get choked up when I talk about the phone call because these boys, your father, how old was he?
Well, he was 19.
But he enlisted at what age?
19. I think. I don't know, 18.
I thought he told the Luftwaffe draft office that he was 17, but he believed so much in Hitler.
No, I think you're conflating another person, as you often do.
Your father wasn't up with the SS during World War?
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Okay. Right, we're going to tell that story next week. And in fact, I'm going to put music under it, and we'll make it like Ira Glass.
And to be fair, you did get the chills when you told that story, but that's because you have Omicron.
They used to be my agent. That was my agent.
Yeah, I remember.
Does that sound like a pretentious?
Well, it sounds like Omnipop.
What's the name of the virus?
Omicron, and the agency was Omnipop.
Right. I like that. I love you, John. You're listening. I'll see you next week, and we'll get music.
Is it next week already? Is Christmas? It's going to be several weeks, right?
No, but you want to do it on Christmas Day?
Oh, no, my wife would kill me. But
What are you doing for Christmas with her?
the family comes over, and we decorated our tree. Here, you want to see the tree?
You have a tree in your. You're not
No, it's
supposed
like
to have
the
a
enemy in
tree.
the house.
That's
but,
defeat. You've been defeated. That's the.
I know.
Wow. See, but that's what when in intermarriage, John.
Yeah.
That's when you've lost. When the tree comes into the house,
And it's from a
they've won.
It's from a sustainable farm where they're not individual Christmas trees. It's a place where the way the tree grows, you cut it and then you leave the stump, and then new trees grow up out of the sides, and you hike up and you cut down your own tree, and it's one price for anyone you cut. And so it's fun. You go hunting for your tree, and you go up there and you cut it down.
You know what isn't sustainable?
What's that?
Your resistance to Christianity. They got you. When they get the tree, when you get the tree, that's the deal you make with intermarriage. They can't.
You know what isn't sustainable?
What?
My marriage. Wait,
So pick the joke that works.
You know what isn't sustainable?
Yeah.
Your erections.
I wish I could get an erection. I'd give anything to be able to sustain an
You know what I got
erection.
you for Christmas?
What?
A couple of popsicle sticks and some duct tape.
This is the joke from my. There's a joke in my act that John gave me that I cannot wait to tell. There's Ben Burgess. Professor Ben Burgess, author of Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, is joining us. There's a joke that John Ross gave me, and it's a joke that it gets. If I have to do stand up, I jump out of bed because I get to tell this joke. So how does the joke go? This is a gift you gave
No,
me.
it's your joke. You tell it.
Well, so it's I can't.
Don't jump out of bed too fast.
I know. I don't need Viagra. It's insulting to a woman right before you're about to make love to have to take a blue pill. What is that saying to a woman when you, excuse me, honey, you're very attractive, but let me just sneak off for a second and take a blue pill so I can get an erection to make love. I don't do that. That's tacky. When I find a woman who's attractive, I just whip out 2 popsicle sticks and some duct tape. Because I have class. I'm not going to take a pill. I don't need the pharmaceutical industry to help me with a boner. I got 2 popsicle sticks and some duct tape. I made it my own. You gave me the joke, but I made it my own. It's a great joke.
And now, as the great Bobby Bitter said to the Pope,
Follow that, motherfucker. I love you, John. Next week, we'll tell the story of your father, John Ross.
Very good. Bye, Mike.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Joining us either in Michigan or Georgia. Where are you tonight?
Georgia.
You're in Georgia, where you teach at Perimeter. You also teach at Rutgers. You're a columnist for Jacobin. You've written Give Them an Argument, which is also the name of your podcast that you can watch on YouTube. And you've also written Canceling Comedians While the World Burns. I want to ask you about Christopher Hitchens. When you said to me today, what should we talk about? I said Orwell. And you said, what are you talking about? And I thought, didn't he write a book on, no, he wrote a book on Christopher Hitchens. What is the difference between Christopher Hitchens and George Orwell? Why did I confuse the two?
Well, Hitchens wrote about Orwell. And by the way, I should say I'm not teaching at Perimeter right this second. I might teach a class there soon, but anyway, yeah. So Hitchens wrote a book called Orwell. The subtitle, a little bit of it is a nod to that book. It's called Why Orwell Matters, and The difference between them, I mean, probably a lot of differences.
What is the name of your book?
Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters.
Okay. So it's kind of rooted in the Orwell book.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, part of the title is a reference to the Orwell book.
Right. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, just off the top of my head, I think that, I mean, obviously Orwell was a novelist, which Hitchens was not. He hung out with a lot of novelists, people like Julian Barnes and Martin Amis, and he said it made him realize that he couldn't do what they did. He wrote essays, but he never tried to do that. I think that both of them had low points and did things, that I certainly have a low opinion of it at certain points in their careers, which, although very different, in the two cases. But I think that like probably the most important difference is just that they're products of very different historical eras. And I think that I think that part of the explanation, that middle part of the title, right, How He Went Wrong, does have to do with that difference. So
my understanding of Orwell, and it's not much, is that he taught us not to trust the Soviet Union, which was good, and he taught us the dangers of totalitarianism. But near the end of his life, he became a rabid anti-communist who named names. Is that true?
Sort of.
And how problematic is that? Is that consistent with the Orwell who fought against?
Yeah. So I will say, I think what he actually did do was bad, but I don't think it's quite the way. Like, I think that like a lot of leftists, there's a telephone game thing, with the way that they talk about that. It's not quite right.
Okay.
So, which is not to say that the real version is great, but it's not quite that, right? So because when you say name names, right, what that suggests is something like the House Un-American Activities Committee, where you go there and you tell people, who's a red, and, and then, they're called before the committee, and, and if they don't cooperate, I mean, God knows, right? You end up like Dalton Trumbo going to jail for contempt of court, or you at the very least end up getting blacklisted for your job. And that's not actually what was the case here. I think what actually happened in this case is while Orwell was dying, there was some sort of project that, like the British version of the State Department, I might be getting this very slightly wrong, but I think this is at least about right, was doing, where they were trying to find writers to counter, Soviet influence. And so, somebody who's working on this asked him for advice about who would be good for the project. He, and I think at that point, he was trying to remember, and he mentioned, like, he had like a private diary that he asked somebody to go get for him. He said, okay, here's some people who I don't think would be appropriate, because I think they're fellow travelers. So I don't think you should ask them to participate in that. So I think that the dramatic consequences of naming names in a context like McCarthyism doesn't apply to this. Where you can criticize him, and I think you should, is the fact that he's somebody who had a political position about the Cold War such that he would have been asked that question in the first place, right? Like, in other words, this is what I was saying about the dramatically different historical periods, that they both went wrong in one way or another, but I think in interestingly different ways, right? So I think that the way that Orwell went wrong by that point in his career, I mean, he never became a right-winger. He was very much a supporter of the Labor Party in the era when the Labor Party was actually at its most radical. He was doing things like nationalizing the coal mines and creating the NHS. So he was, a much more moderate socialist than he'd been in the 30s, but still definitely a socialist. He was sufficiently afraid of the Soviet Union that even though he did have a few places where he sort of said we need something like what would ultimately become the EU to balance out American power, still he was willing to sort of throw in his lot, with the United States, because he was so concerned I think in a really exaggerated way, about the Soviet Union, I don't know, winning the Cold War, and I think that was a bad mistake, right? I think if you look at things that happened since Orwell died. I think Noam Chomsky always got it right when he said that the Soviet Union was a regional gangster, but the United States was a global gangster.
Right.
That like within the Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe, it would sometimes, do things like, send in the troops to crush, local governments that had gotten too independent or introduce certain democratic reforms. But they really had no aspirations beyond anything but that sort of buffer zone in Eastern Europe. Mm-hmm. To protect themselves against, what they saw as Western imperialist encirclement. That was like Stalin and his successors, what they thought they'd learned from World War II.
Talk to me, if you could. This is really interesting. I can't wait to read your book. I haven't gotten to it yet. The moral arc of the leftist universe, because Orwell, you say, was a socialist, or at least a supporter of the labor.
Yeah, definitely.
But what changes? Is the Spanish Civil War? Does that sort people out? What happens at the Spanish? Ethan Hirschenfeld is early. He's distracting me, so I'm gonna turn his video off. Sure.
Yeah,
he's in Red Notice, by the way. But go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that the Spanish Civil War is an important part of the story with Orwell. So I think that just to recap really quickly for anybody who's unfamiliar with this, during the Civil War in Spain, when Franco was rebelled against the Spanish Republic, and there were all these international volunteers who went to fight in Spain. And this is all, part of the context of Franco rebelling is that Spain, to a certain extent, was undergoing, a left-wing, revolution. And you had, certainly cities, that were, areas that were largely taken over by, some faction of, radical socialists or anarchists, although they did, coalesce into this big popular front to try to stop Franco. But during the phase of the Spanish Civil War in which Orwell was involved, beyond the sort of main army of the Spanish Republic, there were all these militias that were controlled by different political factions that were doing their part to fight the fascists. So Orwell volunteered for this kind of quasi-Trotskyist militia. It was called POUM, for Party of Marxist Unification in Spain. And he actually wrote a book about it called Homage to Catalonia, which is...
You can slow down, because this is something we're going to be talking week after week about going into the new year. So you can, if you want to talk about the Spanish Civil War and how it affected Orwell, let's. There's no need to speed through this, because we're going to be pushing your book, and this is important stuff. Sure.
So let's do. Not try to do anything but Orwell today, and then maybe have a little preview of how it might relate to Hitchens at the end.
Right.
But yeah, so Orwell wrote this book called Homage to Catalonia, and this clearly, the point at which Orwell writes this book is Orwell at his most radical. It's this, ode to how, in this region of Spain, where it was run, by, anarchists and Marxists and, and all of that. And, workers had taken over, all of these businesses, and he's even pretty cavalier. In fact, even Christopher Hitchens, as much as Hitchens hated religion, says that Orwell was too cavalier about this, about the sort of way they'd burn churches and,
Hitchens, who said Mother Teresa should, was burning in hell. He offended Hitchens?
Yes, wow. Yes, that's because Orwell's position was, look, the Catholic Church is on the side of the fascists, so fuck them. Like you can shoot all the priests you want, I'm for it, Wow. But and that was a little too far even for Hitchens, even though he idolized Orwell and obviously hated religion, but yeah, so. So this is like Orwell, his most flamingly revolutionary. His position in the book is that you could only stop fascism by having a socialist revolution. If you stop short of that, you're just going to be letting fascism back in the back door anyway. Right. But of course, this was very far from the position of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party of Spain, etc. Right? That those forces thought that people like the POUM, this kind of semi-Trotskyist, militia that Orwell was part of, people like the anarchist militias in Spain, etc. They thought that these guys were like wreckers, that they were trying to like prematurely wage revolution in ways that would actually get in the way of defeating the fascists in Spain, and that it was actually really important to stop that. That was the Moscow position at the time, and because the Soviet Union was really the only power that was giving guns and money to the Spanish Republic at that point. Like FDR, I think, wanted to, but Congress wouldn't let him. So given that, obviously, Stalin's views had a lot of sway, even beyond the sort of natural influence of the Communist Party in Spain. Right. And eventually, like, they really cracked down in a pretty vicious and ugly way on, groups like the one that Orwell was part of. And, he saw that crackdown happening in Spain, and that's really what, turned him much harder than he had been before. Against the Soviet Union, because he says in that book that when he first showed up to Spain, he would have been just as happy to join like the main army. In fact, that was kind of his plan at the time. It's really just that this is like the first recruiter he ran into, and the difference really didn't matter to him as long as he was fighting the fascists. He was good, but seeing the way that they were really bringing like what would become the KGB, back then it was called the GPU, into Spain and killing people at the sort of final stage of this crackdown and really viciously cracking down on it, really convinced him. That was like the first big, I don't want to oversimplify his trajectory here, but my impression is that that's like what really convinced him that the Soviet Union was bad news to a much greater extent than he might have thought before. There's a good book. There's a good movie, by the way. That's it doesn't like call the character George Orwell or anything, and it's not quite, but it's at least obviously somewhat inspired by the Orwell book. It's a Ken Loach movie. It's called Land and Freedom. People want to check that out. But
where does it take place?
What's that?
Land and Freedom takes place where?
Oh yeah, Land and Freedom takes place in the Spanish Civil War. It's a story about a British volunteer in Spain who follows somewhat the same trajectory that Orwell did in real life. Fictional character, but it's like I said, it's.
Let me ask you a question, because we're almost out of time.
I should just say really quickly that
Christopher Hitchens in Iraq.
Yeah, right. Well, this is and that's a big subject. It's what a lot of the book is about. But is how somebody who started out with most of what he wrote about politics for the first 30 years of his career, I agree with. There's some important exceptions. We can get into those, but most of it I agree with, and it's very well said. So how is it that he ended up in this place where he was actually willing to, support the worst thing that the United States has done in, decades?
He began to view, I think, the term Islamofascism. I think Christopher Hitchens saw something in Islam that Orwell saw in communism. Is that fair?
Sort of, yeah. I think that, or really not even what Orwell saw in communism, but presumably
in religion.
What Orwell saw. Hitchens's view in the last years of his life And you could say, if you want to trace a line from Orwell, that's like a bad line, right? That's like a way that Orwell influenced him in a bad direction. This would be it, right? That he saw, that like totalitarianism per se was the problem. And he had this kind of view that religion was like the primordial fount of all totalitarianism. And so it all had to be combated, both in the sort of American evangelical varieties, right? One of Hitchens' most memorable lines is, when he was on Sean Hannity, Hannity and Colmes, and, was never invited back, when he said the day after Jerry Falwell died that Falwell had been so full of shit that if they'd given him enema, they could have buried him in a matchbox.
We're going to continue on this. I don't mean to.
Sure.
I don't mean to brag. Go ahead, and I'll tell you. Something.
Yeah. There's a lot to say here. I would just say that. There's if you want a good sense of Orwell's political trajectory, not quite by the time he got to the point we were talking about earlier, but, certainly well along the way. There's a classic essay he wrote in 1946 called Why I Write, where, he says, here's the line: the Spanish War and other events 1936 to 37 turned the scale, and thereafter I knew where I stood. Every line of serious work that I've written since 1936 has been written directly or indirectly against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism as I understand it. Now that's Orwell. I think that in Hitchens' case, the reason why I said what sort of went wrong with Hitchens is different from what went wrong with Orwell. I think that a big part of the story here has to be Hitchens giving up over the course of the 90s on the idea that any sort of socialism was ever going to happen, even though that had been previously what he dedicated his life to. But as you say, lots to cover here. This is probably right. What we can get to.
We're going to be talking, if you'll come back, we're going to focus on Christopher Hitchens into the new year with your segment. One of the reasons life is unfair is I got to meet Christopher Hitchens several times, and I don't think you did.
No, certainly not.
This is one of the things. One of the most unfair things is that Triumph the Insult Comic Dog gained access to candidates that regular journalists could not. And Christopher Hitchens, in my previous life on the Dennis Miller Show, it was a frequent guest. Speaking of people who became fascists, Dennis Miller, and literally, but working for Dennis was great. And I'm not a star effer, but when there was somebody I wanted to meet, I exercised what little influence I had. So I used to hang out in the dressing room with Christopher Hitchens. We'd get him his scotch. I think it was scotch, and he really
Johnny Walker Black, right? That's what he drank.
And he chain smoked, and I couldn't believe how much he was capable of ingesting before he went on. And I literally sat at his feet and asked him questions. One of the things he said to me before 2001. It was around the time of the Second Intifada. I said, "So what did we do about Israel?" And he said, "I hope I'm." He was drinking. He said, "You bomb the Temple on the Mount. Just level all these." Buildings. Just go in there with the military, destroy all the Jewish, the Christian, and the Islamic buildings, and your problems in Israel will be over.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's a fun line. I kind of see that as Hitchens at his most ridiculous.
Right.
Although I think there is an interesting story to tell about.
That's an unfair. I feel guilty because he did say that to me, but he said it in a dressing room. It wasn't for public consumption, and he had been consuming.
You have no trouble convincing me that that's something he might say.
Right, but I don't know if that's something. I don't know if that's something I should have But anyway,
well, I'm glad you did. I always like those stories, but yeah, I think there is an interesting story to tell about his views about Palestine, but some future installment.
Yes. Ben Burgis, the name of the book is
Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, Why He Still Matters.
Hold that up because I'm about to buy it. Hold it up closer to the monitor, please. Christopher Hitchens. That's a beautiful cover. Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right. Hang on for one. Let me plug this because I'm about to buy it. And I'm not hinting that you should send it to me like you did every other book you've written. I'll buy it myself.
We'll send it to you if you want.
No, I'll buy it. No. Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why It Still Matters by Ben Burgis. Buy this book. I haven't read it. I can't endorse it. I haven't read it. But I can tell you to buy Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, as well as Give Them an Argument. And I can also tell you to listen to Give Them an Argument. It is state of the art on every level. And I can tell Professor Ben Burgis, do you want Catherine Liu's phone number? Virtue orders.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. No, I think it'd be fun to talk to Catherine Liu.
She is amazing. We should have Professor. Thank you. I hope to see you next week. Professor.
All right, comedian.
Thank you. I see Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, who was missing, and we have Ethan. You're listening to The David Feldman Show. Follow me on Twitter. Friend me on Facebook. When we come back, we will be joined by the Hirschenfelds.
Hello.
I'm a porcine gourmand of the art of romance. I'm a maestro of the boudoir when I take off my pants. All of this is true, all of the above. I wouldn't lie to you, 'cause I'm a pig for love.
Big for love.
My appetite's rapacious, but my capacity is dim. I seem so audacious, some call me Gentleman Jim. When all is said and done, and the push comes to shove, I'm second to none, 'cause I'm a pig for love. He's a pig for love. Some ladies claim that my lips are delicious. Others won't come close, 'cause they think I'm suspicious. Please pardon me if I'm somewhat repetitious, like a hand in a glove. I'm a pig for love. Yeah, I'm a pig for love. He's 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 a pig for love.
What's up, Dad?
How you doing?
How's it going?
Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Were you singing? There's Ethan Hirschenfeld. Can you turn your video on, or do I have to turn you on? You should record. You should record with Professor Mike Steinel.
I would love to.
That would make a great. Now, joining us, let me give you, gentlemen, a proper introduction. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld is a Freudian psychoanalyst. Ethan Hirschenfeld is a comedian. And
Hello.
are you about to go on, sir?
No, I just finished shooting. I was shooting an episode today of a TV show. I had a gig. It's this CBS show called Bull. Yeah.
So where are you?
I'm in the dressing room at the studio. The studio's out in Ridgewood, which is like on the border of Queens and Brooklyn. And that's where all their sets are and the dressing rooms. So we shot today and I just finished. It timed out perfectly. And they have very good Wi-Fi.
Are you wet?
I'm a bit schwitzed. I get schwitzed because I get excited to see you and to see the doctor. I'm schwitzing. Maybe I should, yeah.
And
Because you know what? The heat is on. They don't care about, this was something my dad had in common with Jimmy Carter back in the day. He was all about keep the house like 66, 68 and put on a sweater.
Right.
Like, what are we doing here? We're still just burning all of this fossil fuel. It's insane. We don't need it.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I have a sweatshirt on. That's not smart.
Right. So, Doctor.
Do you remember my harangue, my constant harangue?
Turn off the lights. Yeah.
You're making.
You said, like we were supporting
Saudis rich.
Yeah, you're making the Saudis rich. That was his mantra. Yeah.
Right. Dr. Hirschenfeld, earlier in the show, I came up with a subtitle, a log line for my show, America's Grandpa. That I think that I should call myself America's Grandpa because I am not responsible for my opinions, but I can tell people how to behave, how to raise. Like, I think grandparenting, what role does a grandparent play in human development? There is a carelessness that comes with being a grandparent because you can opine and say things, and then the parents, if everybody's alive, the parents can serve as moderators of what information is being handed down from grandpa. How important are grandparents in the development of a child?
They can be extremely important for the good or not for the good. And if they opine too much and stick their nose in places where they shouldn't be, that's not so much for the good. If they are supportive of the parents in a genuine supportive way, and if they provide an emotional connection with the grandchildren, which is not as hot and heavy as it is between parent and children. And I can give you an example of that I just ran across today. They can be a wonderful emotional buffer. You see this young man here?
Yes.
Who is such a wonderful, talented, everything.
And don't forget Ethan. Ethan's also here.
Yeah, Ethan's here too. And we seem to have a very good relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's a disaster. See, that's the magic of TV. I don't know. What were you going to say?
I ran across a little note he wrote to me at age 6 or 7 that I kept.
I think I know the note.
It says, fucking F-U-K-E-N, fucking daddy. I hope you live a disgusting life.
I think I gave it. I found it a number of years ago and gave it to you. I thought,
Now, I would have written back, you can't, that's a bad choice of words. Disgusting life. That's that implies that you're not necessarily unhappy. Right. Disgusting is how other people would view my life, but I may be happy. So you might want to come up with a better word than disgust. I would have noted it and handed it back and say, write it again.
Right. I was 6. I was not much of a reader.
or a writer for that matter.
Well, you got to read first before you can write.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also wanted to point out, by the way, if I never apologized for handing you that note, I still don't. No, I'm kidding. No, I didn't apologize.
I'm sure I deserved it. I've no
Please accept.
doubt. I've no doubt that I deserved it.
Okay.
Wow.
Let bygones be bygones. What I want to say about grandparents is they can be, I wanted to pick up on something that the good doctor was saying, which is that in the case of a grandparent to grandchild relationship that is supportive and loving, that can come in extremely handy in the event of an air disaster where the parents are lost. Because it's rare that all those generations are together on the airplane. So it's the grandparents, it's good to have them kind of
Right.
be on deck in case of the air.
Good points. Yes.
Right. So I have a fantasy of how I would be grandparenting. In fact, I'm thinking of adopting grandchildren. I'm thinking of
Okay.
just going out and getting grandchildren without having to go through my kids as intermediaries, because I'm not sure they would allow me to grandparent. I think I would make a great grandparent because I would sit at the head of the table and pass judgment on everybody and tell everybody what they're doing wrong and how they have to think and how they have to behave. But I would do it over the top, so I would lose all credibility, but there would still be a germ of truth in what I'm saying, so that on the ride home, my kids could say to my grandkids, Grandpa, he's out of his mind, but he was right about Nixon. That he was right about. The stuff about shooting anybody who voted for Nixon, that's over the top. But he is right about Nixon. And that to me that's a Jewish grandfather, isn't it?
I think you should be kept away from anyone under 25.
But isn't that basically a Jewish grandfather? Because my grandparents were immigrants, and I didn't really get to have them.
Some.
My father's father had one of my great memories of him. He had a beautiful Chrysler. This Chrysler was sort of gold colored with, I think, a black top, and it was about 32 feet long, and it had a very big trunk. And you put the key in the back where there was like an eagle. There was sort of a logo of an eagle, and that was the trunk. And in the trunk there, he had like a few 6-packs of Schlitz. So,
Really?
Yeah, he had like warm Schlitz.
Oh, he was
So
an
I
auto
remember
mechanic, right?
Yeah.
He fixed the springs on the bottom. It was a little bit specialized, but yeah,
Right.
But that was a good memory. He would keep Schlitz or local Wilkes-Barre beer, Stegmaier.
Gibbons, yes.
Yeah, but maybe it was Gibbons. It was cans of, I think, lukewarm beer and he was a very good joke teller. I think he's actually a really good example of how a grandparent can be excellent, because apparently maybe in certain ways he wasn't a great dad, but he was kind of a great granddad, an excellent granddad, because he was very generous. He always had a joke. He was very playful. He liked to kibitz. He was like he had a kind of absurdist streak, and that's perfect for a grandparent. But that's not necessarily the greatest quiver of traits for a parent who should be there and be on top of things all the time.
See, I didn't have, both my grandfathers were escaping pogroms that they probably caused themselves. They come to America and they say, "Welcome to America. Guess what? You're going back to Europe. Here's a gun. You're going to go fight." And both my grandparents fought in World War I, and one came back. His lungs were ravaged by mustard gas when he ordered something about a joke about mustard. I don't know. I ordered a side of coleslaw gas. Anyway, and he died when I was a kid. I didn't really know him. And then my other grandfather had Parkinson's disease, so it was not, I didn't have a strong like a grandfather, and I always had this fantasy that there'd be a grandfather who would say, you know, your parents are idiots, just between you and me, like, just, you know, listen to them. Oh, but both your parents are idiots. That's the role of a grandparent. Just, you know, obey your parents, but they're idiots, right?
And he wet his bed till he was 15. David, I'm thinking maybe instead of America's granddad, how about America's step granddad?
It makes me more emotionally available if it's a stepdad. Yeah,
even more attenuated, just less responsibility.
There is an old joke. Why do grandparents and grandchildren get along so well? Because they have a common enemy.
Oh, that's funny.
I want to ask you about luck, because it's December.
Luck tonight. Luck be sorry.
Somebody in the chat room said Ethan looks like he's in a detention center.
It's so funny that they said that, because when I was having lunch here, you know, we went over that you get your little to-go lunch, and I'm sitting here. It really feels like it's in the exact dimensions of a cell. See, I'll show you though. There is the name, like the character is on the door.
Robert
So the
Woods.
name of the character is on the door, but then besides that, it's the exact dimensions, I think, of either a freshman dorm room or a detention center. Like, yeah, it's an ICE detention facility. It's that.
And this is Robert Wood, I believe, was one of a president of CBS at one time. I wonder if there is. Yeah, I wonder if.
I think I'm Woods. Let me check the door again to get my name. Oh yeah, I'm Woods. Robert Woods.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luck. This is. I want to ask you about luck, gambling, depression, and casinos, because there's a bill before Congress right now that would pretty much make Indian casinos, would allow them to spread throughout the country. And of course, the casino operators are against this. They don't. Las Vegas and Atlantic City they don't want to dilute their business. It's December. There are times when I feel lucky. I remember there's a scene in the movie about the Cuban Missile Crisis that Kevin Costner was in, and they said after they avoided Bull Durham, yes, with Susan Sarandon. No, it's not 13 Days, but it came out. It's Kevin Costner. He plays Kenny O'Donnell and it's a pretty detailed representation of what happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis. And after it was all settled, I think McNamara says to Bundy, or somebody says, we're on a roll. Let's roll the tables now. This is where we can make a deal with Khrushchev on missiles in Germany. You know, we can, like, we're on a lucky streak. And I remember seeing that movie. It came out in 2001, and I thought that's kind of interesting. When that's a good lesson for life. When you're on a lucky streak, ask for things. Like if things feel good, you know, apply for more jobs. Call up comedy club owners and, ask for work. Ask for things when you feel lucky. That's how I view that there are strings of luck. I do, and I've noticed that in life that I go through lucky streaks.
I think any statistician. By the way, that was the one subject in math I could never get my head around: statistics. And
what are the odds of that you couldn't be good at statistics? Anybody know what the odds are of that?
It's so funny you said that. I actually had a joke very similar to that about how bad I said I was good in math, but bad at probability. What are the odds? I mean, I literally had that. Exception.
Really?
Yeah, we have very.
What are the odds that I saw Thug Thug Jew and accidentally stole it?
No.
Is it in Thug Thug Jew?
I don't think it's in there.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not. I think I left it out.
Okay.
I think. Anyway, listen. It's an illusion. Any statistician will tell you there's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as a streak. There's simply random events. And then with hindsight, you can attribute
patterns.
You can find patterns looking backwards. Yeah, I think I heard a sports statistician debunking that idea, which is so prevalent among announcers. He's due for a hit. He's due for a hit. No one's ever due for anything. You're going to get a hit or you're not. It's that whole thing with like when you flip the coin. Each time the chances are 50-50, even though you feel like you're due.
However, if you believe that you're on a lucky streak,
exactly,
it gives you some added confidence in yourself that may promote your chances of whatever it is you're going to try to do next, like go for a job interview or bomb the Soviet Union.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It's exactly that. It's the perception of the random events coupled with the emotional effect of your perception, which then can lead to behaviors that actually will promote you feel is your luck. Absolutely. That is what happens. Yeah.
And so when they say count your blessings, in a way that is motivating you to see a pattern of happiness, like of a lucky streak, that if you literally look at, you say, what do I have to be grateful for? You see a pattern. So how does, I'm going to turn Emil off, if you don't mind. Welcome. He's coming up at 7. Thank you, Emil. So that leads me to gambling, which I think of all the vices, it is the
only one that comes with free drinks.
Well, prostitution. I mean, if you go to a bordello, they throw in the drinks, I think. I haven't worked at one for years, but
yeah.
To me, gambling is the most pernicious because it's been normalized. And
I was in my dollar coffee place this morning, like an idiot. I got the $5 coffee at this one place and a chocolate croissant. Then a few minutes later, I found myself in the bodega getting the $1 coffee and a roll. So I had both. In any case, there was a line. There was a woman in front of me who was just doing her regular buying of that lottery ticket, and then another woman behind, and they were really going over into the details. Did you get my regulars? And I thought, this is legalized government executed crime.
And you said, I have a roll. You want to be on a roll. I just ordered a roll. I don't have a joke there. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was bad. I risked it and I failed. I had a roll joke. It's
a tax on the poor. That's what the lottery is. It's an extra tax on the poor.
But it is cruel in a country that has no social safety net. It is absolutely grotesque to watch people throwing their cash. I mean, there's a million other things you could buy. Buy a seat, buy a bond, do something with the money. But buy a book. The lottery really should be illegal.
Right, and then you have this new phenomenon. And I love Patton Oswalt, but he's doing commercials for, is it Caesars Sportsbook? And then you have Ben Affleck, who, according to the gossip pages, is a degenerate gambler. What I've read is that one of the reasons Jennifer Gardner divorced him is because he's a degenerate gambler, and he's doing commercials for...
But he owns that insurance company, though, right?
Affleck.
Oh, that's Affleck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's different.
He also. I don't want to be that kind of person who would cast aspersions on someone in the same field. But
that's why we have. I love Patton Oswalt. He's been good. He was one of the first people to support this podcast. But he's doing commercials for sports books. I can't.
I was simply going to say that Affleck's acting in that Math movie with Matt, it's so horrible. His acting was horrible. It's shocking me that guy became
Goodwill. You're talking about Good Will Hunting.
Yes,
right.
The Math movie. Anyway,
How many scenes, like the scenes between Robin and Matt Damon, did that remind you of your father? Did, having a shrink was
that? Oh, Robin Williams. Oh, that.
Yeah.
You know what? It is funny. All those shrink movies, as the kid of a shrink, the one that really stood out was Ordinary People.
Judd Hirsch. Judd Hirsch.
And there's a hug, and there's that sort of, and then Robin Williams has that hug moment. It's not your fault. And I think I had internalized the ethos of my father's clan of shrinks, which is, it's much more. There would be none of that. So that always struck me as really false. But in retrospect, there very well might be shrinks who do that, like Judd Hirsch. And
there are. And recently there was a discussion online of the American Psychoanalytic Association, and somebody raised the question, what movie therapy is your favorite? And a very well-respected guy said, the relationship in Good Will Hunting is my all-time favorite therapy relationship, and I often watch it just to get rejuvenated.
The great moment for me is when Robin Williams gets really aggressive because Matt Damon is being really cheeky and hyper cerebral, and then he makes a crack about his wife. It turns out she's dead. Sorry about the spoiler. But Robin Williams, then he threatens. He really threatens him almost with murder. I can't remember what he says. Like, I'll end you. I think that's his line. I'll end you, which is different than, I'm sorry, we have to end for today.
Right.
Which is what shrink. Yeah.
Robin.
But I think what people like about that interchange is that it is real. There's nothing phony about it.
Well, but isn't it phony in terms of therapy? I don't think frequently get a therapist threatening the patient's life.
It's not in the playbook of prescribed techniques. But
have you threatened Are you telling us here that did you threaten a patient today? What are you saying?
I don't often get viscerally angry at a patient, but I once did many, many years ago of someone who was in a certain situation, a very nice, thoughtful person, and somebody shows up with a gun. And this person confronts the person with the gun. And I yelled at her, probably because it scared me. And I yelled at her, guns are not the business of doctors. Guns are the business of cops. So stay the fuck away from people with guns.
Oh, somebody had brought a gun to
a certain situation.
And the shrink thought she could deal with somebody holding a gun.
Yeah.
Right.
And then it's ironic that in getting angry at her, you then pulled your gun on her. Two wrongs, two Lugers.
Robin Williams, I will wrap it up, but it's interesting about Robin. He did something, and he didn't always succeed at it, but he was willing to risk mawkish sentimentality, which is, like Chaplin, and it takes real courage to be willing to fall into mawkish sentimentality, because most of the time you're going to fail at it, but when you succeed, and that I always feel lucky that I came out of the San Francisco comedy community, because it was Robin's community. He kind of, you just wanted to, whatever. He just had, and it was okay. It was okay to fail. The thing about failure is nobody sees when you fail. Nobody sees it. if you make a bad movie, if you write a bad television script, the beauty of failure is nobody sees it. So you can if you make something that's horrible, you write a bad song, nobody's going to hear it. So write it. Go ahead. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, I was simply going to say, someone put it in the comments. Dead Poets Society is I think the high point of that whole, what you're talking about. It's so moving and so beautiful and so heartfelt, and in a way you could say over the top, but it's just absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
That was a friend of my father's named Bob used to say to me, what are you afraid of? If you fail, nobody's going to see it.
I like it.
Then again, if you're a comedian and you have a spot on the Tonight Show, they're going to see it. There's like,
but never again.
Never again. They're never going to see me again on. Yeah. Anyway, Dr. Hirschenfeld.
Wait. I would like to second Dr. Burgess's recommendation of Homage to Catalonia. It's an amazing book.
Okay.
And Orwell was an amazing human being.
And we're going to get him on the show to promote his book.
Get him on the show, yes.
We will. That would.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hirschenfeld. Are there any charities? This is the season. Are there any you don't have to. I don't want to put you on the spot.
PETA. This is a PETA T-shirt sent to me by a friend. It says, "Si no es tu mamá, no es tu leche." If it's not your mother, it's not your milk. So it's a vegan. It's promoting veganism. It's very cute. PETA. Even if you're not vegan, to aspire to it and to do that a few days a week, you're helping a lot. So PETA.
Yes. Okay. Next week, Dr. Hirschenfeld, if you can think of a charity that you want to promote.
The David Feldman Show.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nobody here is making $1 million a year. I think the highest we pay our digital vice president is $750,000 a year. And then we have a woman who's in charge of our membership drives. She gets $1 million. I'm kidding. You're listening to the David Feldman Show. David Feldman. It would be great if this show were, anyway. Dan, do you want to do community billboard? I have Emil here. I lost track of everything today. I have Emil here. Hello, Emil. Good to see you.
I did. I always get inspired by the Hirschenfelds. You're talking about gambling. And I must confess I was, for a period, a degenerate gambler.
Now you're just a degenerate.
Well, that is sort of like the word that sort of goes with gambler when people want to either brag or admit that they were gambling. It's a word that just often comes up to associate it with gambling. And I just think that, it's easy to put down gambling. It's hard. But if you have been in the throes of the gambling, it's really an addiction, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you just, and after a while, you don't even care if you win. You just want to throw your money out there because you want to be in action, right? You feel charged by the possibility, David, that anything can happen, that you can be, that this $5 or however much you're betting could go on a 10-1 or a 15-1. I was on horses. This is before I met my wife. Because I'm not.
Must hang on. No, not gonna. No.
My wife saved me. And I was
Dan.
I was.
No. Dan used to be on. No, Dan was under horses.
He was under horses.
Sorry,
David. I'm going to make it till the end tonight. So
no. What I'd like to do is let's do community billboard with if because we're only we'll do it with Emil, okay?
Yeah, I like the community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Joe in Norway.
Yeah. Because Emil's an old friend and you're a friend, and we can. Do you know Dan Frankenberger, who runs everything here, who's in charge?
Of course.
Anything that goes wrong is his fault. You do know that.
I know that. I know someone to blame. I like Dan.
I mean,
still
and
use
I
olive oil,
cannot
though.
tell you. Look at the way he's such a pretentious. Look at the way he dresses. He's just so. I mean,
With the beret.
yeah, and this black scarf. He's just reinvented himself. He's just taken on this character that and it just makes it so easy to want to. No, Dan.
I've always been this way.
The scarf and the beret.
Yeah.
And the pipe. The pipe.
And the pipe.
I don't have a pipe. I have a microphone.
Yeah.
Instead of a pipe.
So I sent you a couple of pictures, David.
Yes, I did, and and you're much better looking with the beret and this. I was going to make it. I'm not going to do the joke. Hey, Dan, tell us about office hours this week.
This week on a Friday at 8:00 p.m. Eastern, we have Office Hours and Hours coming up, and that is a 24-hour event that usually ends up being 30, 36, 40-ish hours. So you can go to davidfeldmanshow.com and click the Office Hours link to sign up for that. And I have a few plugs to read as David's pulling up the pictures here.
Well, let's just talk about office hours very quickly, because we had a meeting last night. Joe in Norway, who is here right now, I think it was way past his bedtime. But I wanted to thank everybody for showing up for the meeting for office hours. And I understand that there are still some openings. If somebody wants to teach or host a segment on office hours, there are still openings, correct? Because it's 24 hours.
For office hours, we typically have half-hour segments, and for office hours and hours, which is the first Friday of every month, and it goes for 24 hours scheduled.
Right.
There's 1 hour slots. So if you want to teach or talk about something, lately Professor John has been doing Twilight Zone episodes where we watch.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, so if you're just new to this show, we have new listeners all the time. Every Friday night at 8 p.m., we do a thing called Office Hours. You need Zoom. That's all you need. Go to my website, hit Office Hours, and it'll take you to the entry page, and you just fill it out, and you're in. No passwords required. I host the first hour of Office Hours at 8 p.m., and then at 9 p.m., it's turned over to the community. They run it by themselves. We have moderators. I cannot tell you how satisfying. And Emil and his wife have. That's why I wanted to do this with Dan. It was very satisfying, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And, I can't do it this week, but the next hours and hours and hours, that's what I like, because I'm on the West Coast. But I'm going to justify my meditation without you telling me that I'm actually doing something
immoral.
Yeah, some kind of autoeroticism or something.
Yeah, Emil and I have. Maybe we should stage a debate: which is morally superior, meditation or masturbation? I think masturbation brings you closer to the universe than meditation. I think meditation is inward, narcissistic. Masturbation, without using any tools, without juicing.
Well, it depends if you have towelettes.
Leather.
I just think that meditation is the me generation. Meditation is me, and masturbation is you. It's us. It's inclusive.
Use like sheep, you mean?
That I often think of that.
Okay, I see.
No, I'm being serious. I think without using pornography, masturbation is morally superior to meditation, because you're getting out of yourself, and so I think unless you're using pornography, in which case that doesn't count as the platonic ideal of masturbation.
I just don't. I can't take this seriously.
Masturbation is a prayer. It's a prayer.
Okay.
Oh, God.
We'll have to talk about this.
Masturbation without pornography is a prayer. Whereas meditation is you're cutting yourself off from others and digging deep into the universe through your own prism. It's immoral meditation.
I would have thought that if I hadn't studied, but the end.
See, you don't have to study. Dan, see, professional managerial class.
You're getting something out of yourself.
It's the professional manager. You got to study. You got to study. Here he is, Mr. Harvard. I'm going to turn the Reverend off. Hang on, let me turn the Reverend off. He shouldn't hear this.
The end result is that what you are universal. That you're one with all. And
you are. Did you go to Harvard?
Who?
You.
Yes.
You are part of the professional managerial class, and you have to study to get close to God. That's I'm the buffer between you and God. Here, take my course so you can get closer to God by learning meditation. I'm telling you, folks, if you didn't go to Harvard, masturbation. That's the shortest distance between you and God.
Masturbation, David?
What?
Are you certified in masturbation? Because then, if without a certification, you have no.
There you go. You have to.
You have no standing.
This is typical of the professional managerial class, the confiscation of trade. You take something that's pure and natural, like masturbation, and you add layers of bureaucracy and red tape onto it so you can get your cut. Nobody has to teach you how to masturbate. I had an uncle who kept trying to, and I was like, it's fine. I can do this by myself. I don't need your help, Uncle Maury. But you...
You're setting him free 40 million at a time.
What, Dan?
Okay, good.
All right, we're running by... Emil, I love you. You're my oldest friend here. I think I've known you longer than John Ross.
Probably, yeah. Probably. But that's all right. I don't like... parade around.
You're a better human being than I am, but you're wrong about meditation.
Friend.
God, the truth is just coming out of you today.
You're better than I am, but your meditation, the stuff about meditation,
Veritas, Veritas.
I don't know. The stuff about meditation is really, it's Harvard bullshit.
David, wait till I tell you about my foray into self-hypnosis.
Okay.
Now that's interesting.
Let's do, we have some stuff here. What is this, Dan? Oh, please don't tell. I thought I was going to crash the computer. What is that?
Oh, boy. This is coming from Hannah, and what we have coming up tonight on Office Hours and Hours this weekend is D's Knots.
These knots. So what is this?
Live at Office Hours and Hours, David PA has a knack for finding really cool wood knots and carving them into cool things. He also has a knack for teaching people how to do cool things with cool knots. Hannah has a knack for learning things from Dave, and they'll be collaborating live at Office Hours on Saturday, December 4th at 5 p.m. Eastern. So come watch them look at D's knots and learn about D's knots, play with D's knots, and find cool stuff hiding inside D's knots.
That's great.
There's a second picture to that.
Yeah, let me see. That's great. D's knots. There are some very well-credentialed people who should not be making D's nuts jokes in the chat room. People who have accrued a lot of debt going to getting higher educated, making D's nuts jokes. What's with D's nuts?
Well, I have a couple other quick plugs to read from Tom Weber.
Yes.
He wrote me saying Barb and I are doing a special 90-minute live stream Christmas holiday concert on December 5th from 2:30 to 4 Eastern. And they're doing that on Facebook. They do their concerts Tuesday nights at 8. So you can find that on Facebook. You can search for Tom and Barb Weber, singer-songwriters, Fair Weber, to find that event. And also Saturday, December 11th at 4:30 Eastern, Valley Vox Theater is having another of their live Zoom movie theater.
What is the date on that?
For Valley Vox?
Yes.
For Valley Vox, it's December 11th. They say, get your jingle bells on and join them for their screening of the Finnish Christmas classic Rare Exports with special guest Reverend Barry W. Lynn. There's going to be a question and answer will follow, period will follow the film. Contact them for a free Zoom link at Valley Vox on Twitter or email them at valleyvoxtheater.com, and the theater is with R-E at the end.
Okay.
So and we always like to bring up inviting people to check out Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
Oh, wait, I have a picture of the Pope giving Jeffrey Epstein communion with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Oh, very good.
You see that?
Yeah.
Absolution too, or just communion? Oh, well, I guess you'd have to absolve them of their sins before communion.
I swear to God, I saw that picture. And my first reaction is, what is Jeffrey Epstein doing getting communion from the Pope? I don't like this guy anymore. Okay, what else is going on?
That's all I got. With the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, I just want to remind everyone that we're pushing people to check out the Congress Club.
Check out the Congress Club, yes. And if people want to promote something from the community, how do they do that?
You can send me an email at dentfeldman@gmail.com, and I'll get it up there on the show.
Thank you. Dan Frankenberger, nothing gets done here without you. I appreciate it.
So long.
So long. I'll see. We'll talk. Let's meet at 7:30 tomorrow before office hours starts. Is that okay?
I'm in.
Okay, because there's stuff we have to.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Dan Frankenberger. Emil joins us. Let me alert the affiliates that we're running. I think we're going to do go 10 minutes behind. Let's finish this up in 20 minutes, Emil. Is that okay?
It's fine. That's fine, Dan.
Yeah, we'll do 20 minutes, and then we'll bring in the Reverend Barry W. Lynn at 8:10, and we'll be sort of back on schedule. 10 minutes isn't the worst thing. 20 minutes, let's talk about what you want to talk about. I kind of...
Well, I just want to finish up this thing about gambling because I love that the Hirschenfelds always bring up these ideas that and I didn't realize you hated gambling so much.
Yes.
But here's the thing about gambling. Gambling is about people who have no hope. It gives them hope for just a second. It's most often false hope, long odds. But I learned this from my father, who came from the Philippines in 1928, no money, he comes to America for the Depression. He saw gambling to him was his way out of whatever, his predicament. And his predicament was really vast and discriminatory, by, what America did to those Filipinos who came over in the 20s. So I think I was able to resist for a long time, but every now and then you sort of get into the excitement of it, and then it's not the hope, but it's just the excitement, and then you don't even care if you win or lose. You're just like throwing money in a hole. And it's sick. It's a sickness, and a lot of smart people get into it.
Yeah, I know.
And then they have to pull themselves out. Either it's cards or it's the poker thing came up and everyone got into poker. Horses. There are some people at Harvard that I knew who were really heavy into horses and cards and all that. And it's sad. And what
that makes me happy. Anytime somebody from Harvard, somebody from Harvard fails, an angel gets its wings.
Well, I know a handful who did fail.
Good.
Big. Some angels
they deserve
must have gotten The wings. Yeah. So anyway, so gambling. But look, the thing I want to talk about is the news this week.
Well, hang on. Let me just say something about gambling.
Yeah.
1/3 of gamblers, they say, there have been studies, 1/3 of gamblers end up having to commit crimes. That the pattern is, and the suggestion is that gambling creates crime because you're broke, so you have to commit crimes. It is not a net plus. When the government, when we deindustrialized America in 1974 and stopped making things, it's no coincidence that the government turned to gambling, lotteries, and Indian casinos, and Atlantic City. Atlantic City came into being, I think, 1977, right after the deindustrialization of America. It is to exact wealth from the middle class to pay for things in lieu of taxes. Yeah. And it's a form of destroying the working class and making them, preventing them from rising up. It's a distraction. It's like an opiate. It says, no, you can get lucky. You know, we've transferred all this wealth to the 1%, but if you come to this casino, you too can get lucky. And this has become a country of the lucky. So that's why casinos are part of the problem. We promulgate the idea that if you win the genetic lottery and you're born, you become Warren Buffett's kid, you're entitled to money. That money is about luck, not work. And that's really what's wrong.
It's unfair. Look, it's definitely unfair, but after a while, it's unfair because people are in they're not themselves. They are taken over by this addiction, and I spent a year of my life in Las Vegas, just Las Vegas alone. There are people whose job there's a level of evil that's become mundane. It really is the banality of evil. That is what Las Vegas is. There are men and women who put on a suit and tie and go to an office every day, and their job is to reach out to degenerate gamblers, right,
and bring them to the casino so they can take a second mortgage on their home, empty out their child's college savings.
It's terrible.
And it looks like a respectable job that they have. Customer relations.
The real problem is that the game that they get you hooked on is rigged against the players, right? I mean, there's a reason why in craps, they bar certain numbers or they put certain things, certain restrictions, so that the odds are always in favor of the casino. So the casino wins no matter what. But the gambler will eventually lose. If the gambler plays, all day, he will eventually lose.
But it's presented. The government is sanctioning this stuff. It used to be. Oh, yeah. It used to be the mafia that did that. Now it's the government, and they're saying we're bringing jobs to Branson because we're introducing casinos. Those are not good jobs. They're bad. They're bad jobs. The jobs themselves are bad, and they're evil. They're evil.
How about this? PETA is working on trying to end the subsidy of the racetracks and the casinos in New York.
Why are animals gambling now?
No.
Has it gotten to the point now where horses are betting?
Here's the thing. I was into the horses before I met my wife. I was into the horses in the 70s. I didn't meet my wife till the 80s. She saved
I had a wife, my third wife, the horses were into her. It was like a Catherine. There, I got the joke.
I heard, yeah.
That's a Catherine the Great joke.
I think I better on the top half of an Exacta. Anyway, PETA is working with the state of New York to try to eliminate the subsidy that the state gives to the racetracks, and the industry is trying to say that, oh, look at these jobs. But like you said, they're lousy jobs, and like I said, it's not. I mean, they're. I'll have to let you know I'll have to ask my wife about where they are in the negotiation. But it's millions of dollars that the state subsidizes these tracks, and the tracks are they're loser tracks. They're loser tracks.
Why are we subsidizing?
Well, good question. Good question. I'll have my wife come on in office hours and explain that case, because it's a big issue in the legislative, in the New York legislature right now. So anyway, I wanted to mention that, but there's so much news going on today. First of all, like the whole SCOTUS thing with abortion. I really feel like, it's, Roe v. dead, right? It's dead. It's not, and we got to prepare for the life after Roe. And that means California abortion tourism, come for the sourdough, stay for the abortion. They're preparing for it now. The state is preparing to be the abortion magnet for people who need to, need to exercise their right, which has been taken away from them by the Supreme Court. But that's happening. That's happening in California. And
abortion tourism is what you're saying.
Abortion tourism. And, the thing about precedent, I mean, Breyer made a good argument about what about precedent, but people who followed civil rights law know that Plessy versus Ferguson was overturned by Brown, which said that you can't have discrimination in the schools. So that was like a 55-60 year turn. So maybe, and we're 50 years since Roe, so maybe it's 50 years that we see the pendulum swing and precedents change. And it's terrible to think that we are, in terms of rights, reproductive rights first to go. Next, well, we know what's happening with voting rights, and civil rights are not sacred. They're, 1964 Civil Rights Act. So maybe we're going to start seeing all of it go. And if all of it is political, because the Constitution can't be seen as this sacred document that, that is above politics. I think, we're in more trouble than we realize. And it's, it's the Constitution in our democracy. You can hear in the oral arguments how we were just going the other way when Kavanaugh was asking about how he was asking the Solicitor General of Mississippi. He was saying, there's nothing in the Constitution about these rights, and really, the Constitution is neutral, and it's not up to the Supreme Court. Yeah, we're going to make it up to the states, and if it's a states' rights thing, right? There's your basic historical theme. Every state will decide what they want to do, and here comes, they have been preparing in California for a kind of abortion tourism set up so that California becomes a place where people can.
Well, play that out for me, because there are rabid anti-abortion people, and they talk about a civil war. Mm. If you're trying to gin up religious crazies to take arms against their fellow Americans, maybe abortion would be something that could be
it
right.
Could, but
like invading California, you could get an army of Texans to go to war with California over the sanctity, to kill Californians because life is sacred.
Well, you have that law, too, in Texas that says if you're a Texan who goes outside to get an abortion, you can sue. So who knows what's going to happen? It's going to be crazy. We're going to, that bounty. I don't want to think.
Well, think about this for
something.
1 second. Let me process this for a second, because you said something profound and disturbing, that California is, if they overturn Roe v. Wade, it's left to the states, correct?
Right. Correct.
And so we will know the red states from the blue states by their
abortion rights.
By their abortion rights. And then if you're David Rubenstein, war profiteer from the Carlyle Group,
right,
who's in the business of selling weapons to countries and police, National Guard, isn't it better to bring the war home? If you're a war profiteer, wouldn't Texas invading California, a holy war, wouldn't that benefit people who have no stake in this country? If you're a venture capitalist, you have no state. It's in your best interest for America to go to war against itself.
Look, I just hope it doesn't go that far, but already we seem to be heading that direction when you look at Lauren Boebert's statements about Ilhan Omar, and you see there's no real effective apology. I've always said, if you apologize, you can't say, if I hurt you, I apologize to you. For everyone else who hears me and thinks I'm right, hey, right on. They're all suicide bombers.
But just think about this for a second. It's the power of money over government. You don't need, if you are a multinational like Amazon or Apple or ExxonMobil, an insurance company, a bank, you're immune to space, geography.
Yeah, we already kind of have that,
right. So if you're looking for
people,
what is more efficient than a complete breakdown in order here in the United States in terms of the police, the National Guard, just separatist fighting, that would benefit the oil companies. You need oil. You need. It would. Go ahead.
As long as someone's making a profit, right?
There's a lot of profit in war. Why not bring it home? Why spend money shipping Tomahawk missiles to Saudi Arabia when we can use them on our own people? And I'm being serious.
Yeah. Well, so there's going to have to be a move where if corporations are doing that, and corporations are persons, then we'll have to have a movement to abort corporations, and that will make that'll be a subsequent thing coming up. You can fight
a whole war. You got to go to war over something holy. Abortion. This will get.
It's religious.
It's a religious war. People will take arms up against the state of California in the name of religion. And
let's see what the allies are. What other states?
Washington, right? Oregon.
That's about it.
New York.
I can't. Oh yeah, New York. Definitely New York.
Maybe Nevada. Wouldn't Nevada be pro-abortion?
I don't know. Too many Mormons. I don't know about Nevada. Arizona, you'd think, but no, I don't think so. See, I think it's very limited. Hawaii. Oh, we'll go to the Hawaiian vacation.
I'm talking about when you look at what the far right is saying.
Yeah.
They are talking about a holy war.
A kind of American jihad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and we laugh about it, but when you look at the people want war just for this. You look at the people who invaded the Capitol on January 6th. They could be talked into anything.
Exactly. Yeah, they're very, very prone to, like that guy in that FBI video that was released, who was arrested, who he tasered Officer Fanone. He said, this guy Rodriguez, I believe his name was, said, "Hey, Donald Trump needed my help." This is why I'm big on self-hypnosis now, because I understand that seriously, meditation leads me to self-hypnosis because you understand how prone people are to suggestion.
Yes.
And the power of that. Because look, you're a comedian, and have you ever performed with hypnotists?
Yes, and I'm prone to hypnosis.
Yes,
I am. I've been hypnotized.
I believe in hypnosis because, there's a lot of myths. Like you don't go under, you're totally in control. And we'll have to talk about this another time.
I think Ilhan Omar talked about my people's ability to hypnotize the world.
The Jews?
Didn't she say the Jews have hypnotized the world? Was it Ilhan Omar?
I don't know if she said that. Hey, a big moment in Jewish American history. The first husband there lighting the menorah.
Yeah.
In the White House. Yeah.
Okay, I hope he catches fire.
Yeah. Here's one thought. Here's one thought about this holy war that you're talking about.
You're talking about Doug Emhoff, the Los Angeles lawyer?
Right. That guy.
That guy. Piece of shit.
First spouse or whatever. I know you don't like him. I don't
like what his law firm does.
Well, yeah. Well, see,
he's a lawyer. He's a Hollywood lawyer, which means there's a history of anti-labor abuse. Go ahead.
That's true.
Hollywood lawyer.
True. Okay, look, a couple things I want to get through. I saw Biden today on this Omicron thing, the Omicron war. You talk about holy war. This is the war we're at. We don't need the made-up holy war that we were just talking about for 15 minutes. We are in a war against COVID. And in his statements this week, he keeps talking about the patriotism and, how it's important to be in this war. I think he needs to sell vaccination as, join the COVID war, but don't go into it without a gun. Get vaccinated. That's going to convince the Republicans, because you're talking about the split between right and, the blue and the red states. CNN did an analysis that showed that you have a 50% greater chance of dying if you're in a red state. There's the division. We're already in that war, but people should, we're in the war against the virus. Get your gun, get vaccinated. That's my message when I do my show on the internet, because the only reason why I should do a show on the internet is because I balance out all the anti-vaxxers and all the misinformation folks. I know you don't like to have people who aren't, the
Reverend's wife. The Reverend's wife should be the only one here talking about.
Right. People who know about vaccines and all that. Okay, look, I got a couple other things in the time remaining to talk about. World AIDS Day was this week on Wednesday. And we were both in San Francisco at the time when it was like ravaging our Rolodexes.
It was called, wasn't it called GERD? Weren't they calling, what was it? They weren't calling it AIDS. They were calling it GERD, right?
No, it was AIDS, and
not when we knew each other. It was called gay plague or GERD.
It was AIDS, because I was one of the first people to do a story, because like when Fauci came out, because he was ahead of things. That's the ironic thing. He's out there talking about Omicron this week on World AIDS Day, when he was in San Francisco, he was putting out the word about AIDS. You ought to be fearful of this, but no one took it seriously. And so I was working the weekend, and I happened to be doing one of the first stories because no one took it seriously in 81 in San Francisco. And, and so to think this is where we are, we're like, millions of people dead and no vaccine. This is on the PETA podcast this week. I talked to an animal or a scientific researcher who works for PETA now. She's a science advisor, and she says why we haven't had a vaccine in all these years. It's because we're using monkeys, which contract monkey AIDS and not human AIDS. And we will not get off that monkey track. We continue to do the same thing that leads us to no effective vaccines for humans. That's why, all these hundreds of thousands of people have died, billions of dollars spent, wasted, because we can't get off the monkey track. So that's my AIDS, my PETA podcast AIDS story. Can I say one more thing, David?
Yes.
I know Barry Lynn's coming up, but I was really upset by the Michigan shooting. I always am. I always talk about shootings. I'm anti-gun, and they've been very careful to release information about all the victims. And finally, I see a picture of one of the 4 people who died, and the 14-year-old girl is Hannah, not Hannah, Hannah St. Juliana. And I saw that her picture, they don't talk about her race or ethnicity. And her parents were too distraught to talk. They deferred to neighbors who said glowing things about this 14-year-old. But I saw that girl's picture, and I knew she was Asian. I knew she was part Asian. And especially when a respectful television reporter said, "Don't call her Hannah." He berated the anchor and said, "Her name isn't Hannah, it's Hana." If you've ever been to Maui, you take that road to Hana. And the road to Hana is one of the most beautiful scenic drives in all of Hawaii. And I just knew, you look at her picture, I heard the thing about the name, and I just knew we're dealing with an Asian American who was killed. And suddenly, for a lot of people, Asian Americans specifically, when they see a victim, they see a crime like this, sometimes it's easy to say, okay, not us. This is not us. We're not a part of this. But I know if people are looking at Hannah's picture and they see her, it's totally relatable. And it just got me, because I have 3 kids who look like Hannah. They could have been my kids. In fact, like they talk about her, she would have played on the basketball team this week after being a volleyball star. And, for me, I was the soccer coach of all my kids, all my girls. I was their soccer coach. And I know what it's like to be a parent of a 14-year-old. I just don't know what it's like to be a parent of a 14-year-old who was murdered at school.
Right.
And that was just.
And as a white man, I know what it's like to have a child who's a serial killer. As a white man, I know what it's like to have a kid who shoots up a school, because they tend to be white men, don't they?
Well, they do. I mean, I used to think this shouldn't be a white person's problem, right?
Why is it a white person's problem? It is. When we talk, it really. We have to wrap it up, but we should. They all seem to be white men.
And look at the community. Oxford, Michigan, 90% white. 90. I mean, this is, I thought, well, it's Michigan, maybe we'll see more diversity. There was more diversity in Parkland, in Florida.
But can you think of any schools that were shot up by anybody other than a white male?
No, but some of the shootings in business office buildings have been, there's one Filipino guy in our years in the 80s in San Francisco shut up that building.
Yeah.
But that was a domestic matter. He's going after his wife. But I can't think, I can't. But I just felt for the family, of course, and I never met Hannah St. Juliana, but I just felt like when I looked at her picture, I know this woman or this girl. I know this young who was robbed of her life.
Emil Guillermo, well said, sir. Thank you. As the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, they drop new podcasts. He drops a new podcast for PETA every Wednesday. Read them over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. If you're thinking of donating, that's a good place to send some money. Also, Americans United for Separation of Church and State would be a good place to support. If you want to go into a time machine and revisit Giving Tuesday, which was earlier this week. Thank you, Emil. Follow Emil on Twitter, Emil Amok. Watch his live stream. How do people watch your live stream, sir?
They can go to Twitter at Emil Amok, EMILAMOK, or just see the replay on AMOK.com, or go to YouTube. I don't have anyone watching my YouTube channel. You will be one of the first. You'll be a charter member, and I would appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Emil Guillermo. Let us now go to either Massachusetts or Washington, D.C., where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is about to join us. Do you see the scroll? Do you see the scroll, Reverend? You have to unmute yourself, sir. Maybe I have to unmute you. There you go.
How about this?
There you go.
Yeah, I do see the scroll.
It's a scroll.
It's very eloquent.
Thank you. It's the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Besides being a member of the Supreme Court Bar and an attorney, he is also a ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. So much to talk about. So much. Let me ask you a question, because I know you're burning. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, and we're running.
No problem.
We're, as usual, we're running a little behind, but we'll do our time. I apologize to the guests. We're a little behind schedule. I'm sorry. How was your Thanksgiving? Oh, you spent it with me.
I did spend it with you.
So you had a bad Thanksgiving.
It was just a great time.
Are you in Massachusetts or Washington?
Yes, I'm still in Massachusetts.
I have a question. When's the last time you watched 101 Dalmatians?
I think I was 6 at the time.
Have you sat with your grandkids and watched 101 Dalmatians?
No, I have not.
Can I offer up a suggestion?
Of course you can.
Watch 101 Dalmatians with your grandkids. It's just amazing. It's just such a beautiful cartoon. I can't believe I was watching it. I'm rewatching it by myself.
Really?
Yeah, by myself.
Really?
It's just a beautiful. It's just beautifully done, and the acting is done. So if you're feeling down, go get yourself a copy of 101 Dalmatians. Okay.
Wait a second. The acting is great in an animated film.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The only thing I remember about 101 Dalmatians, when I saw it, I was 6, and I saw it in Allentown, Pennsylvania, right next to the city of Bethlehem, where I grew up. And they had a little pet store. And since I wasn't anti-pet at the time, and they had a raffle. You could put your name in, and you could win a stuffed Dalmatian. And I never won anything, speaking of the gambling stuff you and Neil were talking about, but I won that. I don't know where the stuffed dog went, but it was that's the only recollection I have of it.
There was.
I might go back and listen to it again. There was go ahead.
Well, there was the blowback. The unfortunate blowback was people started buying Dalmatians, and Dalmatians can be chewy and jumpy and a little difficult, and you got to be careful with Dalmatians. And people should not be breeding Dalmatians. That's
correct.
They
should not be. We don't need any more dogs being bred.
No,
we don't.
No, we do not.
Before we get too deep into dogs,
yes,
I think that you and Emil have an unfortunately too positive view about what happened earlier this week in the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization case at the Supreme Court.
Well, if only there were a lawyer and a minister who could talk about abortion.
Yeah.
So what
That's
happened?
how I got into the whole separation of church and state issue. Was
Really?
The abortion issue.
Really?
I had a roommate about halfway through my college years, and he told me before. Did I tell you this before?
No.
Did you? Oh, okay. No, we were about to have a spring break, and I said, "Where are you going for spring break?" And he said, "I'm going to London with my girlfriend." And I said, "That sounds like fun." And he said, "No, it's not fun. We have to get an abortion." And I said, "Wait a minute, why don't you just get an abortion, in New York or Massachusetts or one of those places that's liberal politically?" I didn't even realize at the time, this was probably 1967, that the Catholic Church was so powerful in those two states that liberal on lots of things, they had utter prohibitions on abortion. And when that hit me, I thought, wait a minute, I think I'm against Vietnam, I'm in favor of March of Dr. King. But I didn't know this. I didn't know that powerful religious organizations had this control over the life of the people that lived in the state, whether they were Catholics or not. And it was a giant wake-up call. And it started me down this whole interest in making sure that the government relies solely on non-religious arguments in order to make policy of any kind.
Right.
And
so what the conservatives, because I do read the National Review, they and I don't know anything about this. There are some people who say we need to tighten restrictions on abortion after the first trimester. I don't know what the truth is, but in the National Review this week, they were saying that we have some of the loosest restrictions on abortion, that when you look at Europe, it's unheard of to see abortions after the first trimester. Do we know if that's true?
I think statistically it's true that most abortions occur in the first trimester, but this idea that you treat abortion differently in every trimester, that was really the design of Roe versus Wade. And they kind of wrote a statute, as many of its critics of Roe versus Wade, right there on the spot, and said, first trimester, nothing. There may be some modest things you can do in the second trimester, but states can do anything they want in the third trimester. And then in 1992, when the other case that was talked about the other day in the Supreme Court all the time, the Casey decision came down, and they said, well, if the fetus is not viable, you can pretty much do anything unless it presents, and this is the key phrase, an undue burden on a woman's right to obtain abortion. This is all predicated on the notion that in the second trimester, there is not fetal viability. And what the argument was yesterday at the court, a lot of it was devoted to the fact that viability has changed. And the Solicitor General for the state of Mississippi kept saying we have new scientific data, and the new scientific data demonstrates that viability has changed. You can save fetuses earlier, and fetuses, after all, also feel pain. And that, of course, is complete nonsense. But and just
so, do we know if I'm embarrassed to say that there are some issues that I'm up on and some issues that I'm not. Do we know of first trimester premature babies who were born in the first trimester who survive?
I don't think you can survive in the first trimester. I'm not sure that no one has ever survived, but
you would think, though, moving forward with science, they would be able eventually, maybe, to grow a fetus outside the womb? A hydroponic baby? Couldn't they do a hydroponic baby?
Maybe. Let's worry about that, though, after we guarantee women the right to make a choice.
80% of the country, 80% of America, 2/3 of Americans want Roe v. Wade to stand.
Correct.
So what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean if Roe v. Wade isn't overturned? What is Roe v. Wade?
Well, Roe v. Wade is a 50-year-old precedent, and Sonia Sotomayor, who I'm more and more impressed with her every time she opens her mouth on the court, she says to the Solicitor General of Mississippi yesterday, will this institution, referring to the Supreme Court, survive the stench that this reversal of Roe would create in the public perception that the Constitution and its readings are just political acts? And I think the answer is no. And in fact, to tell you the truth, much as the Supreme Court's been a big part of my life so much, I think it's already stinks. I don't think there's anything that could happen in this term and much of what has happened in the last few terms on any issues, the First Amendment, bad decisions on the Second Amendment, it stinks already. But for her to say that, and there were gasps, apparently, I talked to some people who were there in the courtroom when she made that statement about, can this court survive the stench of overturning Roe versus Wade? But the reason I suggested you and Emil were a little too positive about this, the general rap is that in about 26 states, there would be sufficient protections existing now, even if Roe versus Wade was overturned, because states have made decisions to do something to protect it in advance of this possibility. But I want to tell you a couple of things that happened yesterday. One, Justice, I'm trying to think who asked this. Somebody said, I guess it was in a conversation with the Chief Justice, who people thought, well, he was trying to come up with some kind of compromise. And he was suggesting to the lawyers, and Julie Rickleman, who was arguing on behalf of the Women's Clinic in Mississippi and who works for the Center for Reproductive Rights, which is another group that's really good if you want to go back in history and do something for Giving Tuesday, that you can't, he kept saying, but does it make that much of a difference if it's now 23 or 24 weeks of viability? If we just said you can't have abortions at all after 15 weeks, would that be a serious problem? And of course, Julie Rickleman said, of course it would be. And it's terrible. That one of the problems with Roe versus Wade is this idea that it's okay for the government to make these decisions about what it is that can or cannot be done with a woman's decision to deal with the pregnancy at any point in the pregnancy. I mean, this idea that if you pass some magical time, it's 25 weeks, then the state can ban it. I don't think there's any circumstance ever up until the time of birth when a woman doesn't get to make that choice. None. So Roe versus Wade is already, in my judgment, a kind of a backsliding from what ought to be the rule, which is that this is not a matter for government to decide at all. And what we saw yesterday at the court was not only a claim on the part of the Solicitor General of Mississippi, who said that when asked by, I can't remember which justice asked, and the question was, are you saying that the woman has no rights? And he said, no, women always have a right. Just like everybody involved in this has a right to claim from the beginning, from the start. In other words, in his view, not only does a woman, yes, have some rights, but fetuses have rights also from the moment that there's a kind of a sperm-created egg fertilization at the moment near conception. So that's bad, because when he says that, then you wonder, well, what does that mean? Because it's kind of couched. So the Guardian this morning has a story about all of this. And they interview the National Right to Life president, who tells, she tells, I think the BBC actually, says, well, of course, we want the Mississippi law to stand, but here's the kicker. We'd love to see them go even further and say that unborn human beings deserve precisely the same protection as born human beings. So they are not interested in just moving the dial of when you could and couldn't have an abortion. They don't want anybody to ever have an abortion. And more importantly, they want the definition of a human being, of a person in the Constitution. And I think I've said this before. They want that person, that fetus, to be a person for constitutional reasons. And of course, that means that all these states that think, well, we can have, as Emil was talking about, a kind of a tourism industry in California, people can go and have abortions. You can't do that if, not with this case, but with the next case, if they say, no, a person includes a fetus. You cannot legalize murder in any state, including in California. So that's the next step.
Roe v. Wade, as I understand this, and thank you for this, they overturn Roe v. Wade, then it's a states' rights issue. Right? Temporarily, but that won't be good enough for the right to lifers. They will then turn their vengeance on the blue states that perform abortion. Where are we going with this? Because who is ginning up the right to lifers? How many people first of all, 80% of Americans do not want to overturn Roe v. Wade. 80% of Americans think abortion, at least in the first trimester, should be illegal in all 50 states. You have dealt with the religious right. Who is ginning them up? What I was told 20 years ago is they never really wanted Roe v. Wade overturned because then they lose their fundraising. Then they lose their reason for being. So they don't lose their reason to being if they overturn Roe v. Wade, you just said, because the next fight is to outlaw abortion completely. How many true believers are there in the right to life movement?
Well, I think there's an enormous percentage who are true believers, notwithstanding that they may know or may find out eventually that their own daughters are sometimes getting abortions. I mean, but this is an incredibly powerful argument. And I've heard this, well, they really don't want it to go away because then they won't have anything to raise money about. The problem with that is they will have something. They will say, since the court has permitted this in so many states, because there will be about 21 or 22 states that will immediately, because of past legislation with so-called trigger laws, those trigger laws will be pulled and abortion will immediately be determined to be unlawful, a criminal act in those 21 states.
Well, earlier, with I think it was with Emil, I was saying there are forces controlling our ideology, and my ideology, yours, and the I don't want to say the crazy Christians. Let's just say the dangerous Christians, who have guns, who think they're they're righteous, who will take arms against abortion providers, and as despair continues, economic despair, nothing better than the distraction of war waged on each other. It benefits the ruling elite for us to go to war with each other over a woman's right to choose. Correct?
Absolutely. No, absolutely does. And with George Tiller's murder and the murder of other prominent providers of abortion, we know that a lot of these people, not a lot necessarily, but enough, all of a sudden have they've already done it. The war has already begun. They're going,
and it will be financialized.
Case, they went into a church. You know, he was serving communion in a church, and a guy came in and shot him.
So they will finance. Let's be clear here, Reverend. There are forces in our country who want to financialize our divisions. The media will cash in. Every time there's a shooting, you go to CNN. If there is a a de facto war? A de facto civil war. We can have a de facto war in this country that will be beautiful to watch. You know, I can't go out tonight. I want to watch the war on CNN or MSNBC. It's great for politics. It's great for fundraising. It's great for the armaments industry. Us killing each other over a woman's right to choose. A breakdown in order is great for the police. It's great for everybody who has a financial stake in this country. Correct?
You're not going to get an argument from me about that.
So this thing is being ginned up. This abortion thing is being ginned up because there's money involved in getting people upset about abortion.
Yeah, there definitely is. But the fact of whatever happens in the Mississippi case, or if my depressing prediction is true, that they then go after all abortion completely, the Supreme Court has already, in that case some years ago called Hobby Lobby, basically bought into Hobby Lobby's contention that most of the forms of contraception that actually work are themselves abortifacients. In other words, these pills and injections, these chemicals are inducing abortion. And so when this came up in the oral argument, I was in the court at the time, and I mean, they said that, and even the people attempting to make sure that Hobby Lobby didn't win didn't argue with it. They just let it go as if it was obviously true. There's a marvelous book called How the Women's Movement, how the pro-choice movement saved America. It was written at least 10 years ago. But the premise of the book is that we're kidding ourselves if we think that they're going to stop at abortion, because they are going to go after every form of contraception. It's a very persuasive book. It was a very prescient argument. And we're seeing that now. Because when you have Hobby Lobby saying, well, the reason we're not going to cover contraceptions in our healthcare plans is because we're against abortion. Remember, they won that case. And
it's hard.
They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop until they get rid of contraception.
It's hard to It's hard to believe that there are people, and we ignore them at our own peril. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. I'm being rude. But daycare, I was reading about daycare. You talked about daycare. There was an opportunity to provide federally funded daycare in this country. We spend more on bailing out the airlines each year than we do on providing daycare to children. There are people in this country who think daycare is evil because women should not be working, that kids should be raised by the mother, not the state. They really believe that.
Yeah, and they're still saying it. I mean, I just saw somebody quoted as saying that a couple of hours ago. It's saying the women should stay home. They should take care of their babies and raise them because we don't want the government to become a national nanny, which is a phrase they use about everything.
And indoctrinating our children at an early age.
Yeah, with critical race theory.
Right.
I mean, really.
And they also believe that women should not be working. There are people who believe that women should be home raising children. Right?
Exactly.
They really believe that.
This is a huge issue. This comes up so consistently in the religious right. And it still does, and it certainly did during the 25 years that I was kind of directly confronting them. They have ideas that are so bizarre. And now the judges that are being selected have the same kind of bizarre views on the edge of any kind of reasonable thinking. Even if you're a so-called conservative, a jurisprudential scholar, basically a lot of these ideas are completely insane.
Yeah.
They're completely nutty. And when I used to argue with somebody like, who's that idiot that has that talk show now on Fox on Sunday nights?
There's an idiot on Fox News?
Yeah, but only on Sundays.
On Sunday nights?
Mark Levin.
Mark Levin.
Mark Levin is a nut. But I used to think, well, this guy's a really fringe character. He's kind of entertaining to have debates with, but he's crazy. But now the
a crazy
very kinds
Jew,
of
by the
things
way.
that he
Not a
believes.
crazy Christian, a crazy Jew.
Well, you know, I don't know what he is.
He's a crazy Jew.
Okay, well, he's but the kinds of interpretations of the Constitution that he used to support are now supported by at least 3, maybe 4 members of the Supreme Court and a vast number of people in the federal appeals courts, which are the last place you get in 98% of the cases that are filed in federal courts. They don't get to the Supreme Court. They get to an appeals court and they die there.
Yeah. Constant vigilance. The thing that my flaw, I have many, but one of the flaws that my many flaws, one of them is I get bored refighting old battles, and I ignore the battles that I fought because I don't want to, I'm on to new battles, but there are people who don't let go of these battles, and then you have to I have to go back now and argue the Vietnam War, or I have to go back and argue abortion, or but these arguments never end. They just they you think it's settled, and it's it's something as simple as supply side economics.
Yeah.
I thought that was settled when Reagan ran up. I think he tripled the budget deficit.
Correct.
And raised taxes.
Correct.
Taxes.
Yeah.
And now I'm hearing, well, the fact that he raised taxes is why he tripled the. But I mean, I don't want to. Guns.
Right.
I was when I was a kid. I can remember, as you said. You pointed this out. Handguns were on the table for outlawing. Why do we allow Saturday night specials? Only a crazy person would think that anybody should be allowed to own a Saturday night special. And we have to re-argue it, not because the American people have changed their mind. Their mind has been changed by armaments manufacturers, think tanks who are hired, think tanks hired by the NRA, by Colt 45 or Smith & Wesson to brainwash people into thinking. It's called a think tank to think up ways to convince you to think a certain way. Nobody in their right mind believes that there shouldn't be an assault weapons ban. And yet there's enough.
The polls all show that too.
And the polls, so
of course.
So we haven't even been convinced of any of this. When you say there's going to be Sotomayor says there's going to be a stink on the Supreme Court, who cares? If you're sitting on the Supreme Court, who cares what the American people think of the Supreme Court? The American people have contempt for Congress. They have contempt for everything that's supposed to fix things and doesn't. What does it matter? You're a member of the Supreme Court bar. So what if the American people don't trust the Supreme Court? That's not going to strip the Supreme Court of any power.
No, but that's the kind of thinking that I think a lot of Democrats in the Senate had. And you have to look no further back than the Amy Coney Barrett nomination. And, the Democrats basically gave up. They thought we have certain procedural ways that we could maybe delay this, but why bother? Amy Coney Barrett had written before she was even nominated for the Supreme Court that abortion was, in her words, a barbaric practice. Barbaric practice. Almost nobody asked her about that. But then yesterday, she proved just how out of touch she was when she asked the attorneys for the women's clinic in Mississippi, well, don't we not have as big a problem because we have safe haven laws? Safe haven laws are laws in a lot of states that say that if you have a child, the child is born, the fetus has become a child at birth. And if you take that child to a hospital or certain other institutions in the local community, you will not be prosecuted civilly or criminally for anything you do. So the idea that you can carry a fetus into term to be a child and it's okay because you can give it up for adoption is just, it's so ludicrous. Does she not know that it costs money to go through pregnancy? We have a crappy healthcare system that doesn't take care of people and certainly doesn't take care of pregnant women. It also means, does she not know giving birth is actually dangerous? Statistically, it's like 14 times more dangerous than having an abortion. But she doesn't care about any of that. Here is a woman with 7 children. Is that right? 7. 2 adopted children, and the other 5, I guess, she just had. And she is so irresponsible. I put this on Facebook when it happened, and I got a lot of pushback, even from liberal women who said I was shaming a mother because I couldn't believe that she actually took all of her kids. I think one did not go to the big White House ceremony in the Rose Garden when Trump announced that she was going to be his nominee. She brought her kids. That was a super spreader event. She took her kids there. And, honest to God, what mother would willingly take their children into that place instead of just saying, it's not going to be that safe. I don't think a lot of people are going to be wearing masks. You should watch this on a monitor. You should watch this on television instead of coming with me into that miserable, miserable event. So don't tell me she's pro-life, because she's not. And don't tell me she's a good mother, because she's not. She's a bad mother. And I should have clarified when I first posted this, and it's a bad father too. Who takes their kids into a circumstance like that? And what did we learn today from Mark Meadows, or at least a leak to the extent that you can figure out what it is? He says Trump had already tested positive for COVID at the time of that event. And then he was on something earlier today, and he said, well, I may have misspoke. And if you can understand that, then you could probably understand the jury instructions in the Rittenhouse case.
Mark Meadows says he misspoke when he said that Trump tested positive.
It's very unclear what he thinks he misspoke about.
Yeah, Mark Meadows is the worst of the worst. Freedom Caucus.
Yeah.
He's a supplicant. He breaks down
Of
and
course
cries.
he
He
is.
literally got down on his hands and knees and begged Speaker John Boehner to forgive him when they tried to do an end run around Boehner and elect somebody else as Speaker. And when Meadows realized that Boehner kept the job and Meadows was going to be marginalized, he literally got on his hands and knees and apologized. That's who Mark Meadows is.
Yeah. And remember, as I said last week, he's also the guy who has posited the possibility, and this is the Constitution permits, of having, if the House of Representatives turns into a Republican House, that they name Donald Trump as the Speaker of the House.
Right, which would be the best thing that could happen, seriously, for the Democratic Party. You know, if that becomes the rumor,
of course,
that's good for the Democrats, and they can run against Trump and not have to do anything.
Well, that's true, but I mean, rather than not elect a few more progressive Democrats in the Senate and the House, we're going to be in really bad shape.
Okay, so play this out for me. You live in Washington, D.C., and I've been brainwashed to hate Donald Trump, and I do. I hated Donald Trump 40 years ago when I lived in New York City. I know who Trump is. He's a mobster, and not a good one, by the way. But I've been brainwashed that we're this close to fascism, and if the Republicans take the House and the Senate, then Trump wins, or somebody like Josh Hawley, somebody, and then we lose democracy. You know, I have to hear Rob Reiner wringing his greasy paws. You know, this is the most important election. And I'm thinking, all right, what happens if the Democrats are not in charge? What kind of fascism are we looking at? Now, I know that Biden is better, aesthetically at least. It's a better look. I'm being serious. There's an aesthetic of...
Well, there is, of course.
And as Harriet Fraud said, he's not going to shoot protesters in the street. Biden isn't going to send... You know, Trump told Milley and Mark Esper, the head of the Defense Department, send troops into the streets, and Cotton advocates for this. So the Democrats are better because you and I will still be able to talk on this show.
That's correct.
I think, I don't know. Do you think, how bad could it get with people like the Freedom Caucus in charge of our lives? How much do you fear they're having the levers of power in Washington?
Well, I'm tremendously concerned about that.
We lose abortion, we lose gay marriage, same-sex marriage.
Yeah. We lose any gun control at all.
So everybody is walking around with guns.
Everybody will have guns. And after this term in the court, those of you in New York City, of course, will be able to watch people openly carry. There will be no requirement, as there is in New York law now, that a person explain why he or she needs the gun in the first place.
But we saw with Kyle Rittenhouse, the only thing that stops somebody with a gun who might be good or bad is somebody else who has a gun who might be good or bad. That's what we learned from the Rittenhouse trial, that in the fog of street war in America, people carrying guns could or cannot be bad or good. So why? I mean, the Rittenhouse case is why it's like you watch that, and it doesn't matter whether or not he's guilty or innocent. The Wayne LaPierre, the gun lobby, should be locked up. This idea that the only thing that stops a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Who decides who the good guy and the bad guy is? And then who is he? An active shooter? Some people see Kyle Rittenhouse and they think he's an active shooter. They don't know he's a good guy with a gun.
Yeah, right.
So they shoot.
But you know,
what? How stupid is this country, Reverend? This is a dumb. This is a stupid country.
Yes, we have become dumber and dumber. And as you and Emil were talking about the Oxford, Michigan murders yesterday, here's a 15-year-old, Ethan Crumbley, who shoots and kills 4 people already as we're recording this, and maybe another will die overnight. 15 years old, kills at least 4 people. There is on his cell phone a discussion of killing students the next day. They recovered a journal in his backpack where he talks about needing to take out murdering students at that high school. And the parents, the other thing they've found is in his social media accounts, how excited he was that his father had just days before the shooting purchased this super handgun that he used to kill people. So now question, I don't know whether you can, probably Wayne LaPierre is not guilty of a felony, but the parent, the father who bought the gun and was so careless, maybe that's given him the benefit of the doubt, that he was so careless that he let the gun just lie around the house so that his kid could find it. That's a kind of liability that ought to carry criminal penalties.
But you're a lawyer, haven't the gun industry, haven't they inoculated gun owners and gun manufacturers from liability, civil cases?
Well, certainly they have for gun manufacturers. But that was a legal theory that I never thought had any legs at all. I just didn't think about that. But I think that the prosecutor in Michigan has said the day after these murders that she is looking at ways to go and prosecute at least the father, maybe both of the parents. And I think you can still do that. I think that you can have, I don't know the state law in Michigan that you might use, but in general, there are ways that you can say there's been such a reckless disregard for the use of a weapon that if somebody else obtains it and uses it, you've got liability for that. And I think they should do that. What the hell kind of parent takes a kid to a super spreader event, or what kind of parent lets a gun just lie around the house so that the kid, who's obviously been fetishizing guns for a long time because there's a long history that he has of that, why should that not be liable? Why should you just say, well, I left it around. How was I supposed to know that my son, who loves guns, would pick it up and take it to school? That's a baloney excuse, and it doesn't hold up, and it shouldn't hold up. And parents who do this should know that they're going to be held liable for what happens.
Right.
It's not just a thought. It's not a thought crime. This is buying the gun, leaving it sit around, and knowing that your kid loves guns. He was a big hunter, apparently, also, and that he was going to be able to obtain it.
Right.
That's totally irresponsible, and it ought to be criminalized.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Yeah. Michael Bloomberg was running for president last year. Remember Michael Bloomberg? It's 2021. So in 2020, Michael Bloomberg ran for president. He self-financed, right?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
And one of his platforms, one of the things he ran on was that as a billionaire, he could fix things. And one of the things he mentioned was Everytown USA, Everytown for Gun Safety. Run by John Feinblatt. And Everytown for Gun Safety is a 501c4, a 501c3, And this is a billionaire, Michael Bloomberg, solving a problem. I alone can fix it with my business acumen. Everytown for gun safety. And he donates about $40 million a year of his own money to this 401c4. And they have offices and salaries, costs $40 million to run Everytown for gun safety. And things are getting worse in terms of gun laws, not better. That's an example of people who are craven, opportunistic capitalists like Michael Bloomberg, who think, I have money, so I must be smart. I can fix the gun problem. And he creates some kind of infrastructure. And human nature is such that infrastructures are self-perpetuating. And the infrastructure is less concerned with getting guns off the streets than it is in fundraising, the new building, hiring people. They bring in other hyper-educated elitists who are passing through this cause onto their next 501c3. Has nothing to do with solving the gun problem. This is it. What and I don't want to go after David. Is it David Hogg, the Parkland kid who got into Harvard?
Yeah.
I have nothing against David Hogg, and he should not be tormented by Marjorie Taylor Greene. However, he is a Harvard student. He is a self-promoter, and all of a sudden, he's, while at Harvard, getting into bed with venture capitalists to make a pillow that competes with Mike Lindell. And I'm thinking, wait. You're David Hogg from the Parkland school shooting. You're telegenic and charismatic, and why should I follow you now? Why should I? He's just another Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine who's wearing the left-wing fashion. I feel bad what happened to him at Parkland, but there's this self-dealing that goes on important issues that are life and death. How do we get rid of these people? Why are we allowing life and death issues to be co-opted by opportunists? Or has that always been the case?
I mean, I think it depends. Do you think that in the civil rights movement, for example?
No, Martin Luther King didn't have any side hustle.
He didn't have any side hustle. How about the other people who were around? Jesse Jackson. I mean, I know him.
A couple of Pepsi bottling contracts.
Yeah. But there have to be. You have to have these organizations that are going to do the right thing. You have to have anti-gun. I think there should be another organization that just goes after handguns. I mean, all these mass shootings with AK-47s and similar guns, but that's a minuscule percentage of the number of people who get killed, and they're killed as in Michigan yesterday by people with handguns. And
here's the thing.
Why isn't there?
Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the problem with this country. So people are struggling economically, and they have to work. That's the problem. And so you do a benefit for a cause. The people who run the benefits say it's not fair to ask Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine to donate his time. He's Tom. So let's pay him to do this benefit. He'll donate some of it, or maybe he won't. I saw Tom Morello do a private party for a venture capital fund, holding a guitar that says "This machine kills fascists." I mean, I was literally watching Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine playing "The Ghost of Tom Joad," and these coke-addicted models and hedge fund managers were jumping up and down, and I'm thinking, well, he's full of shit. And I realized Tom Morello went to Harvard, which he did. The economic precarity in this country breeds a desperation that forces people who want to do good to perpetuate these infrastructures that are more concerned with perpetuating the infrastructure than curing the problem. This is what economic precarity breeds, because nobody has the leisure time to donate their time to a good cause. You should be paid for your time, is how they justify all this.
You know, I did
it corrupts.
3 years. Yeah, I mean, I did 3 years of this national program called Voices United for Separation of Church and State. And I always was sensitive to the fact that you cannot and should not ask people to work for nothing. If you approach somebody to do a benefit and they say, I'm not taking any money, if it's their idea, great. But this idea, and we found very creative ways working with the artists like Ani DeFranco and others to say, we'll give you a part of what we make, but we need you to do this for us. So she comes to a place like Washington, D.C. She sells out the place immediately. She makes a little money. We make a lot of money from it, and everybody's happy. And everybody respects the fact that you can't do things for nothing. You cannot expect
let me push back on that
to do it.
Let me push back, because my experience as a comedian was always being asked to do benefits.
Yeah.
And when I was offered the money, I was appalled. And then people said to me, no, take the money. You deserve it. I go, but it's for, I don't even want to mention the charities. And
Sure.
and you can give it back, but you need to take the money. And the argument was, should the waiters and waitresses at this event be working for free? What about the caterer? What about the food? Should they work for free? And looking back on it, let me mute everybody. Can you hear me? I have to unmute you. I'm unmuting. Looking back on these benefits that I did, the question should be asked, what's wrong with this country? Why, if you're doing a fundraiser for I hate to use this, for cancer, for childhood cancer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm cheating rhetorically, but I'm going to go ahead with childhood cancer. You either are going to donate money to put an end to pediatric cancer, or you're not. A meal, I want you to raise money for pediatric cancer, and there's more to just raising money. We're going to give you a meal. There's going to be an auction. There's a vacation place in St. Bart's, and there's going to be, and Tony Bennett is going to perform. You either want to cure pediatric cancer or you don't. The roots of New York City society was, well, we're rich, we're robber barons, we want to put on nice clothes and dance, but it's kind of unseemly with everybody, like kids dying in the street here in New York City. I have an idea. Benefits. New York society was built on benefits, which exonerated them from being accused of conspicuous consumption. And so we have to stop thinking that charities are good, that they're not. Charities are Every time you see a charity, it says your government has failed. That's an example. If the fact that that we need a St. Jude's, which people should give to, despite the bad press, St. Jude's is a neon sign that says the American government is failing children in the war on cancer. Every charity that pops up is a reminder that your government is failing you. Every soup kitchen that's run by a church or a nonprofit is a reminder that your government is failing you.
Yes, all that's true. But what do you do with the kids with cancer in the next year before the government, if it ever decides to do the right thing? Who's going to raise the money?
I agree.
I give a lot of money to.
I agree, but it has to be
providers.
We have to be out in the open about the money. I agree with you 100%, and I think people should give to St. Jude's. I agree with you, but we have to be out in the open about the money and the layer upon layer of bureaucracy in these institutions, which, like what's his name? John Feinblatt, president of Everytown for Gun Safety, which has $36 million of revenue each year. It's a failure. It's Michael Bloomberg's little 501c3 and 501c4. It's a failure. It should be shut down. It's not working. It's not working.
Of course, if it didn't exist, even less, there'd be no pressure at all from the other side. There are a lot of gun groups, not just his. But
I disagree with all due respect. I think here's the thing. Half-ass commitment lets people off the hook. When you have something that's half-assed, like Everytown for Gun Safety, it lulls people into a soft slumber of, oh, somebody's on this. Somebody's on this, but it creates the illusion that Michael Bloomberg is trying to get the guns off the street. He failed at it. He's a failure at it. And he should close down Everytown for Gun Safety, which used to be Mayors Against Illegal Guns, which bought up some, for the 4-Gun Action Committee. And there's like these layers and layers of bureaucracy and shell organizations and 501. And so I want to get involved with getting rid of guns. You know who you need to speak to? You need to speak to the brilliant, what's his name? This piece of shit, John Feinblatt, president of Everytown for Gun Safety, which also owns Moms Demand Action and Students Demand Action. They just built this bureaucracy of failing 501c3s that self-perpetuate and accomplish nothing. The gun problem is worse because of people like this, because they're not in it to get rid of guns. They're in it to build their resumes. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe that you can do this in an all or nothing fashion. I don't think you can say, well, we got to get rid of all these gun bureaucracy, but it is very important. I agree with you. There's so many charities dealing with exactly the same issues. Have they ever thought about sitting down together and going, let's forget the salaries people are getting. Let's just be honest and talk about if we work together, couldn't we do more? Couldn't we actually stand a better chance
of
government. Success?
It's called government.
It's called government, but if government is the enemy, and
not according to me, not according to me.
No, but not according to me either. But the point is, the majority of people in this country do not believe that government is a solution unless you ask them very specifically. If you say something, should government provide help for people who need childcare? Even Republicans, they'll say, probably. But that's not going to make it happen.
Right. Well, we need to change the conversation. We have to wrap it up.
We do need to change. Yeah, we do need to change the conversation, and we need to make government look like it's actually doing something. But we nitpick it, and occasionally that happens on this show. Biden does something that's not perfect. People say, "Well, he's no good." The guy's not even been in office for a year. I think you can point to a large number of things the man does, and maybe we can talk about that next week.
Yes, thank you. I sorry for, sorry. I got a little worked up.
No.
Sorry.
It's okay.
No, it's not fair to you. I apologize.
Don't apologize.
I'm really sorry. Do you do confessions? Do you do confessions?
I only do them privately.
Okay.
So if you call me, I can forgive you.
Okay. And this picture is so great. This is Jeffrey Epstein with the Pope and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's Jeffrey Epstein, getting communion from the Pope.
Yeah. I guess he's not that bad a guy after all.
Well, he's certainly he's not a good Jew, I'll tell you that.
He's now dead.
But what kind of Jew?
We'll see where that trial goes. I'm not terribly optimistic, but we'll see what happens.
I don't mind the child trafficking. It's the communion with the Pope. That's how embarrassed his mother must be right now that her son Jeffrey. All right, thank you, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. I'm sorry, I was a little too high-strung today. Reverend Barry W. Lynn has dedicated his life to separation of church and state. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for separation of church and state. And besides being an attorney and a member of the Supreme Court bar, he is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. And you think he's great, meet his wife, who is the only person allowed to talk about COVID on the show. Well, we have a couple of other people, but thank you, Reverend.
Absolutely.
I hope I wasn't. I talked too much. I apologize. You're listening.
No, don't worry about it.
Thank you. Sorry. I get worked up, and I need to calm down. This is the David Feldman Show. Friend us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. We're doing office hours and hours. That's 24 hours of office hours with lessons and courses and great people. I host the first hour and then I shut up. I promise you, from 8 till 9, and then I'm done and I kick back and watch all the brilliant members of the community who have much more interesting things to say. We will be back with the professors and Marianne. Thank you.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. Now tell a dirty joke if you want him to. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Someday he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. To get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right and buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Welcome back. I'm going to bring the professors and Marianne on in a second. I getting a little paranoid, and I have to thank the Invisible Ninja and Professor Mike Stein. We just ran an animation that the Invisible Ninja made that is just so brilliant and funny. And I have to offload these shows onto a hard drive and get them off my computer. And there are like 20 hours a week of video and audio that just, I get it off my computer. And I do have a filing system, but what happens on one show, it's almost as though it disappears. In my mind, it disappears, and I need to do a better job of plugging in the hard drive and getting the music that Mike Steinell writes or this animation that the Invisible Ninja just did. I should be playing that more often, and I apologize. That was just so, I haven't seen that in so long, and it's the Invisible Ninja. That was just so great, and I need to do a better job of organizing the hard drive because there's just stuff in there. There's a treasure trove of stuff that goes back 12 years that I just can't curate it all, and the stuff is great. Well, it's time for the professors and Marianne. I'm going to be a little pushy. We have a professor who normally does this, but I know he's been working hard and he's here. If he wants to join us, no pressure. He can raise his hand, but I'm not, he's here just to watch and participate in the chat room. But I'm not going to, he's tired. We're all tired, and he showed up to see his friends, and he doesn't have to participate if he doesn't want. I'm not going to mention his name. Professor Ann Lee joins us. Hello, Professor Ann Lee. Professor Hi. Jonathan Bick joins us, and Professor Marianne Cummings joins us. I always start, here's what I do. I always end with Professor Marianne Cummings because she's on Monday's show, but she gets shortchanged on, I feel shortchanged. So let's start with Professor Marianne Cummings. What is on your mind, please?
Well, I just came from a friend's house where I was watching Alec Baldwin being interviewed by George Stephanopoulos.
Did something happen with Alec Baldwin?
Yeah, wait a minute. What was that? Oh, yeah. 2 people killed. Like the first thing he said was, I want to remind everybody, there are real victims here, and I am not the victim. And I'm going, no shit, you're not the victim, because you're sitting here.
It's like Jay Leno when he said, don't blame Conan for all this. Remember that? When Jay Leno takes Conan's job and Jay goes, don't blame Conan for this. Huh? You just stole my job?
Well, anyway, this was just, he did some professional boo-hooing a couple of times. He claims that he was in solidarity with IATSE and
did that even come up? Did that come up?
Huh?
That came up?
You should watch this because he claims, this was something crafted by his lawyers, I'm sure, because he said he was in solidarity, that he had nothing to do with the finance or the business. He was all about the creativity. Okay, he told us so himself, right?
Well, this is kind of important to me. If you listen to this show, I've went through so did Stephanopoulos go over the contracts that are public knowledge? Did they go over the budgets with him and his salary? Did they discuss his salary?
Really. he was actually, and Baldwin at one point said that he was putting his own money into the production because he kept saying about how it was a low budget film, like they were a bunch of film students or something making a movie suddenly.
$8 million. It was $8 million. It's more than the Frances McDormand movie that won an Oscar, and $8 million of production. There's another budget for pre-production, there's another budget for post-production, and then there's another budget for promotion. It was an $8 million budget to shoot that piece of crap film.
And
did George Stephanopoulos say that? Did George Stephanopoulos? No, of course not. Because George Stephanopoulos makes $20 million a year. So it's impolite to talk about salaries.
He did bring up an edgy question about the armorer and said, were you concerned that this was a relatively inexperienced person? And he said, no, I just assumed that everybody was being professional. And he kept going on about he was really more concerned with the creative aspect of this. And so it's basically, he's washed his hands of, culpability, even though he's deeply sorry. And I said he had at least 2 boo-hoo sessions, and I didn't see any more because I left and took my friend home. So it was just quite a stunning little piece. Basically, I'm going, this is news. This is ABC News. This is a news. This is like, a PR offensive.
Yes, it's not news. They're trying to move a jury, and he's going to be spending a year or two hiring. It's gotten so bad, Daniel Baldwin called Alec to see if he could lend him money. It's a joke.
Yeah.
A little joke I made up that I had in my pocket.
So anyway, I just noticed you were discussing the shooting in Michigan. I actually have friends up there. I haven't talked to them since it happened. There is a question always about adults who would procure or have available guns to minors, and I hate to judge, but before all the facts were in, to quote a line, but I think this young man is extremely troubled, and it was obvious to anyone who should never get anywhere near a gun. But it did remind me of something. There is a trial coming up, and likely convictions in relation to the Kenosha shootings. And the trial is of Kyle Rittenhouse's friend, Dominic Black, who was the one that bought. Now they postponed that trial. I thought that he was going on trial, but then they decided to postpone the trial. He was a witness for the prosecution, and I think they were spending a lot of questions just nailing the fact that he bought the gun for Rittenhouse. But I think he ended up being kind of a valuable witness for the defense. But the long and short of it is he's charged with 2 counts of selling arms to a minor, resulting in death. And each one of those counts has up to 3 years in prison. I have no doubt he's going to get convicted because he basically confessed. He basically told everybody under oath that's exactly what he did. The question is, what's going to be the punishment for it? I think he's going to get some sentence, because I think the public was so hyped up over the rather the misreporting and the exaggeration over Kyle Rittenhouse. People, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure to get something out of this, and an argument can be made that the person really most responsible for this whole situation was the guy who bought the kid the gun and drove him downtown that night. So anyway, stay tuned. But if they do get a conviction in this case, I think that'd be plenty of precedent to go after the parents in the case in Michigan.
Yeah, I talked about this with Pete Dominic earlier about going after the parents. And there's something, we're nibbling around the issues of the bigger problem, and that is somehow we've given these arms manufacturers immunity from civil damages. We see this in public housing when the government abdicates responsibility. They go after the parents. Kamala Harris, as we know, was arresting the parents of truants. Don't improve the schools. Don't hire more social workers to find out why a child is a truant. Arrest the parents. That's the Democrat vice president. And in public housing, what they do is if they create homelessness, if your child is a drug dealer or a criminal, we throw you out of public housing, even though good luck trying to control a kid. So we create homelessness by turning parents into law enforcement or social workers.
I totally sympathy with all that. But however, there are some cases where, they're clearly at fault. But, when you talked about the gun manufacturer liability, yes, they always claim that, it's like suing Ford Motor Company for, people who drive drunk or something and kill people. Well, I think a case that can be made that the gun manufacturers whip up a narrative that encourages people to, that first of all has an image of gun ownership, multiple gun ownership, that's somehow quintessentially American, and it's appealing to a younger crowd, male crowd. And you could possibly work up, culpability there. Otherwise, the real hard, heavy lift, like everything else, like, the corporations are people too, my friend, is to go back and see where we went wrong. And we went wrong with a horrible Supreme Court decision that somehow a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, first big frickin' part of the sentence. The right for the citizenry, not individuals, to bear arms shall not be infringed. I think we have to go back because, people argue, well, we don't know what they meant by well-regulated militia. Yeah, we do know exactly what was meant by well-regulated militia, because one of the first laws that George Washington signed into law, pieces of legislation, was the Militia Act. And gave you a very good idea what was meant at the time. People had to show proficiency with the gun. People had to show that the gun was in good working order, and people had to be drilled and so on. And that law morphed. There's a continuous line of that line to the founding of the National Guard. So I think the real heavy lift, which nobody wants to do right now, and I agree there's probably, much more pressing issues to deal with, is that you have to correct this ruling of the Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, I apologize for my moral certitude tonight, because that's one thing I pride myself on, is not having moral and intellectual certitude. But for I don't know why, but for some reason, I don't know, I've been reading too much. And when we talk about guns, it gets down to the polling says the American people want an assault weapons ban. They want the guns off the street, overwhelmingly. This is an NRA that has been hijacked by gun manufacturers. Yeah. There is money to be made in selling fear and weapons to the American people. And these AR-15s, it is in the best interest of the manufacturers of AR-15s to see them in use here in the United States, because they sell these weapons to our military. There's a direct connection between the military-industrial complex. They don't just make Boeing. It's not just Boeing or Raytheon making Tomahawk missiles. It's the Smith & Wesson making the AR-15s. Our military needs weapons that work, and they need to study these weapons in action. And so it's all part of one the military-industrial complex. It's the militarization of our country and the financialization of our country. We don't get what we want. We want these guns off the street, but it's an investment, and we're brainwashed.
Oh, well, like Big Pharma is an investment, like the perpetual war itself is an investment, like the prison industrial complex is an investment. They're all investments. They haven't been donating. They haven't been giving money away to politicians. They've been investing in them.
And I'm getting worked up. Here's the thing.
Now you're getting worked up.
We got to get, when they say we got to get the money out of politics, it is all about money. Everything that is stopping us from getting what we want is a trade association or a lobbyist representing the richest 1% who will tell you, providing free food to kids who are hungry, you're going to put restaurants out of business. You don't want to deny, building homes for people. What about actors who fail and need to become real estate agents? You want, I mean, this is what I want to ask Professor Jonathan Bick, unless it's uncomfortable, what your thoughts are on this, because I apologize if it's too much.
On the gun issue?
Yeah. If it hits home, I apologize.
Oh, yeah, it definitely hits home, but...
we don't have to talk about it.
No, I think more important than that is... one thing we overlook, everything that both you and Professor Marianne have said, I think I agree with. However, how is it that lobbyists and groups like the NRA are so able to dominate our political system? One of the reasons is money, no doubt about it. Another reason is the structure of the government itself, that we are not democratic in a small d sense, that since the beginning of this country, we were a republic that was intended to be ruled by the minority being the wealthy, those with money. People who didn't have money or property at the beginning of this country could not vote, no matter their color. Women could not vote. Obviously blacks could not vote. The institutions that we have been slowly moving toward democracy over the 200 plus years that we've been around, or moving in the direction of being democratic. But it's such a slow process that they've been captured by a minority, by the corporations, by the for-profit industrial trade groups. We have to deal with that at some point. Things like the Senate, like the Electoral College, like first past the post voting, like gerrymandering. All of these things allow this capture to happen. So I don't think those things should be underestimated.
Yeah.
And the stupid constitutional amendment, the Second Amendment, which, as Professor Marianne said, was never interpreted by the courts to be an independent right, a right for individuals. It was always interpreted as a right for groups or militias, right? Until the 1990s, when Antonin Scalia and Heller wrote the decision that said, no, it's an individual right. So for 200 years, it wasn't, but he changed it. And these are the consequence, again, of an anti-democratic institution, the Supreme Court, overriding the majority will of the people, which has for a long time wanted some measure of gun control. Oh, no, we can't do it because Antonin Scalia says, the Second Amendment says this. Even though if you read the thing, it's quite clear that it is not saying it is an individual right.
Yeah.
That's my little take on that.
Yes.
I got a little agitated.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know what it is, but
something in the air tonight.
Yeah, what is it? Well, Professor Ann Lee, your thoughts on this?
It's in the air.
Are you? I'm ready to have Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine arrested. I'm going nuts over what bullshit Tom Morello is from Rage Against the Machine. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's the least of our worries. The real worries are, the clown show that's going on in government, in the legislature. You have just the most bizarre kind of acting out constantly that is really undermining whether real processes are going on. On the other hand, I still, and it is probably very naive, but I truly believe that the DOJ is working very hard to get an ironclad case to indict all the major figures in the insurrection. And it now appears that way, particularly with coordination of the subpoenas and all that other clown show stuff. It's just going on and it's fine. There's all this acting out and blah, blah, blah. But I think they're using their time well, and the shoe's going to drop. It's just not going to drop as fast. It just hasn't dropped like we want it to drop. But if it doesn't drop, we're really screwed in 2022. I mean, if the GOP takes Congress, it could really be the ultimate clown show. And that is, my particular worry is making Donald J. Trump Speaker of the House in 2023. And they're going to sell it as innovative, daring, vanguard activity. This is a new way of doing government, blah, 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 blah. And it's just going to get worse.
Does he even know how a bill? Does he know how a bill becomes law? I mean, that would be the thing is that here's the problem. I remember Helene Olin from the Washington Post was on the show, and I asked her, "What if he doesn't leave office?" And she said, "Wouldn't that be fun?" And I went, "Well, yeah." And I thought, and this is how it is a show, and I'm thinking, well, that would be fun to see Trump as Speaker of the House. That would be, we've never seen that before. That's something new. How much damage could he do if...
What's the worst that could happen?
Well, so Merrick Garland, and you think the Biden Justice Department is going to clean up? Well, they have been prosecuting, haven't they? People say they're not doing a good enough job, but sometimes trials take 3 years before, right? It takes a while to.
Well, even in the case of prosecuting Manafort and Flynn, you can see as it unfolded how complex it was. That they tried to get more out of them, but then there's a lot of maneuvering going on, and I think what they want to do is have something so ironclad that you can't have people back out of that crap. They're really screwed. They're going to be really screwed. And I'd like to think that career, that there are smart people up there and they're going to do the right thing. But if they don't do the right thing, and that's within the next year, we're all screwed.
Right.
I came across a new article in Alternet that discussed for all those who love being more anxious about other things, the giant meteor in 2031 and all that. There's a thing in Alternet that talks about the preparations for a war with the PRC, that it's not going to happen real soon, but it could happen as soon as 2027. They believe that both PRC and the U.S. will be at parity, or will be in a situation where they can actually have a war, which is really scary to just even speculate on. And, a nuclear or not, that's the kind of moment when it could happen during the Trump second term.
Right. So they say that China is testing these hypersonic missiles that America doesn't have. They're expanding.
Oh, no. We have them.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. We've been working on them for a long time.
What I've been reading is that there's a hypersonic missile gap between the United States and China that we have. That's what I read. So that's
Dr. Strangelove.
So is that West exec? Is that the military-industrial complex trying to scare us into thinking we need to catch up with China even though we're ahead?
Yeah, they just haven't been talking about how the Russians are actually a little farther ahead.
Really? By the way, people should read you.
The Russians are slightly farther ahead than the Chinese are, actually.
People should be reading you over the Daily Kos. I'll give your handle in a second. And that in asymmetrical, if we fought China or Russia asymmetrically, they might beat us. If we're talking about, internet shutting down.
Well, could be. What's even interesting in the current sort of culture war in terms of the woman tennis player Peng Shuai, who's been incommunicado. The Women's Tennis Association has pulled all their events, and it may leak over into the ATP tour also pulling their events, which aren't quite as many. But the issue is she got assaulted by he's a vice premier. He's a retired vice premier. And so the dude had a lot of power. And there's ugly stuff in terms of that. And my point being is that today, when CNN had a feature on that talking to Patrick McEnroe, the PRC cut the CNN feed to China for that one sequence. All they showed were color bars for that 10 minutes. CNN made that comment. Our feed has gotten cut in China for this segment. It was pretty interesting.
We would never do that unless it involved the governor of New York.
All right.
You know what the lesson from Chris Cuomo is? Don't be an a-hole. The only crime Chris Cuomo committed, the only reason Jeff Zucker is suspending and probably firing Chris Cuomo is because Chris Cuomo is a world-class D-bag. He could get away. That's the only crime he committed.
He is related to the ex-governor, so.
That is a crime.
It was interesting TV to have them sort of fight on the air. I mean, that probably was the best television of all.
You're talking about when it was the COVID stuff, the playful banter about Mom loves you best.
Oh, even before COVID, there was this kind of weird bullying going on between Andrew Cuomo and Chris Cuomo. That was just made it more interesting, at least during that time period.
Right, but I thought it was playful. But now you realize that it's more than just being playful.
Oh no, it's all about power. It's really they're trying to bust each other. It's sort of interesting. I mean, it had that familial dynamic going on, which I always found interesting, and probably CNN found it interesting too.
Right. Right.
It's probably as close as they get to sort of Fox News sort of craziness.
Right. Boy, Mario Cuomo did a piss poor job raising his kids. The values that he instilled, the quiet, contemplative poet of a governor was seething inside, the Hamlet of Albany. But underneath it all was this rage that manifested itself through his two horrific sons, who will, no doubt, land on their feet, right?
I guess.
Yeah.
They're, well, who knows?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Professor John, what's on your mind tonight?
Well, I received a request from a member of your audience to talk about the subsidization of fossil fuels. This was a report that was released by the IMF.
The International Monetary Fund.
The International Monetary Fund, and reported in The Guardian in October. This report says that the fossil fuel industry benefits from subsidies of $11 million every minute. Globally, fossil fuel subsidies were $5.9 trillion in 2020, or about 7% of GDP, and are expected to rise to 7.5% of GDP in 2025.
And is that counting all the wars?
No, not counting wars, no. So just 8% of these subsidies reflects undercharging for supply costs, that is, explicit subsidies. And 92% are undercharging for environmental costs and foregone consumption taxes. So in other words, implicit subsidies. Efficient fuel pricing in 2025 would reduce global carbon dioxide. This is from the abstract of the study. Reduce carbon dioxide emissions 36% below baseline levels, which is in line with keeping global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, while raising revenues worth 3.8% of global GDP and preventing almost 1 million local air pollution deaths per year. The ending of,
It's amazing. It's just amazing that it's just amazing.
So we're actually going in the wrong direction. They expect these subsidies to be increased next year. And, we see countries allowing new energy discovery and production, fossil fuel energy, that is, when we need to be closing down the things that we have already. So there should be no more, accessing new sources of fossil fuels for burning for energy purposes. We use oil in a lot of applications, but most of the pollution from oil is from burning it for energy. The G20 agreed in 2009 to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. And in 2016, the G7 set a deadline of 2025, but little progress has been made. In July, a report showed that the G20 countries had subsidized fossil fuels by trillions of dollars since 2015.
How much is that? How much?
Trillions of dollars in subsidies. That's including direct subsidies, as well as undercharging for the damage that it does to the environment and for not taxing it sufficiently so that the price of the damage that the use of the fossil fuels create is reflected in the price. A senior analyst at the think tank Carbon Tracker said, to stabilize global temperatures, we must urgently move away from fossil fuels instead of adding fuel to the fire. It's critical that governments stop propping up an industry that is in decline and look to accelerate the low carbon energy transition instead. We've got to get serious about this, and we just aren't doing it.
Well, it's because it's about profits. I've been attending a webinar by Resources for the Future, and this is on offshore wind. Those people who are interested in the technical stuff, there's the second day of it tomorrow at Resources for the Future, and it's really interesting how far behind they are on U.S. offshore wind development. There's a ton of projects. There's a lot of projects that have now been greenlit now that there's infrastructure money coming in from the Biden administration. I, of course, got myself into trouble asking a question about, well, what's the difference between what you're doing now and what was being done during the Trump administration when they didn't give a shit about wind? But where they're lagging is in areas like what are the labor impacts of all these things? And there's only there's something called the Jones Act, which requires U.S. flagged ships to be part of the installation of new wind turbines off the coast. And the problem is there's only one ship to do that right now. That's a U.S. ship. So they've got to work out whether they're talking about building another one. In other words, this stuff has been on, because I've been watching this for the last decade or so, and it is just incredibly slow. So most of the time today was talking about buzzwords, about sustainability, about a blue economy, about appeasing fisheries. It's quite amazing to me. And their target does not even predict it anywhere close to helping towards net zero. We're talking 30 gigawatts, and that's a really good, a thing to try and pursue. But I think we're really falling behind when you consider that there's only one or two demonstration projects that have only a few wind turbines, and it could really take off. But the fact of the matter is, if you only have one ship, because the Jones Act requires American flag ships for installing these darn things, you're really not building a lot, even though you've predicted that, well, we were going to build turbines on this, frontage, and it's all divided up according to congressional districts. So for example, in my state, Bridgeport, New London are going to get something out of it, but it's still all pork barreling, and it's a little scary that it's just not really happening as fast. I mean, we're in a place where Europe was 10 years ago. This is like it, and it's not getting any better.
Well, John Kerry just announced today that he has total confidence that the private sector will be solving the climate problem.
Really?
Yes.
I listened to a flack from Dominion Energy today talk about how wonderful Virginia Beach was. It was like Chamber of Commerce stuff. It was the, and you've got there are federal agency guys there, and it looked like 20 years ago in terms of procurement.
Wow.
Anyway.
Five countries are responsible for 2/3 of these subsidies: China, the US, Russia, India, and Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And without any action, these subsidies are going to rise to $6.4 trillion in 2025. The IMF report found that the prices for fossil fuels were at least 50% below the true costs for 99% of coal, 52% of diesel, and 47% of natural gas in 2020.
Wow. Unbelievable. Well, I want to show you a picture of Alec Baldwin's wife. This is Hilaria. This is a picture of her stepping out with Alec after his interview with George Stephanopoulos. This was just sent to me. She is in metallic leggings and a 1900 gold Montclair vest. I hope it was bulletproof. This is what she wore outside. Now, if your husband is facing numerous lawsuits, the first thing you do with lawyers and plaintiffs is not try to present yourself as having deep pockets. So, I mean, I can't think of a worse move for a wife to make to undermine her husband than wearing a $1,900 Montclair gold-leafed vest to grab coffee in Manhattan. I almost forgive Alec Baldwin with his wife. I almost forgive him. Something's going on. I mean, that is just grotesque that she would step out like that right after he's asking for sympathy.
Tell me you don't care about the plebes without saying you don't care about the plebes.
That's right. The whole interview was about how he supports IATSE, and it was just a low budget.
Oh, it was just a complete PR exercise. It was shameless. I mean, you sort of have to admire it. And she also has the 4.5-inch, power heel look. Good Lord.
So she's checking out. She's had it with him, right? She just wants, she wants out. She's standing by him, but she's high. I mean, he's got a lot of money.
Yep.
And, yeah. He doesn't even know. That's the thing. Oh, by the way, he was the one, speaking of the Cuomos, he was the one who he went out of his way to contact Governor Cuomo and said, I will advocate for you. I think the cancel culture has gotten out of hand. At the height of Governor Andrew Cuomo's accusations of sexual assault, not harassment, assault, Alec Baldwin said, I'll go on the talk shows and defend Governor Andrew Cuomo. I think this cancel culture has gotten out of hand. And Cuomo said, we got it. Thank you. We're okay. And Alec Baldwin went off the reservation, a reservation he wasn't even on. And I think I just said the wrong term, right? You're not allowed to say off the reservation, so I apologize. But he gave an interview anyway and defended Andrew Cuomo and said, this cancel culture is getting so out of hand. Sexual assault, this is how twisted their minds get when you're just living in a bubble. They live in this bubble and nobody says to them, you're full of shit. You're sick. You're mentally ill. I'm sure Alec Baldwin has seen doctors who are starstruck by him and don't tell him you're morally reprehensible. You can't. I'm sorry. What is on your? Let's go around just to make sure I asked everybody. Sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm just filled with contempt. I am. I just have. Where did Professor John? Did I lose Professor John?
He's there.
He just couldn't take it anymore. I'm so.
No, we lost his camera.
I have so much contempt. Professor Marianne, let me ask you, and then I'll ask Professor Ann Lee and Professor John Bick to make sure I covered everything.
I just wanted to say something in passing. Similar to that law in Virginia, where we thought that, remember, friend of the show, who was it? The socialist was one of the people leading the charge in the Virginia State House to
Carter.
cap insulin.
Carter. Carter,
cap incident prices.
the Uber driving Iraq
Yeah.
veteran who
Yeah.
ran for governor. And
So anyway, and then our friend of the show, Jim Earl, had pointed out that really that's not what it was at all. Well, I was the New Republic had an article about what this copay, what this cap really means, and I remember mentioning to you that I read it and there was some fuzzy wiggle words that I just picked up on, that I was a little concerned about. Well, in fact, it isn't a $35 cap on insulin. It's a $35 cap on the copays for insulin approved by your insurance companies. Now, that is a vastly different thing than a 35
explain that.
cap.
Explain that.
Okay, so the copays. So basically, there's two things. First of all, this is just for people with insurance. You have copays for your drugs, and oftentimes they can be pretty steep. And this would limit the copays to $35 a month, on the approved insulin that your insurance company approves on. Now, of course, that doesn't solve the problem for the worst. These people who die of rationing of insulin are people who don't really have insurance. And second of all, insulin and diabetes, this is the perfect marker for our healthcare system, because unlike other drugs, which insurance companies also will deny their patients, if you're denied insulin when you need it, you have hours often before you're in the hospital, before you're in a coma. That's how desperate it is. I had a case with a friend. We went to pick up her drugs for anti-seizure medication, and the pharmacy said, "Oh, your insurance company didn't approve of it." And she says, "Well, I need this drug. Why don't I just pay for it?" And they said, "No, we can't give you this drug." And so she went a few days before she actually contacted her doctor, and then had another, what do they call, trans-ischemic event. And when she finally got a hold of her doctor was furious. "Why didn't you call me immediately?" But this is the problem. So yes, again, it's an achievement, but in the framework of keeping the insurance companies firmly in place. And this is just the kind of thing that, money, this is the money in our system talking, but it's more than that. The partner to the money is the people currently in power, who are only in power because of their fundraising ability. If we drastically change the system, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and a whole lot of other people would not have their jobs.
Yep.
That's the conundrum, and maybe our friend Alan Minsky can convince his group to start using a lot of pressure on these people. If we withhold our votes, it's going to hurt you guys. So unless force is used, not violent force, political force is used on these people, nothing is going to change. There'll be window dressing. There'll be some things around the edges, which for people affected will be significant. But in terms of the entire system, no.
Yeah, I think they would prefer violence. They would prefer smash and grabs and looting, because then they can militarize.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, that's what they want. It's political.
They can't get enough of these shooters.
Yeah, that's what they want.
They'll never really go after who is the congresswoman they want to strip. Somebody wants to strip of her committee assignments because she's said outrageous things. They love these people. They love all of the attention put to these people,
right? Rather
than solving our fundamental problems.
We have to wrap it up. I'm sorry for the rage tonight. My rage against the machine will continue after I say, because somebody in the chat room on YouTube said, look up Tom Morello and Bernie. And now my head's exploding. So I'm reading the chat room. Google Tom Morello and Bernie Sanders, and my head is like about to explode. Harvard-educated Tom Morello. The first, Professor Ann Lee, did I get everything? Did we cover everything? And how do we read you on Daily Kos?
That's I am ANNIELI, Annie Lee at Daily Kos.
Right, which is, I love it. I do. And
Thank you.
Professor Jonathan Bick, did we cover everything? Is there anything?
I think I had a couple other things, but they'll keep till next week.
Very quickly, just give me the headlines, just so I don't. I talked too much tonight. I apologize.
Okay. Well, there was a article in the New York Times on November 30th about masks, face masks for preventing COVID, and how so many of the online sellers of these masks are selling ineffective knockoff masks that do not meet the requirements that they're claiming, for example, for N95 or particularly KN95 masks produced in China. So you have to be very careful when buying these face masks. There is a group called the N95 Project, which is a nonprofit that evaluates masks and tries to identify sellers that are reliable. Obviously any mask is better than no mask, but if you are inside, you should be wearing a high quality mask, preferably N95, if not a good quality KN95.
N95, great. Thank you. I got to wrap it up. Thank you. I'm very grateful for Professor Ann Lee. Read her over at the Daily Kos. She is a treasure. She is also a former associate professor at Norwich University and is a former HBCU associate dean, as well as an independent scholar in geospatial information science. And we will see Professor John, I hope, and Professor Ann Lee at office hours. And I look forward to anything you have to offer. And Professor Marianne Cummings is impossible to argue with because she was not only a Bernie delegate, she took his advice and ran and got elected. So it's hard to accuse her of cynicism. So it's hard to accuse the physicist, Professor Marianne Cummings, of cynicism. You're out there knocking on doors for Nina Turner. I always say you put your feet where your mouth is.
Yes, and that's a great line. And I'll also be doing it for Junaid Ahmed, who is still coming on the show. He's running for Congress. Another Bernie delegate who is running against Krishnamurti, one of the most conservative Democrats in Congress. So
right,
we'll also hook him up with Howie.
Yes, good.
No, he's hooked up with us too.
Oh,
yeah.
That is
fantastic.
That is Alan Minsky. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. We're about to be joined by Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky, who is, there we are. Just one quick thing about Tom Morello. It's not my fault. Somebody...
I Googled it, but there's something new? You said Google Tom Morello and
Bernie.
I did, but a 2017 article came up. Is there something new?
Well, it depends what you found. The first thing I found is Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine complaining that Bernie stole one of his lines in his speech. Apparently, that was his complaint. Rage Against the Machine's Morello did not support Bernie in 2016 or 2020. This is the column, the Harvard-educated Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machine. Have you read his columns, his self-aggrandizing columns in the New York Times, where he compares himself to Joe Strummer, that false humility? This is what Rage Against the Machine's Morello, according to Rolling Stone, said. He's expressed slightly jaded feelings about Bernie Sanders. The Harvard-educated Tom Morello said, quote, "He certainly seems like the person with progressive politics and integrity." This is going to set you off, Professor. This is what Harvard-educated Tom Morello said. Bernie seems like the person with progressive politics and integrity, but I worked as a scheduling secretary for Senator Alan Cranston for 2 years, so I got to see how the sausage is made, and it's not pretty. My emphasis has always been on direct action activism and the kind of change that comes from below, not from electing someone and crossing your fingers that they're the Messiah. And then his bandmate, Tim Comerford from Rage Against the Machine said, "Electoral politics is all bullshit, and Bernie Sanders is no exception." That's your Rage Against the Machine, who I saw Tom Morello in 2014 performing at a private party for a hedge fund manager with his little guitar that says, "This machine kills fascists." And he's got these coke-addicted male and female models and hedge fund managers bouncing up and down to the ghost of Tom Joad. And I thought, maybe Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine is full of shit.
Maybe.
Okay. I just love walking into the Lions Den here.
Why, is he a donor?
Tom, I was the producer of Tom's radio show for years.
Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine?
Yeah, him and Serge Tankian.
I'll tell you, when you get to the pearly gates, you have a lot to account for.
Yeah. You gave us Jimmy Dore, too. And me. You're responsible for... That's your biggest crime, is me. All right, defend Tom Morello. What am I getting wrong? That he's not an opportunistic Harvard infection?
Said like a true Columbia man who apparently was at a party for some hedge fund guy.
I was there with a comedian who was performing, who doesn't purport to be. I went there for the free food. So defend Tom Morello. Tell me how somebody who...
You didn't ask me to defend.
Your sound is bad.
I just sort of wanted to walk into the Lions Den and just confess.
No, defend Tom Morello, please.
I'm not accountable for my friends or my former coworkers' politics, am I? I mean, he should defend himself if he needs defending. Tom, here's what Tom would say. I don't know what Tom would say. Okay, first of all, I knew he didn't endorse Bernie Sanders. Obviously, I differ with him on that. And Tom, I just feel like I'm just going to set him up for more, negative things. But I think he sees himself in a kind of more of a revolutionary Marxist communist type of politics.
Sure, from Harvard. From Harvard. And he didn't even know what the role IATSE plays. I spoke to him. He couldn't tell me the role IATSE plays in rock concerts. Mr. Harvard educated. Let's get saved by the products of the oppressor, Harvard.
I know that he has a family background where his relatives from Kenya were revolutionary anti-colonialists.
So he has a sense of entitlement. So he thinks he's like born into the revolution. So he doesn't have to work hard.
His mom met his. I believe the story is. Look, I'm not defending him. You can take this information and but don't expect me to defend Tom. I'm just giving you information. I did work with him for 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 or 7 years. You lose track of time in Pacifica Radio Land. It was a really positive experience working with Tom. Obviously, he was very rich.
Really?
Yeah.
What the Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello, who went to Harvard and is now a columnist for the New York Times, is Professor K? I'm shocked to discover that Tom Morello is rich. Have you read the shit he's written for the New York Times? I'm ready to cancel.
I haven't read a word of it. What has he been writing?
He writes about Pete Seeger or Joe Strummer and then plugs his own music. It is so self-serve. It is a master's class in self-aggrandizement and self-promotion. If you want to. No, actually, it's not a master's class. It's shameless and transparent. You would think at Harvard he would have learned how to be a more subtler self-promoter.
Oh, yeah, that is
what they teach that at Yale, not at Harvard.
They teach it at Yale.
Yeah, maybe.
All right, I apologize. Is anybody having trouble getting their pills? The supply chain. Here's one. Some people have been telling me they can't get their prescriptions filled. You may be looking at one that might be is somebody. All our drugs are not made in the United States anymore, and all those container ships that are piling up, and there are supply chain issues. Are you having problems getting your pills? If you're having trouble getting your pills, let me know. I'm beginning to sense a supply chain issue. So.
I don't want to brag, but I don't take any pills.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't either, but I want to go back to Morello for a second, because here's the thing about Morello. Here's the thing about Morello. Seriously, and I mean this. The guy has his political convictions. He has his what? Has his political convictions, Rage Against the Machine and all that. But here's the thing. The guy can play a wicked guitar.
Yeah, so could Eric Clapton. And Eric Clapton is an anti-immigrant, anti-vaxxer, racist.
Yeah.
So,
I know, but they both, we can agree, can really friggin' play guitar.
Right,
okay?
and so they think they're better, and they won the genetic lottery. Or I practice. Morello says he practiced. One of his columns in the New York Times was how he practiced 15 hours a day. Just but he thinks he's earned the right that he's better than we are. He sees, classes. He sees, he thinks he's better than people.
I guess he is. He writes for the New York Times.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, here we are.
Here we are.
One of the things I can't stand about contemporary political discourse in America is the compulsion everybody has to want to be right all the time. And maybe I just don't fit in this regard, and maybe I shouldn't be the person who's the spokesperson for the organization that I lead, because I don't really have a compulsion to be right all the time. If Tom is writing really, ingratiating dross for the New York Times, I'm not going to defend him,
Well, but
and it's sad if he is, but I also don't. I'm not quick to condemn somebody I know. I'm not going to.
I am. Him. I think we need. Cool. I'm being serious. We need to practice.
Totally cool too.
I think it's. I think there are charlatans who come from Harvard, who pretend that they're on our side. You have no idea how many people are pissed off at me for going after Tom Morello. He's on. Why are you going after on our side? He's not on our side. He didn't support Bernie. He's the enemy. It's time for our side to practice the art of personal destruction, the politics of personal destruction. If you call yourself a Democrat and you're rich and you're saying, I'm for Medicare for all, but, we don't want to put the health insurance employees out of business, you're the enemy. You're a fraud. Help me out here, Professor Harvey J.K.
Did you see that piece? I think I sent it to you in a text. It's actually not a piece. It may well be a piece as well, but it was a video editorial by two New York Times, in fact, two New York Times writers on the liberal hypocrisy.
I thought that was good.
Tell me about it. I try to play it, but
it's rare that I like anything from the New York Times as much as I like that.
People were shocked. I was shocked, not by the argument, but by the fact it was two New York Times people who did it.
I know.
What did they say about liberal hypocrisy?
Well, their point was that, they laid out how the Democrats have in their platforms these kinds of initiatives. They promise certain initiatives on housing, on taxes, and so on. And then they point out the housing crisis in California, the fact that Washington State, what was it, ranked above, it was like number one above Texas in not taxing wealth, right? Something like that. I mean, it was just these kinds of things. And what was it was something about New York State. What was that one? Jeez.
Well, just to riff on the point too about California, people across the country, with all the things I'm on around California, they think that California is some kind of like liberal progressive paradise. And then you see the teachers strike in West Virginia, you see the teachers strike in Oklahoma, then you see the teachers strike in LA, and it's like, fuck yeah, California can underpay its teachers just like it can match anybody, you know?
Right.
You match the cost of living in West Virginia and the cost of living in Los Angeles, where the pay grade is for the Los Angeles teachers, and they have it just as hard off here as you do in West Virginia, which is ridiculous in both cases. And what the fuck was Prop 13 about to begin with, which came from California? So
exactly. Tell people what Prop
that's sort of the spirit of the piece.
Tell us who Howard Jarvis is and Prop 13 and what that did to schools.
Which is the third rail still of California politics to this day. I don't view it that way, but you know.
And that is the Democratic Party, Professor Harvey J.K. I'm getting my last licks in before January 1st, when I will then explain all the good things that this grifter, Joe Biden, has pulled off. I'm getting I got 3 more weeks to get my last licks in on this piece of excrement.
Look, I know I live in Wisconsin, which is sort of flyover territory.
We call it under. We call it fly under territory.
But I'd like to know, does anybody know, do we know where our Build Back Better bill is?
Yeah, read David Dayen.
I don't really want to talk about that anymore. But
read David Dayen at the American Prospect. You know, this great, you know how like Nancy wanted paid family leave?
Yeah.
Turns out it's a love, according to David Dayen over at the American Prospect, it's a love letter to the insurance companies. Yeah. I'm going, boy, that Nancy Pelosi, she fought for paid sick leave and paid family leave. It's going to be like a $10 billion gift to the health insurance companies. They're going to administer the insurance, not the health insurance.
I said some weeks ago, I was expecting all of this to be lucrative for the capitalist class. Lucrative.
No, and then the great article in Jacobin critiquing the means testing around paying for daycare.
Oh, yeah.
From the guy who does their analyses over there. What's his name? Check that out. This, as I said, this is last week's show. Remember, nobody could see me. I was making everybody nauseous with the video and the food. But this is if again, I know Harvey doesn't like this phrasing, but Roosevelt saves capitalism, Biden saves neoliberalism.
Yeah. And the term liberal, when the New York Times attacks liberalism, I guess Roosevelt and Kennedy and Johnson called themselves liberals, but they were really...
You know that Kennedy actually resisted ever calling himself a liberal. He did. He said to someone, I was never a liberal. I didn't join the American Veterans Committee, which was the liberal, very liberal and progressive veterans organization. He strictly avoided it. His family was very conservative, tied in with the McCarthy, with McCarthy. Eleanor Roosevelt did not want him at all. Didn't trust him and despised his father because he was basically willing to sell out to Hitler, in 1939-40. Hold on a second. I'm sorry.
It was it was Matt Bruning who did the analysis of the
right.
Okay, yeah.
So she wanted Adlai Stevenson.
And to talk her in, they had to have her meet with Kennedy, and she basically said, "Okay." In the end, she'd go that way. But of course, she also was willing to go with Adlai Stevenson, who was no real liberal, by the way.
Right. That upset me when you told me that Jimmy Carter was a bad guy.
Was a bad guy, right? And then I told you that Adlai Stevenson.
No, then you told me McGovern was a bad guy.
That one people take me apart for, but I was not a fan of. I didn't vote. I was my first time ever voting presidential. I voted for socialists.
Okay, this is what you've done to the show. You ruined Jimmy Carter for us. Then you ease into it with Jimmy Carter. Then you ruin George McGovern. Then you ruin Adlai Stevenson for us.
Just give me a shot at John Kennedy, man.
That's what got it. I've heard that before. A lot of people said that.
Oh, God. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, that was terrible. I didn't do that as a joke. Sorry. I walked into that one. I was the straight man in that one.
Henry Wallace? You're going to go after Henry Wallace?
No, well, I'm not as enthusiastic about Henry Wallace as my dear friend John Nichols is. Let's put it that way.
Is that because Henry Wallace was another traitor to his...
I think Henry Wallace, I think there was some reason to think Henry Wallace might have been a bit flaky. That's all.
Well, the 1948 campaign would suggest as much.
Yeah, it would definitely suggest as much. And also, I also think he made one big strategic mistake. He allowed the likes of Truman to drive him out of the Democratic Party. And he shouldn't have. He should have stayed in the party and contested what was going on from within the party and not thought that what is it? There's a name for that kind of thing when you go off and
Peter Pan
run in what's that?
A Peter Pan fan?
Yeah, I was about to say Peter Pan, but there's another term for the people who go off, in some kind of illusion to run in some third party moment. He was a brave guy in some ways. He went south and attacked Jim Crow and segregation. So I have mixed feelings. I admire him in many ways, but should he have been president? People on the left get very upset when I say it. I'm not so sure about that. I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, what did he do? I have two questions. One is, what did Henry Wallace do in 48 that was flaky other than a third party run? And it
was a campaign that was basically taken over by the Communist Party.
Did he know that?
He had to. He couldn't. If he didn't, then he really was flaky.
Yeah, that's sort of my point on flakiness.
Yeah,
would have been based on that.
And so, was he, as many were back in 48? Was he a communist or
No. I don't believe for a moment that Henry Wallace was a communist.
But he had no problem.
He was a great vice president in the years 41 to 40. Well, sorry, 41 to 40.
That's right. Though he would have been a bitter vice president after the 44 convention.
Yeah.
And what would have happened had Roosevelt not left it up to the smoke-filled room and said, "I'm keeping Wallace"? What kind of president? Wouldn't there have been like that proverbial halo effect that would have turned Henry Wallace into a right-wing asshole? Wouldn't he have given us a national security state?
It's very hard to find people you can really embrace in politics. Let's face it. Okay.
You sound like Tom Morello.
No, I embraced Bernie Sanders. I've liked Bernie Sanders since the 80s. And my only thing about Bernie is that for all of that which he accomplished, I just wish he had done something more. And I've always said this. He brought back social democracy onto the American agenda, but he probably should have left us a legacy of speech making that would have then propelled the movement all the more effectively.
I'm seeing a cranky Alan Minsky tonight, which I like. I've never seen it.
I'm not that cranky, but it's Bernie.
I like it.
Bernie, though. Bernie.
Hang on. Can you control your? Hang on. Your sound. You are you produce radio for Tom Morello, Ralph Nader. You run radio. When are you? Why is your sound so crunchy?
He's in a different room.
I should go get my better mic.
No, just don't touch the computer.
No, this mic is a janky.
No, it's just don't touch the keyboard. That's all. Sorry, I'm not trying to. I expect
you need a better mic. No, can I just say, Alan, you're wrong. You're wrong. Sorry, not Alan. Sorry, David, you're wrong. He's usually in a room that's more conducive to broadcasting. Number one. Number two, he doesn't have the right mic, and number three, he's in a cranky mood.
He's in a cranky mood, and tonight he didn't show up wearing the BBC bow tie and black jacket that I demand of all our guests.
Boy.
Go ahead. I apologize.
I think that.
By the way, Alan, it's good to see you.
It's great to see you, Harvey, and David too. Nice to see everybody. And,
but I was serious. So I know it sounded humorous, well, maybe quasi-humorous, but I just don't even know where the Build Back Better bill is.
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, it's getting stripped apart by Joe Manchin. It's supposed to come forward. Schumer's supposed to bring it forward next week, and we'll see what shape it's in at that point. I mean, I definitely met with the Senate office. It told me changes are happening. That means it's going to have to go back to the House. And once changes happen, we'll hope to see a few things happen to the bill that won't happen, and it'll get worse.
And will Bernie support it? Bernie is going to, right? He's going to have to sign. Bernie has been frustrating me a bit over the past, week to 10 days. Nobody's perfect. It's a tough situation he finds himself in. Look, the truth of it is we can gripe about the Democrats, but when it's 50-50 in the Senate and you have Democrats like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, Bernie Sanders, and even Joe Biden are not to blame for what this end result is going to be. Maybe I think some of the blame really comes with the idea that it was going to go through at what was it, 3.5 or 3.6. They really sort of had us believe that for quite a while, that it was going to go through like that. And I really think Pelosi even there is as better as she is at organizing her caucus than Chuck Schumer at his much smaller and what should be easier to organize caucus. She definitely had us believe it was going to go through at 3.5.
Yeah, she did. You're right.
And that was very disappointing. But I definitely spoke to a very good Senate office, one that's very much allied with us on so many of our issues. And they said, look, they are powerless to block Manchin from doing stuff. And then we did concur that the person this hangs on now is not Schumer as much as Biden. Biden really should be doing more and as much as possible to say, I'm the president of your party, and what you're doing now is not acceptable, and it has to be like this.
And he should have been saying that 10 months ago, 9 months ago.
Well, I read Jonathan Karl's book, which is pretty good. And according to Manchin's people and Biden's people, Biden did call the bill. What was the bill in March? That was to extend unemployment. It was
the Relief Act, I think it was called.
Yeah, and Manchin wouldn't extend the unemployment benefits, and Biden said, according to Jonathan Karl, I'm the president of the United States. I know how this works with people like Manchin. I have one call in me on this bill to him, and he used it. And Manchin was like, I love you, Joe, but I don't work for you. I work for the people of West Virginia. And the people of West Virginia, this is what Manchin said. The people of West Virginia, I cannot go home and explain to them why people are getting paid not to work. That the people of West Virginia would be appalled that people are getting paid not to work. Do you think the people of West Virginia would be appalled?
Would say that?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Well, it's great to know that Joe Manchin supports a government full employment program then.
Yeah, thank you. Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, President Bernie Sanders. We're now into alternative history, 10 months in, Professor Harvey J.K., would Bernie Sanders, President Sanders, fall into the dust heap currently occupied by Adlai Stevenson, President Kennedy, Jimmy Carter, who else? George McGovern.
There was something that
And Eugene McCarthy was a piece of shit, right? I mean, in all seriousness, right?
I actually don't know enough about McCarthy to conclude but my instincts are telling me you're right.
Right. I was told, my father misled me when I was a kid, and he said McCarthy is the good guy. Robert F. Kennedy is stealing his thunder. And then the more I read, I found out that it was actually Robert Kennedy who was more to the left than Eugene McCarthy. But Eugene McCarthy had Peter, Paul, and Mary on his side.
Here's a tricky one I'm wondering about. I sort of always heard that 1960s and earlier Hubert Humphrey was a good thing.
Yes, the mayor.
How good was Hubert? How good was Hubert
he might have been the farthest to the left of all of them.
Yeah, I think whatever his faults were, and the big fault was that he was so deferential to LBJ on the war. But I think Hubert Humphrey would have been the best choice.
68.
68. Yeah.
What about in 60? He ran in 60 too.
Oh, in 60, definitely. Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Yeah. Hubert Humphrey was a social democrat. He was a firm FDR, if not further to the left than FDR Democrat.
With great early career pronouncements on civil rights too.
Yeah,
but for the time,
right?
Wasn't he the mayor? Was he the mayor of Minneapolis?
He did his master's degree at LSU, and it wrote his thesis. I think it was on FDR on the New Deal. I could be wrong.
But then he was a spoiler
published.
for McGovern. He was a spoiler for McGovern. He was not. He kind of undermined McGovern and was a little more. By the time the Johnson administration ended, Humphrey came out smelling like a hawk, right?
Oh yeah.
It's too bad. So who can we trust? Bernie, as long as he doesn't.
But I do want to add, but you should know that later, before he died in 78, there was the Humphrey Hawkins bill. I mean, he was much more committed to the kinds of things that classic left Democrats would be committed to.
Which was Humphrey Hawkins passed, and it demanded full employment, but then they stripped it
in a watered down version.
Yeah,
very watered down. Yeah,
right. Alan Minsky just stormed off the show.
You said he was cranky.
He's cranky. I like him cranky. I've never seen him flustered. I've never seen him get upset.
I'm completely not flustered. You've not flustered me. I got a microphone. There we go.
You're hooking it. Do you know how to hook up a mic?
By the way, in the what ifs of history, Gerald Ford should have beaten Jimmy Carter. Because then Reagan would never have ensued.
Right.
But we would have had Rumsfeld and Cheney. We would have skipped right to 2001. They got rid of it would have just they cut out the middleman and we would have gone right to
it. You bet.
Right to it. Yeah. What would you be complaining?
Tell you that, by the way, as long as we're into that 20-year period, did I ever tell you that it was a cousin of mine who put Dukakis in the tank that day that became the joke? Yeah, cousin of mine who a cousin who headed up MassPIRG up in Massachusetts was recruited. She was a real critic of his governorship, and then he recruited her to join him to really push the environmental question. So one day we were talking, this is years ago, and she said, and I'm the one who scheduled him in that tank.
Jack Kennedy, I'm not making this up, had a rule: never wear a hat in public. Like when never wear a mortarboard when you speak at a university. Yeah, he said never be seen in a hat. Had he worn a hat, in Dallas that day, he might have been. All right, I'm not going to do that joke. Hey, do you believe
they had a lot of rules about what you shouldn't and shouldn't do, Jack Kennedy?
Yeah, you should have put a hat on the
story about
the Lincoln.
Story about. I'm sorry, we shouldn't get into these things, but
Go
I
ahead.
reviewed the book. I reviewed this book maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago for Daily Beast, which was a real effort to make Kennedy's last year into something that was that if he had lived, think of the things he could have done kind of stuff.
Right.
But it was also the case that it completely ignored, the fact that he was having an affair with an East German woman whose husband was, probably East German intelligence,
right,
who basically, pushed, I think it was a White House intern to do X, Y, and Z, not even with him, but with others. I mean, it's just, what a guy.
Compromat.
Yeah.
Can you believe that there are people who don't believe there was a conspiracy to kill him?
I have to tell you that until very recently, I was in that. I did not believe there was a conspiracy.
You didn't believe there was a conspiracy?
I mean, I knew there was a conspiracy to kill him, but I didn't think it was the conspiracy that filmmakers usually go with.
Interesting. Alan, do you think there... To me, there's no question that there was a conspiracy. I mean...
I think the only thing, having absorbed a lot of information about this case, right?
Yeah.
I think the thing that I've arrived at is just that it doesn't seem very likely that Lee Harvey Oswald killed him by himself.
That's what, yeah, right. And that's where I've come to conclude. Yeah.
Right.
He might have been one of the shooters. But yeah, it seems like there's more shots going on there.
There were more shots going on and more scheduled attempts at Kennedy. In other words, if Oswald...
It just seems like the people who at the site, the thing that always gets me is at the actual site, and I've never been around live gunfire, a live shooting scene, but they all ran to the grassy knoll.
Right. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. What is any good news coming out of the Biden administration? Anything good the Democrats are doing there? Because starting January 1st, I have to sell this horse shit. I feel morally obligated to start selling this lemon.
The Democratic Party.
The lemon, selling this used car to people.
You don't have to do that then. You got a whole primary season where you have great candidates you can endorse and talk about and bring on the show. Yeah.
I know.
And then the endorsement of the crap doesn't really have to kick in until the end of the primary season.
Is it conceivable?
It runs so late that it's maybe a little bit before the very end of it, but yeah.
Is this the darkness? Will we look back at 2021 and say, it wasn't, well, people are getting evicted. People are falling through. You just can't deny the poverty, if you can't
here's
ignore.
Here's one for the Democrats who need young people. The election was so close with Trump versus Biden, 40,000 votes, 3 states. You can point to a number of different constituencies, but one that isn't spoken about that much that's very clear is young people won the election for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. If they want to hold on to the House, which is viewed as an extreme long shot, they got to get young people out to vote. They're ending the student debt moratorium on January 31st. There's the policy for you.
This January 31st, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have this I have this other theory that when push comes, that Biden is actually going to sign off on eliminating the student debt.
That will help him with a lot of people's votes.
I mean, or he really does want the landslide next November to the Republicans. And not because people are going to vote Republican, but right now, young people see very little sense of direction. And as a consequence, they probably won't turn out to vote.
Well, and without a heavy black turnout at the voting booth in the midterms, it'll be a complete slaughter of the Democrats. And if voting rights doesn't pass, the resentment will be so extreme. I mean, it's a very ugly thing to point out at the moment, but the sort of there's a good chance that the Supreme Court ruling the way that now people are expecting them to rule on the Mississippi case would motivate Democratic voters.
Yeah, I mean, I see Marianne's hanging around, so I'll say this.
But you need all three. Just before Harvey goes on, Marianne, you need all three of those groups. You need the coming out to vote to protect abortion rights. You need Black voters, and that's the Democratic coalition. You get slaughtered.
Stacey Abrams is running against Kemp, right, in Georgia.
Right. And then go ahead. I interrupted her.
Yeah, Stacey. By the way, let me talk about the Stacey Abrams thing. That came as a surprise to me, but I think that some very, very wealthy folks must have said to her, "Look, only way we're going to hold on to Georgia is if you run. You've got to do this." She always aspired to be the governor, but it's got to be the case that they saw the handwriting on the wall and said, "We've got to do something." And she was the way to do it. So there you go.
And she never conceded. But I criticized her for giving up. I owe her as though she knows who I am. But rereading her speech, she did not concede.
Yeah. I knew her for a while during that period of time.
Right.
I mean, I still know who she is, and she knows who I am.
I remember you sent me a picture of her, and I said something like she should have stayed in. But she's she's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't come far enough left, but
no,
she is amazing.
Yeah.
She is amazing. But what I was going to say is, for a long time, I've really kind of thought Marianne was exaggerating the state of Joe Biden's mental conditions. But when I look at him lately, it's you gotta wonder. There's just no energy there. There's no. There's just nothing there, and it's hard for me to believe he'll finish his term right now.
It may be an advantage. It may be a feint. It worked for Reagan. It worked for George W. Bush. It worked for Eisenhower. There's something appealing about a doddering. I'm being serious. The American people see either their grandfather or I don't know.
Maybe, but Reagan ran against a loser too. Reagan ran against Mondale.
What? Well, wasn't Mondale a good? Don't tell me he was bad.
What idiot goes on national television and say he's not going to tell you we'll raise your taxes?
Well, an honest man.
What kind of an idiot, right?
An honest man.
No, he could. Not true. He could have said, in a Bernie-like fashion, we're going to raise the taxes on the billionaires.
All right, that's better. But he was a simple man.
No, he was a good guy, but he was a loser.
And then what happened?
He lost the Wellstone election too.
He lost the Wellstone election?
When Wellstone died, he was put in as the replacement candidate.
Oh, boy, here I am in the next door state, and I completely forgot.
Well, hang on. Given that Al Franken was against Medicare for all and a big proponent of Obamacare, hence a disappointment, was Wellstone? How good was Wellstone, Professor K?
Well,
you're not going to ruin Paul Wellstone for us, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to. But I vaguely recollect he was still very much alive and in the Senate when the USA Patriot Act came forward. Correct? Am I right?
Yes.
And there was only one no vote on the USA Patriot Act. Russ Feingold of Wisconsin, not Wellstone of Minnesota.
Okay, ruin Russ Feingold for us.
Okay, I'll ruin Russ Feingold. Russ Feingold.
We should do a show called Harvey K. Ruins History.
Russ Feingold, who I would not hesitate ever to vote for. I wish he hadn't. Even now I can't figure out how Ron Johnson beat him. I guess it was 2010 that time? Maybe it was. Where was I going? So, do you remember when Ashcroft came before the Judiciary Committee? I believe Feingold voted yes in committee to putting the name forward. And I thought, what the hell is he doing?
Yeah. Yeah. So before you go, this was fun. Before you go, the Great Resignation. David Dayen has been writing about the Great Resignation.
I thought you were going to tell me resigned as the editor.
No, God forbid.
Oh, God
forbid.
That actually was the worst thing of the day, I thought. Oh, no.
No, not. Everybody should read The American Prospect. David Dayen is just incredible. I'm reading about the Great Resignation, but I'm also reading, and this is how I want to end the show with this thought, that because of COVID, because people aren't going out, because of the government sharing some of the largesse, there is $1.6 trillion in excess savings. Americans have banked $1.6 trillion in excess savings. This is the best savings rate that Americans have exhibited since World War II.
Best savings rate. Yes. Right.
Best savings rate. Americans are saving money and they're quitting their jobs. And so my proposal, I'm sorry?
Strong correlation there. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. And my advice to America is the Great Resignation should also include resigning from Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa when it comes to buying all this crap. You've saved $1.6 trillion. Keep it. Don't buy crap. Don't participate in this economy. This is an immoral economy. You're being sold stuff that's either bad for the planet or bad for labor. Do not participate in this. Whatever you think you need, you don't need.
I like him. He's in a sort of Howard Beale mode today. Don't you think, Harvey?
Yeah.
David's in a good Howard Beale mode.
Yeah. I was going to say that I'm not telling people to shop or not. I'm not a consumer boycott type of guy. Okay. But I've never shopped in Walmart. Let me make that clear. Okay. 1.6 trillion. It's amazing. I remember a time when pundits were complaining about Americans' failure to save, right? I mean, that goes along with what you were saying before this pandemic. And now you really have to think, wow, 1.6 trillion. But the question is, they probably had a lot more saved, and thus they went out and have already been binge shopping, and that's why the supply chain can't keep up. Right?
I guess so. Yeah, we're buying stuff that we don't need. Alan, don't you think? Do you waste on crap that you don't need?
Oh, yes. Yes, I confess to that on the holidays. It's just you have family members, you feel obliged, they feel slighted. You buy them something they don't need, and it's never used.
Well, for what it's worth, my sister and I and our family, we agreed we would not exchange presents.
I have an agreement to, I'm willing to compromise. And I've said to my friends and family, I'll meet you halfway. You can give me a gift. So, but I'm not going to participate in this nonsense.
That's great.
in the spirit
if I were good at remembering people's jokes and things like that, you'd be a great source of free jokes. You know that?
I'll come to your home and ruin it. I swear, we got to wrap it up. But I used to wear a clown suit in the 80s. That's how bad a comedian. Did you know? You don't know this. You come on late. You never heard the stories about Feldo the clown. But I used to wear a clown suit, and for 3 years, picture me in a bozo outfit. I got paid to ruin adult birthday parties. I would show up, and I was drinking at the time, and I would come.
Were you expected to take your clothes off then?
No, I would show up as bozo, like a bozo the clown. I was Feldo the clown. I was drunk, smoking a cigar. Reagan was president, and rich people would hire me to come to their home and I would
and sing the ghosts of Tom Joad.
And sing the, yes, and said, hey, the seltzer bottle kills fascism. All right. Let's plug some books and some candidates. Professor Harvey J.K. is the author of FDR and Democracy. Not only a stocking
but David, I got to interrupt rudely here and say this. I did adopt the strategy around buying people, family members, gifts. I would buy them books that I liked, and at least knowing that they would never read them, at least really great authors would have another book sold. So I just wanted to say that in advance of your announcing harvest.
In a previous,
you don't have to read my books; buy them.
Here's what in a previous life.
They're good books. People may read them. Actually,
I had friends and family members who aspired to literacy, but I knew they would never go. So I'd buy them the books that I wanted to read, so I'd have something to do when I visited them.
Yeah, that was a little bit of my thing too. Yeah, I would borrow the book for the night.
Yes, let's plug some books here. FDR and Democracy, Take Hold of Our History, and Thomas Paine. By the way,
The Promise of America, my favorite.
Yes, and Professor Harvey J.K. Thank you. Follow Professor Harvey J.K. on Twitter at Harvey J.K. Alan Minsky is Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. And this is the calm before the storm.
And basically, if you want to buy one of Alan's books, he's not written a recent one, but you can go to the library and get his books on sports history. Did you know he was? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You wrote a book on sports history?
He wrote books on sports history.
You never told me that. Well, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We're Home Run Kings by Alan Minsky.
It's a coffee table book.
Home Run Kings by Alan. When did you write that?
Someone gave me this, actually. That's why it has a thank you on it.
When did you write it?
It was right out of college.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I wrote 4 books, and they got increasingly like political and sociological. At which point, the 4th one was going to be a history of the black baseball leagues in the United States. And
you should have called me, because my grandfather broke the color barrier in the old Negro leagues. He was the first white pitcher in the old Negro leagues.
You could be. I'm sure you're joking.
No, it was. He used to show.
That's a very straight face he has right now.
It was he broke the. It was very very difficult for. He was separated from his.
Alan, have you been to Kansas City to the museum?
No, I'd love to go to that, and I know a lot of the history of the players. But what I found out is, of course, the American spectacle sports that I'd grown up watching, I could write those books in my sleep. I had to do incredible amounts of research to do try to do a respectful book on the 4th book. At which point, my hourly wage just collapsed. It was not sustainable, because I wanted to do a good job, and I, of course, didn't know any of the history, and it took a ton of research. And very difficult to get the
Why don't you do what Doris Kearns Goodwin did?
Just copy. Yeah. At the time, there weren't that many histories that were published on the Negro Leagues. There were a few, but I did some original source research on that, and it was incredible to do. Became a real point of obsession, but it was it took a lot of time.
Wow. I
never finished the 4th one, so that's what happened. Got published against my will because it wasn't finished.
Interesting.
So,
wow. Now I have to go on not Amazon, wherever you buy books.
They're very hard to find.
That's good. Wherever one could buy a book.
Wherever one could buy a book without paying into the oppressive system we have to operate under. Thank you. This is the calm before the storm. I have a feeling.
I want everyone to know. David is in New York. Alan is in California. Don't trust Eastern and Western elites.
Yes. You're absolutely right. Trust The good-hearted, salt of the earth, fly under people. You're right. I agree with you. You get no argument from me.
I know you agree with me. I hear it every week.
I can't stand the coastal elites. It's why we're falling behind.
Yep.
This country.
Right.
It's why I support the Electoral College, because of without an Electoral College, the coastal elites, it would just be the popular vote.
Ironic, huh?
I support the Electoral College.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Harvey J.K. This was a lot of fun. Not sure we accomplished anything tonight, but it's the holiday season. And
Alan came cranky. He's leaving happy.
I like you cranky, Alan.
Oh, but now I'm so happy, David.
I like a cranky Alan Minsky.
Don't worry. Be happy.
Yes. Yes, let's discuss that song, Bobby McFerrin in the 80s, telling us to be happy while Reagan is president. Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bobby McFerrin. You kids have no idea what we had to survive, us baby boomers. The mind control. Don't worry, be happy. This is why I'm against meditation. You're not supposed to be happy. You're supposed to be angry and get moving and support the candidates who will protect the 99%. We need to stop identifying with the richest 1% and think they're going to help us. They're not going to help you. They're going to help themselves to you. That's our show. I didn't think we would be able to do this show tonight, Leslie, but we did it. I want to thank, it was a fun show. Pete Dominic, Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, John Ross, the Hirschenfelds, Professor Ben Burgess, Emil Guillermo. I'm going to do this. I can do this. Emil Guillermo, Professor Ben Burgess, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. I want to thank Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, and I want to. I know Professor Adnan Hussein was here, but he didn't. He was lurking. No pressure. Professor Marianne Cummings, and then Professor Harvey J.K. and Professor Alan Minsky. A few final thoughts about office hours. It's office hours and hours, 24 hours of office hours. We start at 8 p.m. Friday night. I host the first hour, and then it's turned over to this amazing community who are just, some of them are here tonight in the Zoom room, and we invite you to join us as long as you're left of center and you're not an asshole. We're in the process of ostracized. We have a problem with somebody, once again, who has to be thrown out. But that's part of the fun. Some people show up drunk and have to be told you cannot show up here. Your behavior is abusive, and but that's part of the fun of office hours. And I want to thank all the people who helped make office hours happen. I'm going to forget some names, but Andy Brown, Sarah Brown, Joe in Norway, Lance Jeffries, Professor Jonathan Bick, Grace Jackson, Hannah, and of course Dan. There are moderators who keep office hours going. I'm going to get a list of their names, but I urge you all, if you're listening right now, to go to my website and sign up for office hours. All you need is Zoom, and you will meet interesting people like, whose hands are, oh, Bernie Ho. What? Yes, Bernie Ho.
Right. You were right, Faldo.
Yeah?
Jennifer Jason Leigh was his daughter.
Oh, Jennifer J.
She wasn't in Howard the Duck, though. That was Leah Thompson, who's like a similar type.
Right. Vic Morrow's daughter was Jennifer. One of the greatest actors.
I have a question, though.
Well, hang on. Hang on for 1 second.
Vic Morrow's better half.
Oh, see, this is.
Gotcha.
All right.
Fuck you. Get it, better half.
Yes. The 99%.
Jennifer.
All right, I'm muting you. This is an example of the bad behavior that we don't allow at office hours, Bernie Ho. Yes, Jennifer Jason Leigh is Vic Morrow's daughter, and there was a conversation about how amazed she...
You're just jealous because I thought of that joke and you didn't.
Okay, Bernie. How do I mute Bernie Ho?
You don't mute me.
What?
I'll see you in your nightmares, Beldo.
All right. Hang on.
Beldo von Fuckface.
I can't mute her. I don't know how to mute her.
Where's Jonathan Vick? Where's that handsome beast at? Come on, get naked.
Okay. It's this kind of fun that you can enjoy at office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m.
And tell Neil to stop. He has to talk about the tubes. He never talks about anything important. It's just he just runs his mouth. He needs to talk about the tubes.
Yeah,
he lived in San Francisco.
All right, there's a mute
during the heyday.
There's a mute button that I seem to have lost. Anyway, thank you, Bernie.
You don't mute the buffet today.
All right, hang on. I'm going to disable your... There, I did it. You're disabled now, Bernie Ho. I disabled your talking. How does that make you feel? I have power now. How does that make you feel? Huh? You can...
Fuck you! All right, I'll let you go.
Oh no, I can. It's okay. I can disable you. Look, I found the power. Anyway, subscribe to my newsletter. Go to my website, and if you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience here on Zoom, hit attend a live taping. Please subscribe to this show wherever you listen to podcasts. We're on every platform that provides this kind of nonsense. We also have a YouTube channel, which is growing somewhat. Please subscribe to it. We have 6,000 subscribers. I'm amazed that we have that many subscribers. So if you would like to watch us do this show, you can either join us in the Zoom room, or subscribe to this as a YouTube channel. Most importantly, tell your friends about all the wonderful guests we have on this show, and buy their books, attend their lectures, and thank you all. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak. What a stupid monkey. Look how stupid that monkey is.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an M for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now on the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.